Bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow. I'm not a cat. I don't say meow. Bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow. And they feed me real good. It's an honor. For the cheesesteak on that order. To the cheese fries as a starter. Cause the steroids keeping me stronger.
Oh no. Oh my God. What up?
Old MacDonald had a farm. I give him a titty, trying to keep him calm. I'm just trying to turn up in the country. I ain't in the city cause they ain't got lawns. Sucking nigga E-I-O. Shaking on these bitches like being idle. Tipping in this dick, saving chickens in the pocket. On the kitchens riding dirty with the fiends. I ain't a moose, bitch. Get out my head. Get out my head, bitch. Get out my head.
I don't have any pants on. This is risky.
Get out my head. Get out my head, bitch. Get out my head. I ain't a moose, bitch. Get out my head. Get out my head. Get out my head. I ain't a moose, bitch. Get out my head.
Oh my God, did you smell what?
Get out my head. Like,
Okay, where we at? Okay, I'm ending this. Wow, man. Whoa. My mental health is declining, bitch. Declining. Okay, hold on. Don't expose me with the autoplay. Hold on. Okay. First of all, I was gonna go live sooner, but like I fell asleep while I was waiting for my food to come. And anyways, I'm hurrying up. Okay, listen. Just know it doesn't matter who any of these people are. Okay. I don't know. AJ is live right now, and they got some text messages of AK, and I don't even know, man. Motherfuckers is talking on super slow motion, and you're gonna watch it with me, and I'm gonna eat some fucking Taco Bell. And then I have like a playlist of other stuff. So, anyways, are you cozy? Get fucking comfortable, okay? Bye. I'm not leaving. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. I don't even know what's happening. You cannot listen. Okay. With peace and love. Okay. All I know is that AJ was supposed to be like one of like somebody's bitch. I don't fucking know what's going on. AJ is someone who's a witness in Hussey's case against AK. Every time I watch her and Jack together, they seem like nice people. They say all these words, but none of them mean anything. It's like a riddle, but there's no solution to the riddle. And then sometimes they don't even understand each other. And the last time I watched them, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I don't know how to explain this to you, but you're going to watch it. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Just talk to you to
it'll
like for a few I wanted to see if
just trust me
how she was.
Oh, okay.
And
you want to know what's in the bag?
Well, the last
everybody
time
has their side of the story, right? Like everybody has their side, right?
And
like,
after tragic,
I want to watch tonight. Whatever. I have to go to bed soon though, so I wanted to watch. I want to watch that Nikki P. I want to watch that Nikki person on Hakate's panel, because I remember. Okay, so YouTube tells you who clips your streams, and Nikki clips my streams, but only when I was saying sus shit. Like I was like, oh, where does she live at? Oh, where's she from? You know what I mean? When I'm being sus, she was going around finding all my sus moments. I'm like, okay, who are you, girl? Who are you? Who are you? And I don't like how she waited until Hakate was like in her third day of streaming to like roll up on her like while she was delirious. Okay, with peace and love. There's a scab in my ear. I burnt it. And I wanted to watch the Breezy DMs. Hurl exposed just Breezen's DMs, I guess. And I wanted to watch when now don't ask about the scab. I want to watch when now remember when she found out Josh broke up with her before they ever met, and she was like in that cream colored sweater with the striped sleeves, and she was like bugging out and crying and like passed out in the chair. Anyways, I'll just rock with the. I went live on this channel because I'm contemplating falling asleep on here and just like letting it happen. And then like when I pop up, I'll shut it off. But I'm gonna put pants on because I be flipping over and we don't need booty cheeks. Yes. Okay. So I ordered. Oh my God. I was working outside all day today and I didn't eat. So I wanted to get that Chili's like Southwest egg roll with the Chipotle strips and the little burgers, but it's not available till tomorrow. So I got those puffy chicken tacos and I got 2 orders of nachos. And I don't know why I have 2 drinks. Something went wrong, but I have this is banging. A mango peach fresca thing. Anyway, oh my god, I can't even block people on here. I don't know the cheap nachos. No matter what I get, I always get 2 of the cheap nachos and then 1 something else. Anyways, I'll play this for a little bit. This is boring, but it's like a vibe. I don't know how to describe it to you. It makes you feel like you're going insane when you watch them.
Magic came in. Well, I'll have to show that, but I wanted her to know that I'm not a creep, which it didn't fucking help because they keep saying that. And that I'm not gonna go after her in real life.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go after her in real life. That's all I was trying to tell her. I'm just a normal fucking dude.
Yep.
And no, I wasn't trying to hang out with him, Tasha. I was trying to talk to her because she's
number 1. I'm upset because this is a fucking cardboard straw. It sucks. It's already gone. It already doesn't work. Okay, I gotta make this bigger. Ew, that was so gross. I'm apple the dried. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna fucking beast this food. Okay. AJ is from, I don't know, like the Negs sphere, but she don't fuck with them. She hates Negs. But like the T on her is like, I guess like she be calling her man's daddy and not like just not, and outside of the bed. You know what I'm saying? They be doing that little, you know. They are consenting adults. I do like the cinnamon twist. I need them in a separate bag though.
She seems somewhat reasonable at the time. Chat.
Oh shit!
I have to start crying. You're literally gonna make me start crying. It's just really nice to have people that understand you, like really nice.
Oh God.
Okay.
Why is she crying?
So then, at 9:14.
How do I make this bigger?
AK says, my problem with AJ is kind of obvious, and which, yes, I mean, I understand that. Which is kind of obvious, and I'm not sure if she gets it and is being purposely obtuse. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what to
tell
you guys about this.
Being wrong, or if she really does not think she is targeted. Wait, what? Because she can't admit being wrong.
Listen.
Or if she really does.
I'm going to be dead ass. The last stream they did. Oh, this is so mean. The last stream they did. Nobody had any idea what they were talking about. They both couldn't understand each other. He ended up camming up to prove he's a real guy. And like, it was odd. They're both nice, but it was like, it was so retarded that I loved it. And I don't know if the magic's going to happen again. That was my first time here.
He does not think that she targeted her. Okay, targeted AK by harping on the stupid ass clips because Negs demanded they find evidence on us doing fuck shit, but whatever. I'm used to insane behavior from everyone at this point. I really don't care anymore. I do, however, wish she would move the fuck on. All right. Now that I have a lot to say on.
Okay, wait, let me hear that.
Yeah.
Listen.
I never knew that Negs, if there even was anybody, like I never even knew
Notice
that
how it's not
Negs
gonna make
said
sense.
to go find stuff. Okay. Not until after. Okay.
No, I don't know.
I was barely in that Discord
They don't
at
know.
that time.
I'm getting the playlist.
Like
Don't
during
worry. I won't torture you.
like
Okay,
July,
here it is.
beginning of August. And that's why it felt weird to show up. That's why after
Okay, hold on, bitches. Okay. I never watched Rosie in the Hospital. Will someone fucking watch that with me? Will somebody watch Rosie Hospital with me? Or am I too late? If I'm too late, that's fine. It's like when I never saw Bridesmaids until 3 years later and nobody cared when I was trying to talk about it. Okay. I just need to eat. I need something. I'm going to eat and watch Rosie. That's so fat. I mean, yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm excited now. Okay. I have to burp. I need to mute. Oh my God, it's coming faster. Okay, here it is. Let's get that. If you see my vagina, I apologize. Oh my God. My God. Oh my God. I gotta take that in. Okay. She looks so much older. Something's different. You're lying. Where's my food? It's like buried.
My hair looks crazy.
Girl looks the same as in your kitchen.
Ugh, whatever.
She got her titty covered. I don't even know what this is. There it is. Let's eat it.
Nashi.
It's real short.
Hey, Nico.
Nashi.
I don't want any of you guys to freak out from the title. I'll explain everything. I'm gonna give a little time for people to come in. I've got a lot to update y'all on, and I was planning to come back like a day or two ago, but clearly,
Yeah.
Hey Zans, thank you. Hey Brooke.
Oh my God, I can't wait to bite this.
Yeah. Hey Tagger. Hey guys.
Bitch, I thought this was like a fried taco, and I just put sauce on another layer of paper. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck?
If I randomly mute and put my phone down, that means that someone walked in and I'm handling business. So just heads up on that. But let me see. Hey Mystic. I will. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, guys. I'll tell y'all. I just literally went live a minute ago, so I want to give time for people to walk in. I'm not like in life-threatening danger, y'all. So don't panic too much. I'll explain everything.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with her?
Hello. Boo Boo Kitty Fuck Diaper David Haman is an insane username. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's a crazy username.
What does that mean?
But yeah, so I guess I'll just kind of start yapping.
Okay.
Because obviously the past like 6 weeks, like basically since my parents got here,
I haven't been doing nearly as many lives. And in the beginning, I talked a little bit about that. I did
Yeah, nobody's surprised she's in the hospital.
a couple sporadic ones, and then I just stopped. And the couple of sporadic ones was really fueled by the fact that my RAC was like, it basically became broken. And then
oh shit, she cooked in there.
So there was like a 2 or 3 week period where like our house during the majority of the day was like between 86 and 89 degrees. And
Oh
it
my
was
God.
almost unlivable.
She's about to roast.
And then it was like I like couldn't function, and I was like, there's no way in hell I'm doing cooking streams in this heat. Like I can't handle it. I can't do it. And then eventually we get the AC fixed, and then it's going to be less. And at that point, it was going to be less than a week from. Sorry, I am dealing with like a lot of brain fog, so I'm sorry if I kind of like forget what I'm saying or get distracted like that. Hello, Wicked. But what the fuck was I talking about? Oh, so when the AC came back on, I don't believe that I did any lives before. I think because my niece was coming into town, and so
Oh my God,
I kind of briefly talked about it in a prior live that like I was not going to go live while she was here in town because y'all know I have very strong stances about like minors on the internet and stuff. I've always been like that. But especially like when it comes to my family and the fact that there are some really malicious people that watch me, I was just like, I can't even risk it. Like
didn't she go through some little girl's diary that she called her daughter that she's not even related to, and then like fucking out her sexuality on a live stream, and then like talk to her about what it is to be a lesbian, even though she was like 9 years old? Didn't that happen? I don't know. I remember that.
I can't fucking risk it. Like if she accidentally says something that she shouldn't, or I was just like, I can't fucking risk it. So I spent a lot of time with my family. We went and we went to like a vendor event in our local city. I wish I was home so I could show you guys. My niece and I tie-dyed a bunch of t-shirts, and she tie-dyed one specifically, like one of mine specifically for me. That was so much fun. We played in the pool a lot. That girl got in the pool like basically every day. Some days I was like, I don't even got the energy to keep up with the kid. But we had a lot of fun. And during all that time, I was job hunting like crazy. I interviewed a few times, and it was just rejection after rejection after rejection. It's been a bit of a humbling experience because I have such a staunch work history and like years and years of experience, and I've never had this much issue getting a remote job, and it's been humbling to say the least.
They probably all have similar hiring agencies, and they know about her fucking. So she's like a SJM. She gets a job just to go on medical leave type deal.
My last vlog was
staunch. This is banging. What is this?
Yeah, it is very hot and humid in Florida.
Crispy chicken taco ad. No, I love it.
But
I'm watching this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what was I saying?
We're winding.
I was back to YouTube for a while, and I left for like a bunch of different reasons, and I'm glad that I did. And then this time I took another step back because during that time I was putting a lot of energy into like trying to rediscover the things that I like and enjoy, because I feel like depression really like stole my personality from me. Job hunting. Yeah. So I was job hunting like crazy. And then about a week ago, like from today, I got sick. And you guys might know little bits and pieces about what's been going on if you've been watching my Instagram stories, because I have been posting little updates there. So like if you saw my Instagram stories today/yesterday,
I can't wait till she gets out and talk shit on all the employees. It's gonna be great.
Would know that I was in the hospital. But I got sick. And it was initially just like head congestion, nasal congestion, itchy nose, coughing up gunk, just sinus headache, like that kind of sick. And I was like knocked out on my ass for 3 or 4 days. And then I started recuperating, getting a little bit better, but I could kind of feel some of that sickness had traveled down into my lungs. I was getting a little wheezy, which this is something I deal with about once or twice a year since I was like a kid. It's just been something I've always dealt with, because I'm pretty sure, honestly, it was just allergies. And that happened right after I got.
It's funny how like she wants a mental health diagnosis so bad, but like I feel like, oh, I just wheeze a little bit, but like she like underplays the medical shit.
In some bullshit situation with someone that I tried to make a friend with in the area. I'm not getting into that today. I'm too tired. That whole thing was a fucking shit show. And I was just like, you know, of course, like the one time I tried to make a friend, she's fucking just, anyway.
What?
And then
did he go live today?
This all started the night before yesterday. So the day before yesterday.
The night before yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean my COVID test came back negative. My flu test came back
wasn't
negative.
easy.
So I honestly think it's just my severe allergies that I deal with.
I can't. Canada's easy.
What was I talking about?
Stop. That's fucked up. She's gonna come back skinny.
I'm so tired.
She's gonna come back skinty.
I didn't sleep great last night, and I like kind of slept during the day today, but not really. Yeah. So the job hunting experience has been humbling as fuck, and you know, I was kind of torn about the live streaming stuff because I was like, honestly, financially, it would really benefit me if I was like doing lives more frequently. And I wanted to come back sooner.
I'm in the hospital with her. We're both in the bed.
But I was just like, I hadn't been feeling good. And I made an executive decision. Like my niece's safety and privacy far exceeds any amount of money in the world. So that was kind of like why I made that decision. And
her nose looks so different.
Excuse me. Yeah. And then the job hunting, I mean, I've applied to 100, like at least over 100 jobs already. And it's just been
100
really difficult trying to find work in a way that I'm not used to. And I'm limited on what I can do because I need to work remote. And so
100?
Anyway, I was laying in bed, not last night, but the day before. And I got, oh, my arm's shaking. I'm actually literally about to tell the story, Putty Cat. So I was laying in bed, and this is after I'd been sick for almost a week. And I get this really sharp, intense chest pain, like on this side where my heart is.
I didn't even know.
It kind of shoots through and then extends into my left arm. And like my entire left arm is aching and radiating pain. And then the symptom that I didn't understand at that time was my jaw was like really clenched and like in a lot of pain. I was having a lot of jaw pain, traveled into my neck a little bit. The pain would occasionally radiate over into my right arm and then kind of come back. And then it did once or twice radiate into my upper and lower back. And then I was dealing with lightheadedness, minor nausea, dizziness,
Tiny, I think she's
brain fog. And then that night I also coughed up a minor blood clot. And I just convinced myself that night that I was like,
a minor? Rosie trafficked a blood clot?
Brain fog. And then that night I also coughed up a minor blood clot. And I just convinced myself that night that I was like, I'm just probably like, it was probably just from coughing a lot from being sick. Like, this is probably just anxiety because all of my other chest pain in life has been anxiety. I've always had a good EKG, I've always had everything. So the next day, I'm still chest pain, still left arm, occasional jaw pain. It wasn't as severe as it was like the first initial event. And then like as the day was going on, I just got this like intuition feeling of like, I think I need to go to the hospital. And I'm not sure. But the left arm
I
was
would
like
feel like
freaking me
that.
out. So I finally Googled symptoms of a heart attack in a woman, and quite literally I had almost every single one. And I was like, oh.
Honestly, like, even how fat I was, every day I felt like I could go to the hospital. Like, you just be feeling some type of shit that doesn't feel good. And you could probably go to the doctor for it, but you're used to it. I can't imagine, like, 89 degrees in the fucking crib for, like, weeks is crazy.
But the left arm was like freaking me out. So I finally Googled symptoms of a heart attack in a woman, and quite literally I had almost every single one. And I was like, oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay. Oh shit. All right. Fuck. Because I also just lost my insurance.
This is like when Shani and Rev got stuck on the train tracks, and then she had a fake panic attack because it was too hot and she didn't want to deal with it. You know what I'm talking about? How she was trying to escape with the paramedics. She wants that AC in the hospital.
So this is a very expensive and not flippant decision that I have to make. It was one of the reasons I didn't go the first night, was because I don't have insurance. So I like quite literally lost it a week ago. And as y'all know, the government is trying to like cut Medicaid and everything. So yeah, it's just like I'm hoping to find a job soon enough that I don't even have to worry about doing that, because I would rather not personally. But I come to the hospital, and they take me really seriously. They do like a whole workup, bunch of blood work.
Oh, she's doing her. Listen,
the EKG initially came back good.
Rosie has like 2 different lying voices, like weird voices. So she has one Valley Girl one that gets really higher when she's like feeling herself. And then right now she's doing her like super serious, like lie voice. It's weird. Look.
Worry about doing that, because I would rather not personally. But I come to the hospital, and they take me really seriously. They do like a whole workup, bunch of blood work. The EKG initially came back good, but the symptoms are really concerning, and they're not exactly sure what I'm willing to say right now, because I still have to do a stress test tomorrow. They did an echo on my heart. They did. I got a CT scan today. And I haven't heard any of the results back about the CT scan. Yeah, thank you, Mystic. Yeah. So
is a CT scan that round tube thing? She did not fit in the CT scan. She's fatter than Amber for sure, right? She's fatter than Amber. She ain't going there.
It was just like, hey, Cassie, thank you. So yeah, it's just, the good news is it wasn't a heart attack, even though I quite literally had all the symptoms of it. We're trying to see if there's any kind of blood clot issues. They gave me like a blood thinner. They gave me an antibiotic for like an infection issue that may or may not be related to this. I've also just kind of had a come to Jesus moment about like the state of how I've been caring for myself. And I actually just talked to my mom before this live, and she advised that based on where I've been and what's been going on in my life, that I should possibly talk to some of the mental health staff here and see about
not the psych. Oh,
getting a referral to get restabilized, because a lot of these issues I'm dealing with are not only physical issues, but due to basically the neglect of myself from like my mental health stuff. It's kind of exacerbated a lot of these issues.
Remember when she was high?
She said, if you were to go to the mental hospital, it might help you restabilize and get you back on track, because I'm still waiting for my first therapist appointment, and we started that process like over a month ago, and the only therapist that I would be able to see outside of insurance, I might only be able to see her like once a month or every other month, and that's just not enough support for where I'm at in my mental health issues. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, but it's really not going to help me go any further than that. I know that they legally have to treat you. It's just an insurmountable amount of debt.
Insurmountable.
I used to get numbness and pain in my jaw and radiated in my chest when I was getting massive panic attacks. Huh. Yeah, I mean, they're taking it really seriously. I'm really thankful for that.
Did you delete it?
They're not treating me like a, oh, you're just anxious, you know, type situation. By county insurance, do you mean like Medicaid?
Hello, hi Trauma.
I haven't applied for anything yet with everything going on in the country.
Yeah,
I just don't know if I'd even be accepted. I don't know what I need to look into it. And my goal was to find a job before I would need that to happen. So sad you have to think about debt when you're sick and need help. Yeah, for fucking real. I live in Canada. Our health system is far from perfect, but at least it's free. Yeah, absolutely. It was scary enough that I had to go for an ER and get EKGs. Yeah. It's crazy how.
Okay. Obviously she has a medical crisis, right? I don't know if any of you have like chronic illness or whatever, but is it like offensive to you to like see someone who it's like clearly self-inflicted, like we've seen what she eats and stuff? Like, does it offend you when she complains about like the healthcare crisis?
Painful. It was like I've had chest pain from anxiety and it's not fun, but this event was different. What happened was different. And like for the most of yesterday I had the chest pain, and then starting in the middle of the night and through today, it's like it's kind of ebbed and flowed. Like right now the chest pain is kind of present. It's just not as like in my face as it has been. Or a little bit earlier I had a kind of a flash of it like being really painful again for a little bit, and then it subsided a bit. So it's just like, I don't know.
Oh my God. I'm scared.
You're in Tampa? Oh my, they have county insurance. I'm literally like a county over from Tampa. I need to look into what you're talking about. My mom recommended that I ask to speak with a social worker about what I was just saying. Okay. So.
I'm ready for it. Stop. What did she read? She doesn't beg in that way. She'll make someone else make a GoFundMe for her or something. No, I don't want cornbread.
Can y'all hear me? I got a phone call. Okay, good.
She looks like somebody, but I can't put my finger on it. Like, I think it's the thing.
Vocational rehab. What's vocational rehab?
She's gonna get mad.
Thank you, Liz.
It's cold in here. No, not
so I was admitted.
Not white precious.
Yesterday it's around 6. They got me in like immediately, or not admitted. I came into the ER. I got admitted like probably about 4 hours later. Sorry.
Damn, 4 hours. Listen, hold on a second. Something is not adding up, because as far as I know, if you go to the ER, one of the first things they bring people in for, aside from like a bullet wound, would be like a heart attack. No? Doesn't everybody else have to wait, or is it just that crowded? I haven't been to the doctor in a long time. She looks like those, you know, the clay thing, and they're like the UK accent, and it's like a dog with that guy. She looks like that guy, but fat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mystic, honestly, that's kind of where I'm at too. Like, I need to kind of get my health in order. So maybe I should just apply for Medicaid.
Wallace and Gromit, yes. Hi.
The goal will be for me to be on it short term. Yeah, I'm not in Hillsborough County. I'm not going to say what county I'm in, just for my general.
Girl, stop. If you were her, like, how far would you put your makeup down? You put it. Do you have to put it from here, like, all the way to your boobs? I don't understand.
It's safety, but I'm in a neighboring county. Oh, okay.
Veronica will give her that free healthcare link.
Hey, Apple. Yeah. Circle of Care. Okay. What city is that in?
I don't think there's a choice about the cleavage.
That's my big concern, because like the last time I went to a mental hospital when I didn't have insurance was when I was medically kidnapped and had that really extremely traumatic experience. So I honestly might not go to the mental hospital because I'm too terrified to I'm like, without the safety of being insured.
She doesn't want to go because she doesn't want to get kidnapped and then have to pay for her kidnapping. Girl, being 5150 and signing. This is outrageous.
Hello, brain spots. I'm here.
Oh, that's when they had the fucked up chair.
Hello,
that was too
Jennifer.
little, right? Okay, I remember this. She's so dramatic.
If you want to know exactly what happened, I've been live for about 20 minutes. If you scroll back to the beginning, about the 2-minute mark,
she didn't even say what happened.
I just explained everything. And I'm okay. I don't even know where Rockledge is. I just don't have a lot of energy, and I don't know how long I'm going to be live for. I just really wanted to pop in and
cause the ruckus,
say
make
hi to
everybody
you
worry
guys
and get money.
And
I don't know.
Carrie, that would be cool. But
yo, she's annoying the fuck out of me. Look at her. Look at her closing her eyes. Oh my god, look at. She's so tired and sick. Her parents raised a menace.
If you scroll back to the beginning, about the 2-minute mark, I just explained everything. And I'm okay. I don't even know where Rockledge is.
Fuck you, Frosty. Fuck
I just don't have a lot of energy, and I don't know how long I'm going to be live for. I just really wanted to pop in and say hi to you guys. And yeah, Carrie, that would be cool.
I'm you.
But
it holds our big noggins real good.
Yeah, I wanted to pop in because I was bored, and I missed y'all, man. I had all these plans for how I was gonna come back. I was excited. My parents already hopped on the plane. That's the thing is, and I was saying, so yeah, when my niece left, my parents had 3 days left here. So I was like, well, I'm not gonna deal with YouTube until they leave. But there are other inpatient services. I really hope you find some help. Girl, you need a social
cut up
worker
from
that
rose
can
bushes.
help navigate that. The hospital should be able to help, at least help get the ball rolling. Yeah, for sure.
No. The Lawrence Memorial Hospital, their cafeteria has banging food.
Oh man, throughout my visit here, I've been poked like 6 different times, and I think one of them really dug me deep, and it hurts. I hate that. It's the worst.
Imagine being a nurse. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Imagine attempting to give her an IV or anything. Like how many layers you have to go through. That would, oh my God, that must be so like traumatizing because you have to like push for so long. Mm-hmm. And the needle, like, is it strong enough? I don't know.
Hello. But yeah, like I was saying, I've just really missed you guys, and
She's holding heat.
I want to get into like the cooking lives again. I'm gonna have to get really creative, because
You have no food.
my money is gonna be so tight. I'm gonna be basically trying to figure out how to like live exclusively on like the food that's in our food storage and stuff. The food is surprisingly really good at this hospital. I had a meatloaf plate.
First of all, is that not what normal people do? Is eat the food that they have at their house? I mean, I need to talk about. I'm not lying. Is that not normal?
Like live exclusive the food that's in our food storage and stuff. The food is surprisingly really good at this hospital.
She makes like, okay. Do you think she really freezes anything or does she just eat it?
I had a meatloaf plate like right before I went live. I was so lethargic before, because they put me on a nothing. They call it a nothing by mouth diet.
What?
I think it's called. They call it like an NPO diet or something. I don't know. Because they had me do the CT scan, which they were gonna take me to do a CT when I first got here in the ER, and then I was told you know, I was too big for the machine, which I wasn't that surprised by. And then today they're like, we're gonna try to do the CT, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then so they take me down there, and the guy's literally like, okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, there's a chance that
boofing. Stop it.
It may not work. And I was like, I know, I totally understand. I'm not
like
offended. It's just the reality.
Butter and shit.
And then he grabs these straps, and he's like, we're gonna try to just like compress basically like my stomach area, like the widest part of me. And it basically just makes the like sides of my stomach
they put her in the
compressed, essentially. And when he did that, like, because I was like, it was like I was just at the point of where it was like,
hold on, I need to imagine
stomach area, like, totally understand. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then so they take me down there, and the guy's literally like, okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, there's a chance that it may not work. And I was like, I know, I totally understand. I'm not offended. It's just the reality. And then he grabs these straps, and he's like, we're gonna try to just like compress basically like my stomach area, like the widest part of me. And it basically just it just kind of like makes the like sides of my stomach more compressed, essentially. And when he did that, like, because I was like, it was like I was just at the point of where it was like I could possibly fit, but it might impact the reading without it. But then he did that, and then I was able to fit just fine. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I was able to get a contrast CT. I was like, thank God, you know.
There's no way.
So yeah. Hey, Tufa King. Tufa King Petty. Ha, nice. I get it. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. NPO, yeah.
It was like a ham. All trussed up.
Thank you, Nalanda. Sorry. I am such a hard stick, Carrie. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Big ass.
Okay, Mystic. Thank you. Yeah, please do.
Not the strap.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
Please stop.
I would recommend going back to the beginning. Yeah. I'm honestly might hop off here in about 5 minutes just because I don't think I have a ton of energy to like sit here and yap forever. Unless y'all want to ask me questions, I can answer some questions just because like I'm I'm just.
Does that make sense? This is what she always does. Like she wants to be entertained. The only entertainment she provides is organizing food, cooking food, eating food. So if there's no food, then she wants the chat to do all of it. But she's not tired if they do it. I don't understand.
Thank you, Kylie. I wanted to go live a couple of days ago.
She's doing the voice.
Like the day my parents left, I was like, maybe I'll go live. And then I was like, I'm just really sad. And then like while they were traveling is when the chest pain started, basically.
Oops, that's not funny.
Hey, Peyton. Thank you. And so, oh, thank you so much for the super chat. That's deeply appreciated. Thank you, Vernon. No, seriously, man. I really appreciate that.
Her gown is open. She wasn't trying to be left with that hot room.
Thank you, Tufa. Baby Dawkins. What are they saying? Who's saying what?
The fucking doctor.
I am anticipating I'll likely be coming home tomorrow unless they find more stuff. So yeah, I mean, they've determined that what I experienced wasn't a heart attack. We're just looking to see if we can find some more answers. And it just sucks because like if we don't find any answers, I do not have the financial means to follow up with a doctor until I find another job.
You're too fat.
Or if I can get approved.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Which I know that's what the service is there for, and I wish I didn't feel so guilty about the possibility of needing.
Literally anything. It doesn't even matter what it is. It literally does not matter. The first thing they will tell her to do is she needs to get weight off of her body. Like it does not fucking matter because they can't even do anything to any of it. Or like, oh my God, it's so annoying. Did she not just say it was 89 degrees in the house for 2 weeks and you don't know why your heart hurt?
Yeah. But people like me get stereotyped a lot. So.
Lesbian autistic females like me.
Man.
Where's my cheese dip?
Thank you, Courtney. Because while I was gone, I actually made like multiple new friends of people in the area that I'm just still getting to know. So I won't be sharing like too many details. One of them fell out so badly. And if I told the story on the internet, some of y'all would have a fucking field day. Because it's messy and crazy. But I don't know how into it I want to get.
I might need a super chat.
I have, Nashi. I have. In here, I thought you were having a good time offline. Well, for a portion of it, I did. Like, spending time with my niece was amazing. She's 12. I can't believe the little baby that I used to hold is 12.
This is so good.
She's a great kid.
Me and the green salsa.
I have no idea, baby carrots.
What do you think about hers, like Pete's? You mean like the like the Eeyore personality?
I mean, they haven't found any evidence of a heart attack, or as far as I know, they haven't found any evidence of heart issues yet. But they could. Okay, thank you, Nico. I saw a girl who was detoxing badly and couldn't stop puking. The nurses didn't care. It was so scary to witness. I said she needed help, and
It's so yes, block party.
This is more than a panic attack.
Allegedly, she's also like so she's made up her or exaggerated like DV. She's, I think 2 people, I could be exaggerating, like falsely made rape allegations. And then I don't know, just tons of random shit constantly. Like she's one of those people that like if she has something to say, she'll just make up a lie. Ow.
And I wasn't like in a state of emotional distress.
Yeah, she fucked Miami.
I mean, yeah, I was like unhappy that my parents were leaving, but I mean, I don't think I had a full-fledged panic attack over it. You know what I mean? Thank you, Jennifer.
Mm. Rosie's good for a nice hate watch moment. My chips taste like cinnamon twists. Something went wrong.
Yeah, my brother and I stay in the same place.
I have to check my cloud because I can't get into the email. But Rosie hit me up and she's like, "Hey, I just want to put this out here because just in case there's drama, but you know, I used to date Miami or whatever." And she's like, in some of my vlogs around the psych ward time, she refers to a man, but it's actually Miami. And they met when Rosie went to Atlanta, and they had like the swinger scene together, and they slept together for a while, low-key dated. But she said that Miami's like really overbearing and controlling. Oh, she is? All right, hold on. We'll be back, Rosie. Don't you go anywhere. Don't you go anywhere.
AJ. Is that what you're going with?
H ... has never been me.
But hello, baby girl has been you.
Hello, baby girl is.
That's
Yes,
two
and that's
different
the
things.
name.
And baby girl 17, yes. But H ... has not.
I mean, are you
You're playing stupid,
co-signing
AJ.
him?
When you're in Discord and you have a long
You're a
name,
fucking
it
idiot,
will cut
Alex.
it off. And so it cut part of it off. But if I go into it, like, screen record it, and I click on it, it'll say "Hello, baby girl," because that's your fucking account. And you,
okay. And you don't think that people can't make accounts, huh?
AJ, this was from like 2023. Like this was you were.
Oh no.
All these things.
When that fucking when in 2023?
It's on my.
Who's
Hold
leaving?
on. Anybody that wants to see it, it's on my fucking channel.
Give me a time.
Give
me
hold
a
on a second.
Yeah,
There's
there's also
called-
things
no, that's
where I
know
use women, where you lie and say I use women, and you have no proof.
Because
of
I have
that.
fucking DMs.
AJ, it's called AJ Strawberry Lies Discord Spies, and it's the GMs or the fucking.
Where the fuck was that from? Why would I be associated with that?
It's fine. We still have it all in the Discord.
Why would I be associated with AJ Strawberry Lies, Strawberry Spies? Why the fuck would I be? I have no idea what that was.
Never use that name.
Oh, isn't that funny? Yeah. Why would I be associated? Holy shit.
She can't answer my questions. Yeah.
Yep. And thank you.
Rage quit out.
Josh.
Oh God.
Wow. So you can't even
quit.
say it. Did you guys see that?
Can't
It's
ask.
called AJ Strawberry Lies, Strawberry. Oh, you mean the thing that you titled your fucking video as? Why would I be associated?
No, I blocked her.
With us? Why would I be involved with a thread called AJ Strawberry Lies, Strawberry Pies? I've never even came up with that. That wasn't
Strawberry Lies. Like, why would you say Strawberry Lies? Like, why?
Right, exactly.
That's
I've
so
never
stupid.
done that.
They got employer.
I've never, ever done that.
Age something. No.
Okay. I like your trauma. Thank you. Okay. So, you know how Adria has been going after like gaining ground and Hussey and all them? The top two people, okay. Miss Hussey is in a lawsuit with AK from the bodega, AK and Tragic. Okay. Hussey has several witnesses for his upcoming court case. The top two people, the lady up top that sounds drunk and the guy talking slow in the middle, those are his two witnesses. I'm going to refrain from saying anything else. And then the bottom is Alex Glitter. She's like that fucking, I don't know, she's that crazy ass, but I'm looking soft. She's that bodega chick. The one that pretended to be black for years, and then the one that says that's not that picture of her, but that's that picture of her. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so allegedly, supposedly, this is what I was gonna watch. Is like, okay, the bodega is saying that Hussey made up all this stuff and that he basically paid two tards to like go to court and lie. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying allegedly. They, for whatever reason, keep talking about it, but they can't say anything because there's like a court case coming up. So they just keep like, I don't know. They want to talk about it, but they can't say anything. So it's just like weird circle talking. And then they fight.
Fucking.
Oh, and I thought that
out there, yes.
Okay. The top lady, the lady on top, AJ, one of the witnesses, is being accused of like making her own hate account type thing to like hide, like, oh, why would I be that? It's account that's dragging me, you know, type deal. You know how like everybody thinks Ariel's all the Ariels.
Yes, Hussey was beat up. I saw it on my own eyes.
Who's
the
that?
Report from the fucking hospital.
Is that Anja?
Get the fuck out of here. Yep. Motherfucker. Here you are, Alex.
we all saw, me and Monica saw the fucking hospital report. It's none of your fucking business, for one. But
don't
two,
have to show it to anybody on the internet.
Look how she fucking rage quit, dude. She fucking rage quit because it was like, I was like, why would I have anything to do with a fucking thread that said strawberry lies and whatever pies? I don't know. AJ's lies and strawberry pies. I don't know. Look at that. Why?
Okay. We have to watch the other. Can we watch the Azria panel thing? The part when the bodega chick came on. I'm eating some right now I'm eating nachos. Okay. Allegedly, allegedly, basically they're saying that Gigi, Hussey, and I don't know who else orchestrated drama, wouldn't like start fights with themselves, basically blame it on the bodega, and then made these court cases that way they could grift whenever the court thing is done. That's what's being said.
No, my thread in Negs's Discord.
You don't have to explain this, AJ. They will do everything and anything to disturb everybody around.
That's fucking amazing.
And she don't address what is on the screen. That her
look.
friend tried.
Doesn't your friend say she doesn't say this stuff? Yes, she fucking did. She fucking did right here. And in fact, didn't the man that you support said that he was going to get a pedo hunting group twice? Said that for my family. Get
because
the fuck out.
They don't like somebody else's lifestyle, how they talk to each other.
No, it's not even that they don't like my lifestyle. It's the fact that they don't like the fact that.
Okay, so she went on live wearing a fucking collar with a little ring on it, and then like went into detail about her and her husband's sex life. Again, I don't care about it because they're both consenting adults. It's a little different, you know, that they do like that DDL, whatever the fuck it's called. But she's the one that brought it up. Listen, if you tell people your weird kinks and fetishes, like when you get in a fight with them, they're gonna bring it up. Just like, you know, if you send poop and blood clot pictures, when you get in a fight, they're gonna bring it up. It's just how it happened. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why any of them sued each other. Are suing. Listen, it's if you're suing as a joke, that's one thing. But like, just stop watching the other one. I don't understand. I don't get it.
That I am calling out their fucking lies. That's what it is.
Oh, yes.
It's not even that. Because how can you, all right, so it's wrong to say, like, okay, so if Alex is up here, I can't refer to my husband the way that I refer to him with my pet name. Like, daddy, oh my gosh, oh, so terrible.
For
Get
example,
the fuck
I
out
talk
of here,
to my
dude.
husband in Turkish, aşkım. It means love. I say different names, but I will not say because I don't want that they will play, you know, that I'm this or that.
AJ is someone, okay, so they are mutual enemies of the bodega. And like, damn, I'm gonna get in trouble. You know what? I'm gonna say this. Let me just say this. I don't know shit about Hussey. I still think Hussey's funny. I don't give a fuck about this court case. And I think it's all a bunch of gobbledygook, right? I think that AJ is incredibly sensitive and has like one brain cell that's struggling really hard right now. And I think a bunch of people poked her and like showed her what people were saying about her and hyped her up. And now she's like thinking she's going to save the day and end the bodega. And I just think like, I'm not even sure. I don't know. I don't know what happened to her. She keeps saying she can't say what happened to her because of legal reasons. And so nobody knows. And she's apparently going to tell us all soon. I don't know.
Or that. But I can call my husband daddy too. And
Who cares? Who fucking cares? I'm sure that
people, you don't have a different stuff in your life. What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm sure Alex has called plenty of guys daddy, probably hundreds. So.
What? No. Gigi and Hussey both are suing AK, I think, but separately. But bitch, I don't know if this is true or not, because I'm not from that part of the girl world. I just started like getting into that drama. But allegedly people are saying that they've never heard the bodega call Gigi a pedo. Allegedly. They're saying that they only called Hussey that, and that like Gigi pretended it was also about him. But again, I never looked into any of this. Like basically the whole community says otherwise, but there are bodega people who are saying that Gigi's a liar. But there are like bitch, everybody be lying sometimes, so you can find videos of Gigi lying out there for sure. And there is questionable like racial stuff, but like I don't know about all about this.
It's hard.
What does it say? This was a joke, AJ.
A bunch of fucking degenerate.
Yep, these top two are witnesses.
Pieces of shit.
Maybe all three.
Yeah, they're evil. I say this straightforward. Yeah. These people are evil.
I haven't done anything.
They have a pleasure from this, that they talk down to people. They cannot have normal conversation with the opposite side, you know. This is...
And she don't even want to talk to me.
What I want to say. This is what
I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to do that to you. Like you know.
Oh, that's fine.
But
yeah, Jack is my brother, and I love him too. For the record, AJ is my sister, and I love her. For the fucking record.
I'll be back if they
I
fight.
know. And
Do
it's
you
just,
know what's mean?
Oh my god. I'm invested. I'm sorry. Now it is, that's what it is. But I'm invested in that. I'm invested. Rosie.
American healthcare is so horrible. Getting healthcare shouldn't be dependent on your employment. Yup. I agree completely. Yes, we did, Vernon. We did, like right before my niece came to visit. Hello. Yeah, he's already helped me. He was great. He drove me here, and I was honestly just expecting him to drop me off just because of the dynamic that we have. But he like got out of his car and like he walked up to the desk before I even was like fully walking away from the car and telling them the situation. And he stayed with me. I had to remind him that he needed to go park the car. And then he did and came back and just kind of sat there for a bit. And then once he realized that this was going to be like a longer ordeal, he went home. And I was like, you can go home. Like there's a certain point where I was like, because he said he stayed for a bit and then he asked if there's somewhere he could go walk around. And then I texted him and I was like, hey, like I think I'm going to be here for a bit. This is before they told me they were going to admit me, but I was like, I think I'm going to be here for a bit. So if you want to go home and rest, like please do. Hey, subpar. Yeah, definitely recommend going back to the beginning. I explained the whole scenario and situation. So, yeah.
I'm curious, okay. I know Veronica was saying she thinks that the parents came back to take out like a second mortgage on the home or whatever to fix the HVAC. And I'm be curious to see if that's true, because I'm wondering if like the parents needed to leave and they were worried about her being home alone in the heat. They didn't want her to like die and like balloon and explode like a whale. So they like were like, okay, you should go to the doctor, say this happened to you, bada bing, bada boom. You ain't gonna fit in that machine. It's gonna take forever. You get the AC. You know what I mean?
All right. I really want to yap with y'all. I gotta think of some way to.
Yeah, right.
I gotta think about something to talk about. Or I gotta go to like lay down. I don't know what to do. I feel like it's like I've only been here for 30 minutes, but I'm just like drained. Ugh. Hello.
If he was that big, you would.
Yeah, me too, Carrie.
You would think about that.
I've had a lot of people reached out, and I've chatted with a couple people when I've had the energy to. Texted here and there a little bit, but I just don't have the energy to like have long.
Yeah, at the hospital they can bill you later. You don't have to pay up front.
Text exchanges.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure so. Oh my god, foodie.
Thank you guys. But yeah.
What am I hearing?
Thank you, Vernon. I just think that like one of the things that I'm really kicking myself over is like I have pretty significant medication anxiety, and
that's a lie.
I have just not been taking care of myself for a bit now and not prioritizing the routine of my medication and just coming up with excuses. 1 second.
Ooh. She has one brother that's like disabled that's at home, and then another one, I guess, that has a kid. She doesn't have, she loves pills. Awkward.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I think I'll probably just go. When did I get there? Yesterday. I got here yesterday. And I have to stay till tomorrow. I don't know if I'm getting discharged or not. Thank you, Nicotine. I miss cooking with you guys, and it's gonna be interesting because I'm I'm in a bit of a stressful pickle in life right now. Yeah, you can definitely message me on Instagram, Carrie. Because I kind of hinted at it in a past live, but you know, I kind of like spent almost all the extra money I had to help my parents get to Norway because of we had our reasons for it, and it was very important and it was extremely beneficial. My parents have been extremely supportive of me, and like, you know, it's like I help them, they help me kind of a thing. And so I'm not gonna have really any extra money except to pay the like couple bills that I am responsible for. Obviously, because I'm unemployed.
I'm not trying to like listen, I'm just saying, isn't that how most people, like so many people these days are living like that? Like you just have enough for exactly what you need. Who wears beads in the hospital? Why does she look like that? What is the Norway story? Something's weird about this.
Had our reasons for it, and it was very important and it was extremely beneficial. My parents have been extremely supportive of me, and like, you know, it's like I help them, they help me kind of a thing. And so I'm not gonna have really any extra money except to pay the like couple bills that I am responsible for. Obviously, because I'm unemployed. So my goal is going to be to get really creative, like with what's in the house. And my mom bought some random stuff that she ended up never using. So I want to like my first live back, I was planning on doing like a fridge clean out and like take inventory of everything in there and the freezer. And then kind of like try to come up with different recipe ideas that
you're gonna get. You know what? I'm so happy this is. I mean, okay, this sounds fucked up. I'm happy this is happening because, like, what I liked about Rosie was she was trying to make like food hacks, but it was like protein powder and everything. So, like, I'm so happy to see like crazy, nasty slop food again. That's like all just nasty shit mixed up. It's gonna be great, like a cauldron. It's gonna be amazing because she just been eating like fucking T-bones and shit.
Live together.
Where did she get potatoes at?
So yeah, so my blood sugar was not great, but not like life-threatening or like super bad, but not great. Like that's just the reality. So that's something else that I'm gonna have to get figured out. And yeah, you're creative in the kitchen. Thank you. If you want to go back to the beginning, Solly.
Do you remember when? Okay, what was the origin? Remember when Bali and Vegas got in? I don't know if anybody remembers this. Bali and Vegas got in such a huge fight that like I was like, damn, Vegas, you need to say sorry. This was a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure it's because Bali was dragging Rosie and Vegas was triggered because of the diabetes. Overnight oats. I never tried them, but I like chia pudding.
How am I grifting? What the fuck? Why would I go into so much fucking debt to come to the hospital unless I needed to? Like, are you stupid? Whatever.
What the hell?
Yeah, I haven't asked for a goddamn thing. Thank you, Nashi.
That's not true.
Yes, struggle meal planning, exactly. Yep.
Spaghetti squash. Stop. Her hair. This little noodle.
Yeah. Do you know what website that is subpar? I've heard about that. Yeah, people are delusional. People think that just having a monetized YouTube channel means you're grifting. Like, you're fucking crazy, man.
Ma'am, she won't even entertain us in the hospital bed. Yeah.
It's hot in here. Ugh.
Ooh, she getting rude.
Yeah, some people just love to hate. Healthcare in the U.S. Is so expensive. Yeah, I'm not the kind of person that just comes to the ER for fun. Like I've never been that way. I don't like it here.
Like
you know, like I don't want to be here. This was actually a pretty miserable experience today. I was being poked and prodded so much. People coming in.
Hell no. Oh my God, Jack. I know Rosie got that mean fucking sit down air. Fuck that. Imagine I could not be in a car with her and she was complaining, sweating, stinking. And then, oh, you remember that 600-pound life episode where the lady fucking shit in that car? And so the sister-in-law like kicked her off at the side of the road and they had to call 911 to even get her to the hotel. You know what I'm talking about? That would be our road trip.
And like every 10 minutes, like just craziness and whatever.
Who has skinny pigs?
I can't control other people's malicious intent. Okay, subpar, thank you. Because yeah, I've heard of that website. I know what you're talking about.
Who's skinny?
I'm just like, I'm not like, it's just so frustrating because like I'm talking about my future content. I'm not talking specifically about food. Talking about how I want to go about the cooking content, but you know.
You literally dry bagged and then you literally brought it up again and said, oh, by the way, I tried to mention this earlier. And then you talked about content that is food. Oh my God. They do kind of look alike. That's crazy. Who's 140 pounds? Oh, the AI one. Please stop.
Whatever.
I remember one time, it was when I was at the sober house and I was like showing you guys the bathroom and I like had no bra on. So I lifted up my boobs and then I dropped them back down. And Vegas is like, whose boobs were those? Do you remember does anybody remember this? She tried to drag me. She was titty dragging me because my titties drag.
And Kristen.
Whoops.
If you want to know more details, I'd recommend starting back at the beginning of the live about like the 2-minute mark. For the full update on everything.
I shouldn't give a fuck.
But depending on
that, I want to say that I do commend Vegas for, you know, the fake nude she sent out to guys or whatever, those people. I appreciate that she used like the body was kind of rocked. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like too fake, but it was like super fake. You know what I mean?
Depending on how tomorrow goes, I probably won't go live, but my goal is once I'm home and I'm feeling more like myself is to do lives a lot more regularly, at least until I get another full-time job. You know what I mean? Like it's just I had different life circumstances going on since we're talking about finances and money.
She gets like 100K.
Not saying you are, Rose. Just stay ignoring them. Yeah, that's so crazy that like just talking about like honestly talking about what you're going through is dry begging. I'm not being like my life is so hard. I just wish somebody would help me. Not said anything like that. You know what I mean? But people will just be like, you know, I spent all my money on something and life's kind of tight and I have to wait and get it figured out and I'll get it figured out. And they'll take that as dry bagging. And I'm like, are you?
Is it? Okay. Never mind. I answered my own question because I was like, oh, if my man did this, would I be pissed? And yes, I would be pissed. But I was going to say like, if you use fake pictures and like a fake identity and a fake name and you talk to like men online or whatever for your own fun, but you have a boyfriend, is it cheating if you never meet and you can never show them your actual self because you use fake pictures? Yes. Me and this fat lady almost slept with the same person. So I'm kind of Rosie is special.
Are you insane? Not technically. I was technically fired. I won't even lie. But I also just kind of like, I guess you can call it go quiet quit. I just didn't give a fuck. I was also like really struggling with my mental health and shit. And that job was killing my soul. But
girl,
with what I'm currently dealing with right now, I kind of wish that maybe I'd handle things a little differently. I don't think I qualify for unemployment if they fired me. So I also didn't work for them super long. So yeah, I mean, I didn't fully ghost them. I just only went to work when I felt like it.
We want to protect her. We want to provide.
sorry.
Hey, yo. We live in this society that the girls men are supposed to get have to be delicate and cute. But why? What about men's needs? We want to protect her. We want to provide her. We want to feel safe. That's why I've always been attracted to girls who look like they'd beat a nigga's ass for me, like Young M.A. So naturally, when I saw her over there with her Timberland boots on, rubbing her hands together like Birdman, I just knew she was the one. On no gay shit, it's hard for me to say this, cause you look like a man, but I wanna be your man. I'm your love with a star. I'm your love with a star. No, let me be your man.
No homo.
Cutie with a face like Boosie. The way you stack your pants makes me wanna be your man. I'm in love with a star. I'm in love with a star. Let me be your man. I remember when I saw you, I'm like, who is that? You look so good in your tank top and do-rag. I said, let me holla at you. Girl, I gotta have it. You said, nigga, you gay. I said, how you got a pussy, baby? I know you a stud, but we could be best buds. Back some bitches at the club, and I'll say what 50 does. Go ahead and get the strap. Not for me, I ain't with that. But I'll use it like a lightsaber, cause that would be really cool. And we can go on dates and play at the age.
Anyways, that's our shared love interest. Fuck. It's not even a joke.
When I could, because I was like going through a lot of shit at the time. And it's so frustrating because it was like about a week after I stopped working, parts of my life improved significantly because I wasn't feeling so sick from the constant stress.
I feel like we just watched
of that specific job had no proper infrastructure to help the employees. It was awful. Thank you, Deborah. I worked remotely for a utility company. I think it worked god awful.
This fucking drink is so good. I'm in love with the star. I love them nashies. Let me be your man.
I'm doing okay. Thank you so much for the super chat fan page. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're gonna.
I just want to say, if you look her up, you want to know what's so fucked up? What's fucked up is how Miami tried to This is a mango pineapple refresher. How she tried to get clout off of our situation, but then wore that fucking outfit. So like when you look it up, like our names together, it's like her with the fucking fur coat and the cowboy hat and shit. It's embarrassing. Like, can you at least not tie us with that outfit? You know what I mean? Ridiculous. Okay. Let me be young. Oh my God. Hello. Where's the one about Rosie? No.
Adam doesn't run everything. Niggas run everything. I'm about to give you several ways that niggas totally ruined Atlanta. Number one, wine.
Hold on. That's not the right one. That is not what I thought I clicked.
Listen here. This is not. Why did you go? Why did you?
I swear to God, if that's private, I swear to God.
Listen here. This is not endorsed by her, but I'm going to tell you this. If you mess with Rosie Jean, I will personally read you for filth. She does not know I'm doing this. This is not endorsed by her, but I'm telling you, she is such a sweetheart. And I didn't even know she was in Girl World. But now that I do, it bothers me because I know how Girl World can be. And I know how evil, two-faced, lying, and mean it can be. And I
wonder who she's talking about. You know what's crazy is how she was calling me fat all the time. That's real crazy. I mean, I was fat, but you know what I'm saying? Girl.
I also know it can be fun and cool too, right? But I want to repeat it. If you mess with her, I will personally read you for filth. Don't mess with Rosie Jean, okay? Thank you.
Wait.
Listen here.
Oh, no. Where's this one?
What do I need to do? What do I need to say to get Amber Lynn's attention? What do I need to do? What do I need to say to get Amber Lynn's attention? What do I need to do? What do I need to say?
You get the joke? You get the joke? Remember when she would be walking around naked and put her belly up on the counter while she was frying fish? Ew, I remember she said, like, she doesn't eat fish because it makes her pussy smell like fish. I was like, what? I never heard of that, but okay. No. Well, I don't miss her, but I started. We're rabbit holing for memory's sake. It's not about missing. It's about memories. That sounds like the same thing, but it's not.
Hey, yo, what's up, baby? It's Miami. Look, I know you don't know me, but I'm a longtime viewer, and I just wanted to hit you up and let you know what a fool Feline was for letting you go. Baby, if you come down here to Atlanta and get with me, I will beat it out all night long while feeding you orange from the Cheesecake Factory at the same damn time. Girl, I will buy you all the containers labeled with what's supposed to go on the inside that you want and all the earrings from Walmart you won't want for nothing. Girl, I will wipe and sit up and listen to your medical problems all day, you're going to love it. Baby, you need to drop that zero and get with a hero, because I know you already have someone lined up in your inbox, but they ain't for you, baby. I'm for you. I'm for you, Amber. Okay, now I know that I have a compact car, but we going to get you in there and I will drive you anywhere you need to go. Baby, you are so sexy. Just hit me up. Look, girl, I'll buy you all the shit off Amazon and Temu that you will ever need in your life and
Okay. Do you remember Miami said her car got stolen, but she still had the car? So she said the car got stolen and then they gave it back, but then it didn't work no more. But then remember, she also had like a family of possums living in the engine of the car. So I don't really know what's going on with that. That might have been fake.
Earrings from Walmart. Girl, how y'all think that sound? I'm trying to catch her in between girlfriends, child. I had to jump in the DMs,
we named them.
child. Shoot my shot. Shit, it's hard in 2023.
Oh, wow. 2023. Holy shit. Oh, wait. I'll play the second one. Damn, we should have signed her up for Hoochie Daddies.
Pearl World, welcome in. Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming in. We're going to be setting up my Fit Life profile. Thank you for coming in and doing this with me.
This one is pretty entertaining, but I don't want to. It's like long as fuck. Where's the second one? The Amber second one. I remember your mama dragged her for this.
You know, I've made this video about 10 or 11 times now, trying to figure out what do I need to do or say to get Amberlynn Reed's attention. What haven't I shown about myself that would make her notice me? And I've just redone it so many times from so many different angles. But you know what? I'm just going to keep it real. I heard you were inboxing people. I mean, you said it yourself in some videos, okay? If you're listening to this. I don't know if you are, but I already put myself out there. You're wasting your time, baby, with these people in your inbox. So now you got a little friend that you're talking to, and they're supportive. I can be supportive too. I already told you that. And I heard you say the other day that you like Jeeps. And I heard you say you like G-Wagons, which, by the way, is a Mercedes-Benz. That's okay, baby. See, I'm going to show you this stuff. I can guide you. You can get me a G-Wagon, and I can drive you around in it. I'll let you buy me a G-Wagon. I don't mind that. Custom. That's okay. I would let you do that, baby. You know, and it's okay. I don't want you to think that I'm jealous. Maybe I got a little jealous because I heard you were talking to other people.
You know what?
You can have friends. I mean, they always let the rookies go up to bat before they let the...
I remember thinking that I supported it because I was like, oh my God, if she dates Amber, I'm gonna clout chase the fuck off of that situation. I remember saying that. Oh my God.
That come in the head. So
then I could beef with Amber. Oh my God, it would be lit. I'm still mad that Rosie didn't Rosie was in Amber's ex's DMs, but she never tried to pursue it, and she should have. She pretended she was.
I don't mind that. You know, warm you up a little bit. Then I can show you what it's really like to be with a real lover. You know, now I can't talk too much about that stuff on YouTube, but you know, you may have heard or seen, you know, I'm not going to go all into that because I want to keep it classy. But I wanted to let you know that I'm still thinking about you. Why haven't you inboxed me? You ain't DM me. Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see how she's trying to play me? And then people going around talking about your thirst trapping on TikTok. I don't think it's a thirst trap. You know what I think? I think that anytime someone sees a beautiful woman putting up pictures and photos on social media, they automatically think she's thirst trapping. Because why wouldn't they? Any video a gorgeous woman puts up is going to automatically...
The shower stream. I'm wasted. Oh yeah, she was like a pothead. Yeah.
This is an area of discretion. Nothing's really going on. Let me turn the camera around. I'm in this little room where they have like some BDSM shit. Let me see if I can film something. Hey, Crab.
I just like vividly, you know the video where she's strapping the crackhead hooker. I just like vividly imagined like Amber there instead. Maybe we give those kinkles a good rub down. Hell yeah.
I'm trying to show y'all the stuff here. This is like the BDSM room, and this does absolutely nothing. It's really just for looks. Doesn't it look sinister though? Hold on, let me bring down my brightness. Oh, my brightness is down. Okay, but anyway. That's like a bondage wheel. That's a chair I was sitting in. It's a wheel. Does it spin? Or do you just sit on it? Hey, light paint.
I'll turn this car around right now.
Go right here. Hey, okay. I had to go in the bathroom. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to film because obviously there are people here. So, and they face, and this is an area of discretion. The wheel, does it go upside down? You know what? I don't know if I've ever seen anybody on there. It may. I don't know. That's a good question. But anyway, it was very humid. My hair done shrunk up. Anyway. I'm just here hanging out because I was bored at home. I was tired of being, at home and shit. Hey, Summer, baby. I want to move around the club with you guys, but I got to be discreet, because I don't want to show people, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be live filming in here. Obviously I'm not going to show people's faces, but I'm in a little private bathroom right now. I want to show y'all my outfit, but okay, hold on. We're going back out. Thank you, Brad.
I remember like thinking that her designer clothes were real at one point, and I feel the
Thank you. Hey, honeybee.
You want me to fast forward to the juice part? Let me know. It was good. I'm a savage. I think like if this is not a place she used to work and frequent, then it would have been fine. Like if I was just visiting, I might risk it for the content, but like not get kicked out and not be able to go anymore if like it's somewhere I went every week.
I'm gonna take you guys upstairs, okay? I don't know what I can show, but
Hi, Stephanie.
I cut my stream on. I'm trying to stream, but I'm not streaming. No. But I'm trying not to show anybody, but I want to show them the club and shit. Down there is the little area where you can put your stuff. I know it looks kind of janky from this angle, but
What am I looking at again?
my stream, my live stream, my YouTube live stream. Yeah, I'm streaming, but I'm not showing them. I'm streaming different stuff. Do you want to be in it? Now, wait a minute. Do you care about your identity? I said I'm in the stream with you. Okay, you don't care? This is my friend. It's my friend Beyonce.
Did you see Bali tell her story? Bali said she had she went to the sex club and she slept with a woman that looked just like SGM's girlfriend.
I would turn the thing around, but yeah.
Did he? Accessory joint.
How did it feel?
Uh-oh, well, we don't want that.
I think it sounds made up. Being sleepy.
229.
When does it close?
What?
4.
You're telling me that detailed ass story Bali told was not true? Stop it. It sounded so real. I think it's real. What did she wore lingerie there? That's fake.
2 seconds.
But not about that. I know, but they sounded so real.
Carefully. So, I left my drink. Hold on. This is one of the rooms I want to show you. Put your best in my drink, please. Thank you. So, I know it's dark in here. This is one of the rooms. Someone just, let me close the door. This one looked a little messy because someone just used it, I guess. And, people don't be cleaning up. Staff's supposed to be coming in here clean up, but you know how that goes. But anyway.
Hold on a second. Spooky, I would play it, but it's so it's very vulgar, and I feel like it's gonna get me a strike. To me, walking in there right after a group of people used it is like walking into a bathroom stall after someone and nobody cleaned it. It's like grossing me out. I also don't understand the dynamic. If you were at a sex club and you were like in the center of the room or whatever, banging whoever, like if you're not looking, how do you know who jumps in? You know what I mean? Like what if you're like, what if you don't want everybody involved? Like I don't understand like how that whole situation type deal works. Like how are you gonna be like you, but not you? You're ugly. Like isn't that rude?
Anyway. This is not trapeze. Trapeze, no shade, but trapeze is nicer than this. Oh my goodness.
Girl, I bet you they made content. I bet you they made content. Red lighting is very flattering. It is.
These floors are a mess.
I got rope.
I haven't been in here in years, y'all.
My Wi-Fi.
I haven't been in here like 2 years. I'm sorry, about 2 years.
I love Michelle Pfeiffer in that movie. Rip.
See, this is what I'm talking about. See how people just leave shit?
No.
See that? See how people just leave stuff? But it's all good.
I'm not sure where Rampage is from, but she has a very unique accent. You see that reference? Oh, I don't. Yeah. I will say, like, in this video, like, Miami looks better when she doesn't talk. Like, she doesn't look ugly to me in this video. But, like, when she starts speaking, it's like, ugh.
I wish I could show y'all what I'm looking at, but I can't. Someone's dancing on the pole naked. A woman. There's not really a lot going on. People just like standing around hanging out. Somebody said there was more stuff going on earlier.
Why did she even bring that joint into the club? Because you can't smoke it in there. You understand it's truly an accessory to make her look like a tough guy or something? I don't know.
Yes, there's a dance floor if you want to dance.
Now. Isn't this Doja Cat? Watch on my feet.
Now the girl that was.
Remember when Now was like writing that DJ list and then sticking it like in the plants?
On the pole is getting her stuff eaten by another girl and she's naked. I'm not making this up and I wish I could show y'all, but I can't show receipts for this. There are no receipts I can show for what's going on right now, but trust me. And they're both very beautiful with nice bodies, and I know them. They are regulars.
Wait, can you hear it? Can you hear it? I can't hear it. Here we go.
On the top, there are 2 levels, and the second level has a balcony where you can kind of look over. Not kind of, you could look over. I might have to go soon because it's really going down downstairs. If you're interested, it's called The Loft. The other one in Atlanta is Trapeze. Now, Trapeze is much nicer, and I'm sorry I'm speaking close to the phone because I'm not sure whether y'all can hear me, so.
It's like a nudist beach.
Okay. I know you can hear cramp up. I know. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I was talking about hey, listen. Well, look down well, hold on, guys.
I just want to have it now.
I'm gonna take you guys outside.
Oh wait, I don't miss that.
I'm just looking over the wall. Oh yeah.
I think she found that gateway.
See, are you Crab? I'm gonna take you guys outside. Yeah, I'm going outside.
Straight male?
I'm fixing to go outside. I'm going outside. All right.
Nah, she is not scared. Girl. She is not scared. Oh my God. Remember, you know the bean flicking video in the backyard with the fucking the loofah plants? You know what I'm talking about?
So this is the outside area where you can smoke and shit. Get some people coming, so I'm gonna let them go by.
You know what? That's the thing. It's all that's what made me realize it's all the same except for
Oh my God.
I was like,
So you go back here.
If I had a dick, I would try that. I can't lie. I probably would.
You can't see that there's a bench right there. Look, there are rules. They have rules right here for the... I wonder what they say. Hey, there's a lock on the door. I've been back there. I've used this. Just one time. It was nice, too, what came through.
I don't want to be I don't want to be a taker, but if I could, I would be a giver and just test it out.
I wonder what they say. Hey, there's a lock on the door. I've been back there. I've used this. Just one time. It was nice, too, what came through. So this is like a little patio area.
I got 2 of the puffy chicken tacos and some nachos. I'm not really feeling the nachos anymore, but I can't save them for leftovers because it'll be like just gross. So I'm just gonna eat it. I'm gonna power through.
And one thing I say about this club, I always wish it could be a little cleaner. They could be a little more diligent, but Trapeze is not like that. Trapeze is super clean. My friend might be coming out here in a minute. My friend Beyonce, she's a regular at the club. She also hosts a night here. Mm-hmm. What you say? Go get you some crab pie? So I haven't been here in 2 years. This was all open when I was here. When I was last here, they didn't have this plastic. See that plastic? That wasn't there. So they put this partition up. People use that. Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't there.
Is that a dirty outdoor mattress? I've told this story before, but it reminds me of like in rehab when everybody got like bed bugs and they didn't know why, and it was because there was like a dirty sex mattress out in the woods on the way to the program.
Here, they didn't have this plastic. See that plastic? That wasn't there. So they put this partition up. People use that.
I want to eat it. I don't want to waste it.
Yeah.
I feel like if I throw it out, I'll wish I ate it later.
Not me, but sorry about that. Someone just finished doing that right here.
Ew.
I was hearing someone was squirting.
What?
It feels good to get out. Guys, I told you I was going to start getting out the house more. I want to start doing swing.
How loud were they squirting? Wasn't she upstairs?
Content, so stay tuned. This is just like a little spontaneous outing. I just said after work today, I said, I am sick of sitting in the house in the damn bathroom, scrappy, smoking weed. I want to go out somewhere and smoke weed. I want y'all to see my bed. Hold on. There aren't many people now because they're not going to be open too much longer. I think they close at 4. Oh, you can't see. Shit, you can't see me. No way. You can't see. You can't see it. I'll show y'all later.
Oh my God, tomorrow's gonna be so busy.
Justice for Scrappy. Scrappy can get on my nerves. Excuse me. Scrappy be getting my damn nerves.
I do miss Scrappy.
Yeah, I wish I could have showed y'all what they were doing, but obviously I can't. But it was very sexy. But there were a lot of couples. Like, I'm gonna bring y'all a little closer. Yeah, there are a lot of couples that were sitting around that area watching. You know, a lot of people like to be voyeurs. We know people like that, don't we? That like to just watch. But I wish a lot of times I wish there was more action here. Sometimes I wish like I would just look down and see, you know, at least a kissing or something. You want to see someone on the wheel? I can't recall ever seeing. Now I've seen somebody on the St. Andrew's Cross, the X. Yeah. Oh, I know someone too, Grandpa. Funny that. Look at this. This is funny. And people still be smoking. Well, I don't see many people that I know from years ago. I've seen a few in there, and they kind of know me anyway, so.
I think I would have to go to one where it's like we need like an invite list. Like I want it to be like what's that Tom Cruise movie? Oh my God, I say this so often. What's the Tom Cruise movie? What is it? The Hills Have Eyes? What is it? That's not the right movie. What am I talking about? You know what I'm talking about? With the cloaks. That's hot. Pugsley. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut.
Now for my birthday, I'm gonna go to trapeze. I've been once. No droogs. Well, I'm sorry. This is not a droog, this is a plot.
Look at her smoking that clip. My God. Mm-hmm. I wish I would make a sequel. I wish I would make a sequel with like the wife involved in it somehow.
We finna go back in a minute. I just want to come out here and smoke. And also talk to y'all because I wasn't sure what you could hear with the music and you know. Drew with me. My battery's holding, okay.
Oh my God, her coloring streams. I forgot.
Let me see. There's not much to show out here.
That you would never use.
I never used it.
Just like a little seating area. That's nothing. Sometimes people be wandering around looking for action or looking for like to see what's going on.
This looks like remember when Aaron Berlin and Eric and Ricky had that Halloween party in the basement and they put the handprints everywhere? That's what this looks like.
Which really ain't shit. Ain't shit really going on because it's getting late. Oh, you like the lights? And they have fans out here too. When nobody's out here, it's actually kind of peaceful. There's a stripper pole right there if you want to get on the pole. They have a stripper pole. A stripper.
Yeah. Damn, I kind of want to watch that.
I'm trying to finish this so I don't have to carry it around. Oh, it's done. Okay. I'm gonna pull up my pants. Not that if they fall, it fucking matters here, but you know.
Squirple?
Netflix.
Boy. Let me check.
You know what? I appreciate
Sorry, it just looked crazy dirty. Hold on.
Let me check.
You know what? I appreciate
Oh my god, there's like, anyways, in Old Mystic Village, which isn't that far from me, there's a shop called like Wands and something. Anyway, they sell magic wands and they have a fucking drink combo bar. But I'm like, I wonder if they know. I'm sure whoever owns that place knows who he is. So I want to go and I want to ask.
On the TV, they have adult films.
Yes. She's about to get kicked out. I remember just how you wanted to play. You didn't see my words from my face, but I was so in love.
They have like a little store. It's really just a case. Collars, dildos. You can buy these. Hold on one moment, please.
Buffalo Wild Wings. What are those?
Welcome back.
That was the owner. He was asking me, did I need help with anything? He's real nice.
Yeah, right.
They're about to close soon.
Oh my god, like fucking bowling shoes.
You can spank someone on here. One time I came in here and someone was suspended from this hook. This is just like a little display. It's not really a cage at all. It's just like a decoration. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's another St. Andrew's cross. This hook, somebody was on here. I'm not kidding. I don't know what was going on, but they were hung up. Okay, let's go upstairs. And I'm trying to be discreet too.
I'm trying to find the drawing.
Because I don't know if I'm supposed to be filming in here, but I'm trying to be discreet, you know. Okay. I'm so high, I'm dizzy.
Excuse me. She took 2 hits off of that joint and the rest was paper. Anyways, if you're not aware, following our I don't know what, she turned into like, she had never drank or smoked ever on stream, but she started like, this was like her new arc, like pothead arc.
Okay. I'm so high, I'm dizzy. Okay. Yeah. See, I'm not really with this man. He just want to get in the back, and you can't be a single man coming in the back.
What?
You have to. You can't be a single male coming in the top for some reason.
Interesting.
What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Is it a plug right here? What's this? Oh, that's that. Oh, my bad. My bad. Where's the switch for this room? Where's the light switch for this room? Oh, someone in there was asking about the light. That's why. I don't know. Anyway. Where's my juice? Where I leave my juice?
You can't find it. I would not want to see it.
Y'all, where did I leave my Powerade?
Yeah, you gotta get with her.
It's getting Kyle to take care of it.
No, yeah.
Outside, I need my juice. Where I put my juice at? Is this it? Where I put my juice at, y'all?
She told me she got banned from a different one because she used to date a chick that would frequent one, and she used to go and just like loom while the lady was like hooking up with other people. So she talked to the boss and they got Miami kicked out of it.
This is a crisis. I'm so high. I don't even know where I put my juice. Is this it? I'm scared to drink this. I don't know if it's mine or not. But who else would have a Powerade?
Uh-oh. Who else would have a Powerade? Anyone?
Juicy Water, what's up? Thanks for coming in.
Juicy Water.
Okay. He's new. Security new? I don't see the old security at all. When I came in here, he saw me put my juice up there. I'm trying to figure out if this is my Powerade. This is a real crisis. I don't know. Okay. Damn, he don't know. Right?
Let it go. I'm fucking blacking it. Yep.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly, Angel. Y'all, I have a Powerade here and I don't know if it's mine. I got a Powerade here. I don't know if it's mine.
I think it's about to happen.
I'm gonna tell y'all something in a minute. When I get a private moment, I'm gonna tell y'all something to get on my damn nerves up in here. I don't even know if this is my damn drink. I'm walking around with it. What are the chances, though, right? What are the chances, huh? So this is the seating area. I can show you now that there's nobody there. I'm not gonna drink it because I don't know where I set my drink down. I don't know where I set my drink down. Because I'm so high. Oh, this is the okay, now there's nobody down here I can show you. That's the seating area. Yeah, it's open. No, heck no. I'm recording myself.
What I'm seeing is this, so that tells me you're recording. I need you to back it up and delete it.
Oh, I can't back it up. It's like it's just me.
Well, then I understand that, but you can't have it on.
Okay,
and if that's not, now you've turned it to me, but it wasn't. It was facing the other way.
No, it
and you were trying to
facing. Yeah,
down that way. You need to do it. If you don't know when something, and people don't like seeing you, I know what. You were video.
I was videoing myself, as you can see, it's on my face.
Okay,
and then I was like, this going down. I haven't shown. I understand.
Period.
I understand. Okay.
I will let Brett know that you've been recording and let him decide what he's going to do about it. Because now it says you can't video.
I understand. I'm about to leave right now. I was going to leave.
You can't record.
Okay, I understand. okay, I've been told I can't record, period. So I'm about to leave anyway. And I probably won't be back, so it's fine. I figured he was gonna come over here, so. But I'm gonna leave anyway, it's fine. I would never show anybody, y'all know that. But I understand they have their rules. I'm not deleting it, by the way. So hold on, we're going outside.
She's not to come back. She's recording. She is not recording.
I wasn't recording anybody.
You're still recording.
No,
so you are recording. Period. See you. Bye. Do not come back.
Well, we had a little incident. That's okay. I don't know if y'all heard that, but hold on. Hey.
Oh, damn.
Hey. Oh, wow.
You've been here.
I know. You've been here for like 2 years.
I'll keep it. That broken environment.
I know.
She thrives in it. I don't know how.
Yeah.
I can't thrive in no.
I'm just the guy tells like a personal story about like a friend. I don't know. I don't want to know him.
Environment like that. I gotta know when that next check is coming.
Exactly.
Where I'm living.
She's used to it.
She's so used to it. She thrives in it. I was like, I don't know. So
she does house hop because one time she was like, "Babe, you should just give me a key since I'm here so much." And I said, I really didn't answer because I'm like,
I fell for it too.
Big step, y'all.
I fell for it too. I mean, she used to stay with me. You know, she's had to keep. I had to kick her ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, she crossed the line. So I said I love for her, but she just can't be that close to me no more. She can't.
Right.
She can't have a heart, and she can't know my business. But other than that, I still got love for you. But you ain't gonna be in my inner like before.
Yeah.
So now, but yeah. What you streaming on? Instagram?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Hell yeah.
Get my number.
The real right here.
I might as well give it out on here since it was doxed anyway. But I'm on mute for it.
The number that was doxed was her fucking public number for her cleaning business. And it was shown to a Discord of 4 people that already knew the fucking number. Oh, but no. Spooky, it really better not be Hannibal, and I'm not going to say nothing else.
So I wanted to unmute and show y'all. And yes, I'm still vlogging. So the person that's in here laughing with me works here. So.
Right.
But anyway,
call me Dreads.
Yeah, Dreads works.
Yeah.
That door is the entrance to the club. If y'all come, it is very discreet.
That's right.
It says 925.
It's very discreet.
It's on 925 Bowen Street. See, I was doing a promo. I was like, if y'all want to come check, because a lot of people curious about stuff like this, but they scared to come. You can come.
Tell them the sign, the A over, that's the door, not the B.
The A is the door.
The B is another
You'll
business.
know because you'll see people going in there. Yeah, he's very cool dude. Yeah, somebody said in the chat, you sound cool. He's real nice, real sweet man.
Yeah, come down here, I'll give you a free tour. You know, you gotta figure out what's good.
Yeah.
You know what's up.
But y'all can come and look. You don't have to be doing things. Most people come, they just sit around, they chill, they talk. It's kind of like a regular club. Except, you know,
Yeah, no
you do be
expectations.
seeing things. People be walking around naked.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, let me get you.
Okay, let me
What you go by? What you go by?
Litter.
I heard somebody squirting.
Sorry about that. Hold on, where's my? There we go. Okay, so
that was my experience tonight. I am not deleting this. This will be staying up. Thank you very much. And I really do encourage y'all, if y'all want to come out here to check it out. It's a cool spot. Guess what I still use? The club. That's right. You ain't stealing my shit. Flashback to 1990.
Interesting. Then how did her car get stolen?
So, and I also have one that locks on the pedal to the wheel. But anyway, let me see what my battery is on. 50%, doing well. Oh, it sits right there perfectly. Thank y'all for being here with me. And I still don't know if this is my damn Powerade or not. But it's okay. I think I'm gonna smoke real quick while I sit here before I go home. Yes, I drive high. But I'm a safe driver. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me like that. He said, I'm going to tell the owner. I don't know what he's going to do. He acted like he was going to strap me to the wheel, y'all, and beat the shit out of me or something. It was so stupid. Oh, my God. It's so lame. Oh, lame ass dude. And I know him. That's the fuck. I have never done nothing with him. But not the guy that was sitting outside, but the guy that kicked me out. But I know him from being in the club. Oh shit. I brought some water here, sweating. What are y'all doing tonight? You know what I'm usually doing? Sitting my ass at home watching YouTube, watching Girl World or some old show or something. And, you know, smoking.
Where the hell is it? Or
watching, you know, other things, adult films, smoking. Oh, let me antibacterial. When this club is when back in the day when I first started coming, I'm live from my rental car. Thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming in. There's really not anybody in here right now. There's one person. Thank you for showing up. And I'm filming from my other phone. So I have this phone on just in case, because, you know, with everything going on, I need to be up to date and have my phone on. So, but anyway, how are y'all doing? I'm doing terribly. Week from hell. Sorry about this filming angle. I wasn't quite sure where to put this because I don't have a mount. So I'm stressed. Look a little rough. Look at my hair. Okay. Looking real stressed. My car was stolen on June 5th, which was Wednesday, when I was doing some delivery work from East Atlanta. And if I showed you where it was stolen from, you'd be like, what? Because long story, I won't go into all the minutia, but basically, my car was stolen and my wallet was in there too. So I had to go and replace all that stuff. I hope the audio's okay. If the audio's not okay, let me know in the chat. But I had to replace all that stuff. My driver's license was in there. I had two. Both of them were in there. And I did that yesterday. I borrowed my cousin's car. Thank you for the update. It was July.
Whoops.
Just Wednesday, a day or so ago. Hey, Naked and Laughing. Welcome in. Thank you for telling me about my audio. Again, y'all, I apologize.
Wow.
About the view. Ooh, child, my elbow look ashy. Is it just the glare or is it the elbow? Who cares at this point, right?
Now I was in there.
I'm going to tell y'all what happened. I'm a little frazzled still. I wasn't like violently held up or anything. It was just stolen. So my wallet was in there. So I had to cancel. I immediately canceled all my cards, and I have a new bank card, and the rest of the bank cards are on the way. And I've replaced my ID. I changed my whole driver's license number, because identity theft. So they can't do nothing with that. And my Social Security cards, thank goodness, were at home. Usually they're at home anyway, but you know how you might be doing something, so you'll have it with you. But that was at home. They got my 22 caliber revolver that I had. I had a folding revolver in the car with me. And it half the time didn't even cock back right. So I called it 50-50. That's what I named the gun, because you got a 50-50 chance of survival. So, I mean, and what really kills me, y'all, my car was kind of raggedy because I use my car for work a lot, and I was intending to do some work on it, but I was trying to get, my monies together. It needed a couple of the tires needed replacing. One of them had a slow leak. The brakes were grinding. Now, the brakes grinding just started like Sunday or something. So I was intending on getting them done. I use my car primarily for work. Oh, by the way, I started a GoFundMe. One of my good offline friends who's known me since I was 18, he suggested I do a GoFundMe. And I have a real problem asking people for help. I have a real problem asking people for any kind of help. It even took a lot for me to call my cousin. Okay. My blood cousin. My cousins, really, and asked them for some help the other day because I needed to get around to get my ID and all my stuff replaced, like my driver's license and stuff. And I had to go several places. And where I live now, it has public transportation. Like I rode the bus today.
Where the hell
this is my rental car through the insurance company. But I rode the bus to go get this. And I transferred, and I'm used to riding MARTA. I used to ride MARTA when I was in the city, but where I live now, it's not necessarily convenient, the MARTA situation. So I had to borrow his car, or I had to get a car. And I asked him, well, can you take me around? Do you have, time to do that?
Where the hell?
And he was like, oh, you can just borrow my car, which was really, really nice of him. I mean, thank goodness for family, and it was a nice car. It was a Mercedes, a late model Mercedes. So I was like, wow. I don't care if it was an old 85 pickup truck. I just needed to get around to my destination. So that was nice, of him to do. So I got all that taken care of. But y'all, I've just been very stressed out. I've not been sleeping well. I've not been eating well. I've had,
Rosie taking a bunch of videos?
Anxiety about the situation. I'm not saying y'all have to. Hey, Megan Fox. I'm not saying y'all have to donate anything, but if you want to, my GoFundMe is in the description box here. Hey, PGC, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the hug. I'm stressed. I'm out right now. How am I doing? I'm stressed, I'm worn out, and I'm tired. I've been driving around in the area. It was stolen, looking. I don't even know where to look, obviously. But I've been driving around because I didn't want to just sit home. There was a discrepancy between the police. The policeman that has my case right now said that he called my car company, because cars have GPS now, so they can locate and stuff. So he called my car company. They can't give me the GPS location information, if there is any, because of safety reasons, they said, but they can give it to an officer. Said he called. Well, this is what it said on the report. But when I followed up with my
I'm looking for the video when Rosie made protein. I have no idea, Summer, actually. Oh my god, I love Rosie's intro.
I don't know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me.
I do try to stay positive, but I also stay real. And this is fucking real right now. Hi, welcome to me. I have no idea where we're.
I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me.
I do try to stay positive, but I also stay real. And this is fucking real right now. Hi,
So
welcome
lit.
to me. I have no idea where we're at in terms of the cooking content. But I am prepping two different things. One of these things is more of a meal prep. I will be trying it fresh, but I'm planning to actually make something for my next meal. So as of right now, I have some diced white onion here.
This shit's about to get
I've been
real.
preheating this pot. I don't know what to call what I'm about to make. I think some of you are going to be side-eyeing me this entire time. That's fine. You are entitled to your opinion. I think what I'm about to make is going to taste good. I'm trying to use up some shit that I have in the freezer. A couple of these things were purchased on accident. Actually, one of these things was
we're getting these cabinet meals back. I'm so excited. This is before she was YouTube famous. Like when now she gets money.
Purchased on accident. The other one I intended to use in a recipe styled like this before I decided to do something else with my ground beef. So we're going to start by just sauteing this onion in this pan here. I did
hold on a second.
Spray the pan a little bit.
You remember that chef back in the day from Louisiana that wore the all-white chef outfit and he was fat and he would wheel around on a chair because they low-key look like in the face?
Just that down just a smidge. I'm making basically some kind of casserole. I'm not even going to try to explain it. I'm going to have you guys figure it out as I go along. Mm-hmm. And then after this, I am going to be making a grilled onion wrapped Flying Dutchman knockoff because I think that sounds delicious. So I steamed a bag of corn. I don't like corn's texture. The flavor is like, I like cornbread, for example, but me and corn were not best.
Doesn't corn have like zero nutritional value? Just like, why are you putting it even in there?
So in this filling mixture that I'm making, oh God, I hate the smell of steamed corn by itself. Oh my God. I'm going to go ahead and blend this, and I'm not even going to add anything to it and see what happens. If I need to add some liquid to it, I will. Stir this real fast. Okay. Honestly, it's not perfectly blended, but I am going to be using mixed vegetables in this recipe, and it has corn anyway. So this is slightly defrosted, which is going to be great for what I'm doing. I pre-cooked this because I wanted to blend it. I'm going to ultimately be baking in this.
Blend that? Sorry.
I'm just going to go ahead and...
Did she blend corn for no reason?
Defrosted.
But to add calories and... Oh, hold on.
Which is going to be great for what I'm doing. I pre-cooked this because I wanted to blend it.
So retarded.
I'm going to ultimately be baking in this. I'm just going to go ahead and put my corn puree in here.
Why?
If you do this, maybe add like a tablespoon of water. It'll blend a little bit easier.
I'm so sorry. I'm so triggered. She is... I think a diabetic or a borderline diabetic. Corn has no vitamins, and it's hard for your body to digest. Like, there's absolutely no reason to do this. Just fucking keep the corn in the freezer. I don't get it.
And this is all going in the same pot, so I'm not going to bother. I have to wash my hands.
Bake to them.
Talk about sensory nightmare fuel. Anyway. So we're going to take 3 servings of cottage cheese.
Hold on.
Trust the process.
It's so crazy to watch these back again, knowing now that she's like a complete liar, like, because it's so fake. She gets this from TikTok. Like this fucking illness.
Not going to bother. I have to wash my hands. Talk about sensory nightmare fuel. Anyway. So we're gonna take 3 servings of cottage cheese.
What?
Trust the process.
Food hack.
I love reusing these containers to like weigh things out or whatever. Because then one day if I'm like particularly depressed and I have them saved, I use that and then throw it away. It saves me a dish. It's a little bit of a depression life hack, if you will. So, and I just checked. This doesn't expire for like several more months.
Depression
so that's
food
awesome.
hack.
And everything seems good with it. So, because I got this at the discount store, the Cholula was backed. I was worried about this. We're gonna use.
How does your Cholula go
swig
right?
of Worcestershire. Let's see, it's probably a couple tablespoons worth for the whole recipe. By the way, if you ever make sauteed bell peppers and onions, it is a delicious addition to add some Worcestershire to it while you're sauteing them. Okay. They're starting to develop a little bit of color. Perfect. So we're gonna go ahead and add some Better Than Beef
What if I
bouillon
snore?
to this mixture as well. This is about a tablespoon. I wash my hands again. Then top this.
All right, you're charging.
Try it again. I'm just gonna give it a little bit of a vigorous shake so it blends a little bit easier. I would maybe add 2 tablespoons of water to the jump. It'll make your, or if you have like a Vitamix, it probably doesn't matter. I'm using kind of a low-key shitty blender because we have a Vitamix, but it's really heavy and hard on my arms, which is why I don't use it. We don't have a place to keep it that's accessible to blend things. So I'm going to go ahead and add my partially defrosted mixed veggies at this point. That moisture will help prevent the onions from burning, but they've gotten a little bit of caramelization.
Why can't we see the pan? It's a movable burner.
So we're going to repeat that process with mixed veggies. At this point, I haven't seasoned anything. So we're going to stick right now with just some salt and pepper.
How do you have a burner you can move around? We can't see it.
I'm going to start working on the topping for my little casserole. I have a defrosted mashed potato. I'm not going to be buying these again. In my opinion, they're not worth it. Like if I'm going to do something like this, I will just use boxed instant instead.
Oh my god, I look like when Ace Ventura gets born out of the rhino.
Mix this. Mix it with some partially cooked mashed cauliflower. So we're doing a combo here. So it's a little more voluminous.
We don't need volume.
Per capita. So I'm just going to gently mix that in. And here, once I get that a little mixed in, I'm going to season this slightly because I feel these potatoes are very, very, very plain and unflavored.
Okay, but is her showing her upper arm like brave or like distasteful? I am in a blanket. I'm gonna fall asleep on here probably. Because if I stop a video to go to sleep, then I wake back up because the video stopped. So I'm just gonna go with it. That's why I'm on this channel.
So we're gonna do some salt again. And then for this, we're gonna do granulated onion. Well, that's a little much. A little bit of garlic. And then we're going to hit it with a little bit of chicken and waffles. And that's it. All right, those vegetables are basically warmed at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and add the pureed corn into the mix. And this is basically a homemade version of like, you know, like, what is it? This is basically like a homemade version of cream of chicken, but I use beef because I'm going to be using my leftover Philly meat. Oh, you could also do ground beef, but I only have a limited amount of that. So I'm using what I have. This might be one of the craziest things I've made yet. And I've made hot dog chips. This is about a 4th cup of water. So yeah, I would just go ahead and add water outright. This is a little thick for me. Or I do have some chicken broth I could use, but I'm already committed. So wait, this looks better than I thought it would. Hold on, guys, look at this shit. Hold on. Tell me that this does not look good. Tell me this looks bad. I gotta stir in the corn a little bit more, but like, bad. Tell me this looks bad. Tell me this does not look like shepherd's pie mix. Tell me.
Girl.
Oh, oops. Tell me this doesn't look good. You'd be a liar. We're gonna do a little bit of a taste. Okay. So, we're gonna hit it with some garlic. That beef bouillon is doing a lot of heavy lifting. We're gonna hit it with some pepper. And the Worcestershire. The Worcestershire and beef bouillon were like the right fucking move. Some granulated onion.
More? Jill.
You know what? For a little bit of fun, a little bit of spice, a little bit of... That's where my sesame seeds are. Found them.
Sure, not put that in there.
I'm gonna parsley. I don't normally cook with parsley.
Nashies, would you
Not a
use
lot, just a little bit? We'll see how I feel. Okay. Oh, bitch.
Nashies, do you use dried parsley? Because I don't think it tastes like anything.
I'm amazing, incredible. Wow, look at me go. You can literally make this recipe with like chicken and dumplings and like beef stroganoff, like that kind of vibe. This is a new life hack for me. I'm gonna just dump this meat in here.
I thought her arm was her titty meat.
And I'm actually gonna go ahead and turn off the heat because I'm gonna be baking this. So I'm gonna mix in the meat to coat. Oh my god, how the fuck did I ratio this so well? I'm a fucking chef, okay? Like, hello? Hello? This is why you need to trust the fucking process, bitch. Look at that. That is some healthier version of Midwest loving fucking food right motherfucking there. Yes. I'm so hyped right now. My workstation's a fucking nightmare.
Oh my god,
okay, so I'm gonna prep these pans. I'm gonna flat out freeze one of these. This has no business being this good. It's cold. Work. I think what I'm missing is the butter. Like truly. Like I'm being real. Just to be real with you. But that's not in alignment with my goals. So I didn't watch a TikTok for this recipe. I wasn't inspired by anybody else's recipe for this, which is my normal process, if I'm being real with y'all. This was me just like milling on what I had in the freezer. And I realized that I could kind of jerry-rig this recipe together. I'm actually so excited about how ingenious this is. We've got 2 full casseroles prepped.
Who's eating that?
Honestly, I think I'm going to wrap one of these in aluminum foil and just freeze it and pull it out on a rainy day. And then I'll cook the other one and like fully try it out with like the crisp mashed potatoes on top. And of course, if you wanted to do this healthier, here's a few swap outs. Instead of using the Philly meat, I would choose a lean ground meat of your choice, chicken,
I'm
turkey,
starting to dream of her in my mind.
beef, whatever. That's what I would do instead. And you could do all cauliflower mash instead of the mix. I will say that mixing it obviously tastes like real potato, so it feels more like comfort food when you do it that way. And if you were to use like raw potato and boil it and do it that way and control how much salt and other additives that are put into it, that would be healthier too. And you could still cut it with the mashed cauliflower. Or, you could boil both cauliflower and potatoes and then just blend them together. I'm so proud of myself. Hi, I need to brag for like 2 seconds. So I just got done calculating everything. And for half of one of these like pans, I honestly don't know the size. But for basically a fourth of the recipe that I just made, a serving is 640 calories and almost 30 grams of protein. Hey! So if you want to have if you want to cut them into third portions, it'd be even less, and then you could eat it with some like a salad, a voluminous vegetable side of some kind, or something that would help it make it a little more filling. But yeah, just a couple simple swap outs, and like this could be even lower in calorie. That's crazy. I'm so excited right now. Oh my god. Okay, so some time has passed. I am currently grilling the onions to do the grilled onion wrapped Flying Dutchman vibe. I have my thawed meat here shaped into patties. And I have 2 trays of sweet potato fries. Oh, so I season these by lightly spritzing some olive oil on them with my little spritzer ditzer here. I added a cayenne seasoning blend. I think it's called like the Fiesta something. I don't know, Feisty Fiesta. I don't know. I added salt. I added garlic powder. They smell really good, at least the seasoning wise. I know I basically season it with everything else as normal anyway. Then I'm gonna, what I'm gonna do when I cook the patties is I'm gonna actually, let me add some salt right now before I forget. I keep it really simple for my burgers, and some pepper. And I may add a little bit of salt on the other side, but I love my burgers to be very simple. I've always been like that. And then whenever I put them down and I get them flat as possible, I'm going to spread some mustard on the other side before I flip them, because that's how In-N-Out makes their burgers. And I have my homemade In-N-Out sauce here. I'm also going to try dipping the sweet potatoes in that a little bit. So yeah, I'm going to keep cooking and I will check back in. Oh, I'm going to be air frying them on about 400 for 12 minutes, flipping them halfway through for the sweet potatoes as well. All right, so I'm kind of in a time crunch here because I've got the fries going in the fryer. Here are my grilled onions. As you can see, I made them slightly thick so they'd stay together. This was like a weird end piece. These onions I'm actually going to put in the middle of my 2 patties because I don't know. I think it's normally a 2 patty thing, but I'm making mine a 2 patty thing because I'm only going to have like 1 instead of 2. You see what I'm saying? And also mine are probably going to be thicker than In-N-Out. So we're going to go like that. I'm going to take my spatula, flatten that out. Nice and slow there. Take a slightly smaller burger. This one's going to be the one that goes on top, and I'm doing seasoning side down. Then, again, since this is styled after In-N-Out, I'm trying to make them as flat as possible. Also, I don't know about y'all, but when I make burgers, they always tend to bunch up a little bit. So I like to flatten them out, personally. I feel like I seasoned the other side pretty well. So I'm going to do the lightest little drizzle of salt. And then on this side, we're going to do, oh, hello. Not the mustard water. Ah. God, I hate that. Ugh. Okay. We're going to do a drizzle drazzle. And I'm just going to take this fork and go like that. So I'm going to let those cook for a bit. In about 3 minutes, I'm going to be flipping the fries in the air fryer. God, it smells good in here already. So once everything's done, I will check back in. Well, I might show you guys flipping and assembling a few things. So I'm going to go ahead and flip. And again, press down. I waited only a few minutes because we've got, I'm probably going to end up flipping them one more time to do this the way that I want to do it. So I'm just going to push this beef fat to the side. Let that kind of do its thing. All right. I gotta go flip my sweet potatoes. So yeah, one of the reasons I'm also trying to separate the fat like this is because I don't want it to drip all over me while I'm eating it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put this with the side down that's least cooked. And this onion was supposed to be bigger, but a part of it was bad, and the first 2 layers had a weird paper layer, so I'm a little disappointed in that, but it is what it is. So we're going to put the first layer of cheese, the next layer of onion. Because like I said, I wanted to use up that misshapen one. I love onion, so then we're going to put this on top. With the final layer of cheese and the prettiest onion slice. Okay. And then I'm going to let the cheese melt. I'm going to go grab a lid, actually. I'm going to let that melt. We've got about 6 more minutes on the air fryer, so I'll keep cooking the other burgers. I'm not going to add any cheese to them. I'm just going to cook them. This is one of the taste tests I'm like the most excited about. So awesome. Just like that, in like no time flat. She hefty. I'm going to just grill these off. I'm going to go ahead and 1, 2. I am proud of this meal. Oh my gosh. This is about 4 ounces of sweet potato fries. Okay. So I'm about to get mercy. So I'm gonna prep because I'm gonna need to edit myself eating this because y'all are not about to watch me bite into this. Absolutely the motherfuck not. I've got homemade In-N-Out sauce that I made earlier. I went ahead and pulled out the pickles. So I think I'll just put a few on the side to eat with a couple bites. Let's do 5 pickles because I only eat pickles with burgers. But normally there's blood involved in a whole sandwich making process. I've got mustard and ketchup. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna need to find a better air fryer recipe. Oh, it's underdone. These thinner ones are good though. In the future, I'd probably do that for like 15 minutes. Oh, sweet potato fries with In-N-Out sauce are delicious. Ooh, hot. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take a pickle. I'm gonna do a little bit of mustard, a nice little drizzle of In-N-Out sauce, and ketchup. Stop. I hate those little pepper thingy shits that I don't like that kind of food, so. If you've been wanting to try it, do it. Oh my God. I'm gonna enjoy my food. I'll see y'all later. So based on the amount that I ate, next time I probably would make a vegetable and just do one patty. But I'm still within my calories for today. This is bomb delicioso. Letting it sit in the fridge, it just gets better and better. And I'm tired. I've cleaned a lot already, but I've got more cleaning to do because I cook like a fucking psychopath. I swear. Hey, I wanted to show you guys quickly a couple of my newfound favorite snacks. One of them is not newfound. I've actually made my popcorn like this and eaten it this way many a times. But for my other snack, I kind of came up with this just because I happen to have these two things. And I realized it's kind of like a deconstructed fat-free Rice Krispie treat. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. And it's honestly, I was surprised at how much I liked it. I swear, this brand seems to cook faster. Okay, so we'll do the popcorn real quick first. So when I make popcorn, perfect. I love to do this hack. Don't be like, don't do that. Don't touch that part. You basically take scissors. You make a bowl. And then what I do is I take a hefty shake of the white cheddar seasoning. Then I take some chopsticks and this is exactly what I do. I just kind of poke it around. I lift it up from the bottom a little bit and do a little shake to evenly distribute the seasoning. And then before my hand issues, I used to eat popcorn with chopsticks. Like, in fact, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that got my ex into doing that for like literally years. But my hands hurt a lot now. So nowadays, I'll eat it with a spoon because I don't love the feeling of the seasoning on my fingers. So I just kind of eat it like cereal. This popcorn seasoning is incredible. So a serving is 2 tablespoons, which is roughly about that much. And this snack together, by the way, is under 300 calories. Honestly, I genuinely like this. Like, I'm not just saying it from like trying to force myself to like it. It is really simple and kind of plain. I have recipe ideas. That's the reason I bought these. I just haven't made them yet. I will make them for you guys. But the other day I was hungry and I was sitting over in my little like mini pantry area and I was just looking at what I have. And then I was just kind of like, you know, I could just dip this into the marshmallow fluff. And that's what I did. And it was fire. Honestly, I feel like it tastes better when you dip it versus when you spread it like this. I don't know. I'm weird like that. But I mean, it's basically the Rice Krispies deconstructed without the butter. That's what this is. If you really want to boil it down. Da 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 da. Listen, my oven is messy because I'm messy. It is how it is. But look at that. I baked it for 20 minutes at 400. And then I broiled it for like less than 2 minutes, basically. Kept a close eye on it. Once it started crisping up like that, getting a little brown, pulled it out immediately. She is Gorgina. Okay, so this gorgeous specimen here. I'm very proud of this recipe, this moment in time. I'm going to just scoop her up. God, I'm so good at this. I'm going to have to let this like sit on the spoon for a second and like cool. because this is like fresh out of the oven and I don't want to burn my face off. Bro, this tastes like shepherd's pie. I don't know what to tell you. This is like this is a slightly lighter version of such a comforting meal. Like, because I can tell that like my mashed potatoes aren't full of butter and that there's cauliflower in them, right? Like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I can notice that flavor difference, but it's still so comforting and like the proper texture and flavored well that I don't care. Like, I'm not upset by it. I don't feel deprived. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. It's super hot and fresh. I will say, because I use the Philly meat, I'm very tempted to put some ketchup on this. Because I really like Philly meat with ketchup specifically. Like, in any form, when I eat it with a cauliflower rice bowl or on a sandwich, I always put ketchup on it. If you wanted to add cheese to this, I think that would have been good. I skipped out on it just because I have been eating so much dairy. Like, I eat a very intensely dairy heavy diet. And also that kind of cheese that I buy is not like super cheap. And so it's just like, I felt like I could skip on that and still enjoy the food. And I was right. But I feel like a nice little layer of cheese before the potatoes would have been delicious on this. You could have also done it on top, but I don't love crispy cheese. I would have rather crisped up the top of the layer of the potatoes and have the cheese melted in with the mixture. I think if I make this again, I might honestly try that, even if I just use a different meat. But with this Philly meat, oh my God. Honestly, I'm going to go grab some ketchup. Hang on. Not a lot, just a little bit. All right. Well, I'm gonna eat my food. I'm actually about to in just about an hour. In just about an hour, I'm about to be doing my first ever reaction live stream. I hope it goes well. I might give it a few more shots, even if I'm not as good as I want to be on my first try. I just have to not overthink it, I think, more than anything. I'm really excited because I'm going to be reacting to two creators' content that I really like, talking about topics that I think I can give good insight on and perspective on, and my opinion on. I have seen the videos before, but it's been a hot minute, and with my memory, I like barely remember them. So I just don't remember thinking that I had a lot of different thoughts and opinions on it. So anyway, I'm going to eat my food and get settled, get hydrated. So I'm about to make a weird little concoction moment. Y'all know most of the time these things go in my favor. So I'm just doing a couple things here because, for one, I have some hotly fresh. I have some freshly shredded chicken breast that I made in my Instant Pot. Shout out again to my member Jessica, who sent me the chicken shredder. I love it. I love it so much. It's so easy. I keep saying to myself, like, over and over again for no fucking reason, dream guest on my podcast, because I'm fucking annoying. It won't leave my head. It's like an earworm that won't go away. I was thirsty. First things first, I'm the realist. And the most annoying. So we're going to do a serving of cottage cheese. Oh, that's ounces, bitch. Grams, there we go. Sure, that works. Ah. And I have a bunch of cream cheese in the fridge that I just haven't been using. So I'm going to go ahead and just use a serving of cream cheese, which is an ounce. And it's just going to make it more delectable. And when I want to buy fat-free I want to buy fat-free or reduced fat cream cheese, but we have so much of this stuff it needs to be eaten, or it's just going to go to waste. Right, so we've got 1 ounce of cream cheese. I'm going to just slicer dicer. We're going to do 10 grams of honey Dijon. Perfect. And then we're going to do
Why on that really feels like it's shaking?
my brain just short-circuited. I don't know what half of 36 is. About 17 to 18 grams.
Oh my God.
Perfect. And then we're going to do about 10 grams of nutritional yeast. It never fucking registers nutritional yeast. So whatever. I just eyeball it at this point. And then I'm going to do some gochujaro because I don't have any hot sauce, which is why we're using a barbecue and Dijon moment. I would be making like a buffalo version of this right now if I had Cholula, but I don't. So I'm not going to add a ton of this because this does have a little bit of a kick to it. And honey Dijon also has a bit of a bite. Not necessarily a spice, but a little bit of a bite. So we're just going to do that. We're going to go ahead and take a drizzle drazzle of that Worcestershire and a sprinkle of chicken and waff. And then do that again. I'm going to do ounces of chicken. How many ounces is a hefty handful? Okay, that's almost 6. So let's do 7 ounces. I'm hungry. All right, so we've got the cream cheese, the cottage cheese, honey Dijon mustard, barbecue sauce. I might need to add more condiment, but this is where I'm starting. The seasoning, the nutritional yeast. Okay, I'm gonna just. Maybe I should have mixed. I should have microwaved the cream cheese and stuff first. That was a rookie fucking move. That really was. That was a rookie fucking move. Okay, so we're gonna need to we're gonna do 1.5 servings. I need way more barbecue sauce for this amount of food. Yeah. And we're gonna do 10 more grams of this. Dude, that's good cold. So it's only going to be better warm. I'm going to start microwaving this. A part of me really wants to add some fat-free cheddar, but I think I'm going to just not. Let me go ahead and calculate everything, and I'll be back for a final verdict. Yo, I'm shook right now. I just did the math, and all of this, including the cream cheese, this entire thing is 595 calories and 63 grams of protein. So I was like psyching myself out. This is not too much food for me. This is actually like, if I eat this plus the rice cakes and wraps with it, I'll still have more calories left and be in my deficit. That's crazy. This smells really good too. Side note. Actually, I can eat that with a spoon. I actually do cook it more. But I'm gonna eat it on a rice cake and a wrap. The texture differences are gonna be fun for me. Ooh, I might do a dessert rice cake too. Hell yeah, brother. All right. I could probably make a vegetable if I really wanted to, but I just don't feel like it right now. So anyway, I'm going to go watch something. Y'all have a good night. This is another, you can literally just slap anything you fucking like in a bowl with a protein, cottage cheese, and a prayer, and it'll come out good, I promise. I just wanted to add, it's really important that you cook it to the point of like lava. Because it's basically like a hot sauceless buffalo chicken dip. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to just put it here on this rice cake. Honestly, this would be a lot better with the fat-free cheddar cheese. And I might do that in the future with some slight adjustments. But frankly, I don't feel like cooking it more. I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat. So I'm going to eat it like this. But if you make something like this, you could maybe add a little, like 6 ounces of chicken instead of 7, and add some fat-free cheddar cheese to it. It'll really up the ante for sure, for sure. Actually, I wanted to taste test these and eat these with this if it's good, if I like it. If I hate these, I may give another flavor or bag a chance. Since I have never had these and they're from the discount store, sometimes that can impact my like first impression of something. Wait. This is just the kick my little dip needed. This is so, what the fuck? These are so good. They don't even taste like protein to me. Maybe I'm, at this point, I'm just so blasted by protein products that at this point, I can't even tell a fucking difference. These are genuinely so fucking good. What the literal fuck? I'm just making a little tube burrito. I'm stunned at how good these are. I was expecting these to be kind of ass. I'm going to be so honest with you. They definitely taste like artificial processed. Like, I would say even more so than like a regular Dorito. But like, they remind me of like a less greasy cheese ball. Like, you know, the prepackaged little cheese ball chippy thingies. Ooh, wait. Well, my light just died. But yum. And it's an extra 18 grams of protein. Don't mind if I do. I'll see y'all later.
I've been dreaming on in my head like I've seen it. A life worth living is a life with meaning. I'll do what I love till my heart stops.
Tonight, the big, beautiful breakup. President Trump now threatening Elon Musk. Tweet by tweet, the close friendship between the president and Musk exploding in public view. The president saying he may cut Musk's company's contracts, sending Tesla stock into a free fall. Elon Musk slamming Trump's budget and saying tariffs will cause a recession. Our Garrett Hake questioning the president directly about the rift in the Oval Office. It all comes as the White House launches a sprawling travel ban again. A judge threatening to throw Sean Diddy Combs out of the courtroom, what the disgraced mogul allegedly did to jurors that set off the judge. Inside the mind of Luigi Mangione, his handwritten note laying out grievances ahead of the murder of United Healthcare CEO. The new video inside the drone strike on Russian airfields, plus exclusive access inside the factories making AI-powered drones. The cost of denial, what happened when our Vicky Wynn tried to call the doctors listed as in-network by a major health insurer. Turns out, many don't exist. And the warning to women taking the pill and taking weight loss drugs. Nightly News starts right now.
This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas.
And good evening. Tonight, the clash of the titans, a very public feud igniting between President Trump and the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The fight breaking out today after President Trump said in the Oval Office that he was, quote, disappointed over Musk's disapproval of his spending bill. Musk blasting the president, saying, without me, Trump would have lost. But it didn't stop there. The president then took to Truth Social, threatening to cut contracts with Musk's companies. Tesla stock plummeting. Take a look at this, about 14%, pulling markets with it. Then Musk escalating the feud on X, his own social media platform, hinting at a conspiracy theory involving the president and Jeffrey Epstein and threatening to back impeachment. Garrett Hake was in that Oval Office meeting and questioned the president directly. Here's his story tonight.
Tonight, the stunning public breakup.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised.
Just days after that lavish Oval Office send-off.
He's done a fantastic job.
So I expect to remain a friend and an advisor.
President Trump and his once top ally, Elon Musk, now in a nasty public feud.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
All starting this morning when the president was asked about the former Doge leader's criticism of his so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which extends the Trump 2017 tax cuts and eliminates taxes on tips and overtime. Musk slamming it, saying it spends too much.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here.
The president, who recently showed off his Tesla at the White House, saying Musk's opposition began because the bill eliminates electric vehicle tax credits, which hurts Musk's business.
He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate.
Musk responding in real time on X. False. This bill was never shown to me even once. Moments later, writing, whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, but ditch the mountain of disgusting pork. I pressed Trump about Musk's criticism.
And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point, they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome.
Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go.
All of it a sudden shift for Musk, who enthusiastically campaigned for Trump. Today, the president suggesting he would have won in 2024 without the support of the world's richest man.
I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
Minutes later, Musk firing back, writing, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Such ingratitude. And this afternoon, the war of words escalating even further. President Trump posting, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate, and he just went crazy. And that the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. Musk then writing, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they've not been made public. Musk offered no evidence to back up his accusation, and nothing made public has implicated Trump, who's denied any involvement in Epstein's criminal behavior. The White House responding to Musk's claim, saying it's a, quote, unfortunate episode from Elon. The president late today posting, "I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress."
Across the board, Tesla shares.
Meanwhile, as all of this unfolded, Tesla's stock plummeted, losing over 14% of its value.
All right, Garrett Haake joins us now live. Garrett, you also pressed the president on another major headline, his new travel ban on 12 countries.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. This new ban includes Haiti, Iran, and Yemen. The president says those countries don't do enough to vet travelers and cited the Egyptian national who overstayed his visa and is now charged in that Colorado attack. But when I asked him why Egypt wasn't included on this list, he said they have things, quote, under control. Democrats have called this new policy reckless and discriminatory. Tom?
All right, Garrett Haake leading us off from the White House. President Trump also announcing an inquiry into his predecessor's use of an auto pen. But when pressed today, he acknowledged he has no evidence documents were signed without President Biden's knowledge or of anything illegal. Here's Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Trump is ordering a wide-ranging inquiry into former President Biden and his administration, accusing Biden's aides of using auto pen signatures to cover up his cognitive decline.
The biggest scandal of the last many years is the auto pen, and who's using it.
Presidents from Barack Obama to John F. Kennedy to Thomas Jefferson have used auto pens or mechanized signing devices. It is legal, and Trump has acknowledged using the auto pen himself.
Only for very unimportant papers.
Today, he was pressed whether he's uncovered evidence of anything signed without Biden's knowledge.
No, but I've uncovered, the human mind. I was in a debate with the human mind, and I didn't think he knew what the hell he was doing.
Last week, Biden, who was recently diagnosed with prostate cancer, brushed off growing scrutiny of his mental competence while in office.
I put my record as president against any president at all.
Overnight, the former president blasting Trump's auto pen inquiry as a distraction. "Let me be clear," Biden writing. "I made the decisions during my presidency. Any suggestion that I didn't is ridiculous and false." House Republicans are also ramping up their inquiry into former President Biden, issuing a subpoena for his White House physician. If he does testify, it would be unprecedented, Tom.
It would. All right, Gabe, great to have you here in studio. Turning now to an explosive moment at Sean Diddy Combs' criminal trial, the judge threatening to kick the music mogul out of court over his facial expressions and gestures. Jurors today also hearing graphic testimony from an ex-girlfriend. Here's Stephanie Gosk.
Lavish trips, cash, and a lot of drugs. That's how the woman testifying with the pseudonym Jane says her relationship began with hip-hop tycoon Sean Diddy Combs. But Jane says after she fell head over heels for Combs, he started having other men join them, escorts, according to Jane. "What percentage of the time after that did you have sex with another man?" prosecutors asked. 90%, the single mother told the jury. "Did you want to do that?" She answered no. Jane said she wanted an old-fashioned relationship, but agreed to what Combs called debauchery or hotel nights to keep him happy. She told the court the nights took place in hotel suites with red lights, music, lotions, and an excessive use of baby oil everywhere. The sessions could last up to 30 hours, according to her testimony, and always with drugs, including ecstasy and ketamine. During their relationship, which started in 2021 and ended when the music mogul was arrested, Jane says he supported her, paying her rent and wiring her tens of thousands of dollars. Combs pleaded not guilty to 5 federal charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering. In court today, a dramatic moment played out after the jury was excused for lunch. The judge turning to the defense team and saying, "I was very clear there should be no facial expressions to the jury." The judge said Combs was nodding vigorously and looking at the jury during the cross-examination of a witness. The judge saying if it happens again, he would consider removing Combs from the courtroom altogether. Jane has only just started her testimony. She could be on the stand for days. Prosecutors say she was coerced with drugs, lies, and threats to take part in Combs' sex parties. Tom?
Stephanie Gosk for us. We head overseas now. Russia launched new attacks on Ukraine as President Trump revealed more about what he said in his phone call with Vladimir Putin, including comparing the war to a fight among children. Keir Simmons has late details.
Tonight, President Trump revealing what he told Vladimir Putin on the phone.
I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday.
Comparing the war to a fight among kids.
Sometimes you see 2 young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart.
President Trump saying Putin told him he was going to retaliate against Ukraine for its covert drone attack on Russian bombers. Trump saying he asked Putin not to strike Ukraine.
I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it.
New images of that drone attack show 2 valuable Russian spy planes targeted and possibly damaged. The drone bounces off the plane's radar while Russian bombers are on fire. And tonight, NBC News with rare access to Turkish drone manufacturer Baykar that supplies Ukraine.
We act on principle.
They say drones are changing war, strengthening the underdog.
It has given nations an edge that they would have never have had.
Meanwhile, Tom, a new estimate says the war has cost Russia almost 1 million casualties. Ukraine's number, 400,000 soldiers. Tom?
All right, Keir Simmons for us. Back here at home to our series, The Cost of Denial, the frustration known as ghost networks. When patients call healthcare providers listed in the insurance company's network only to find one roadblock after another. Our Vicky Wynn explains.
Guy and Michelle Mazzola say they're battling a system that's failing their son.
How many hours a week do you spend fighting for your son's care?
I mean, depending on the week, 10, 15 hours a week, appeal after appeal, phone call after phone call.
Little Guy, as they call him, has autism and needs multiple therapies.
We thought, it's got to be covered under insurance.
It was going to be pivotal for his life, absolutely different level of life he's going to have if he can get this care right now.
You do so good.
But as Michelle showed us, trying to find that care near their Connecticut home meant spending hours on the phone in frustration. Wrong numbers, incorrect information, or wait lists of 6 months or more.
I mean, this is crazy.
We tried too.
So this is supposed to be a speech language pathologist under pediatrics. So hopefully.
And this is the current number listed. Making call after call with Michelle to network providers listed by her insurer, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield.
To Verizon Wireless, your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Out of 6 providers we called on the list, only 1 said they could make an appointment in a month. The other 5 either had non-working numbers or went like this.
Is that person offering speech language therapy for pediatric patients?
No, ma'am, we do not treat for pediatrics.
Okay, and has that been the case always, or is that a new change?
It's been since the practice has been established.
Follow-up calls made by NBC News found that out of 21 additional service providers listed, 20 either didn't take patients' Guy's age or had no availability for months.
You want to watch something? No.
It's such a common problem, there's a term for it, ghost networks, when insurance companies show a robust list of available healthcare providers on paper, but not in practice.
Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield declined to be interviewed, but told us it is working with the Mazzola family to address Guy's needs and that its network meets access requirements outlined under state law. Because of the specialized services Guy requires, a number of the providers in the family's area are booked, and it can be challenging to get appointments immediately.
It's incredibly frustrating. It's just, there's basically no one here that can help.
Now you do.
Ghost networks exist nationwide. A recent study by the New York Attorney General's office of 13 health plans found 86% of the listed in-network mental health providers staff called were ghosts.
If you put off getting care, your diagnosis is being delayed, and that's dangerous for the patient.
The Mazzola's attorney, Steve Cohen, has filed 2 class action lawsuits over ghost networks, including one against Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, which moved to dismiss.
We want the insurance companies to act responsibly, to get their act together, to have accurate lists.
3, go!
Guy is now 2, and Michelle says he's showing some signs of progress, now receiving the care he needs, mostly paid for by the Mazzolas, with several out-of-network providers.
Okay.
Somebody's got to do something about it. So we're not going to stand for it, not for Guy.
All right, Vicky joins us now in studio. So, Vicky, for the viewers at home, if they find themselves in that ghost network type situation, what should they do?
Tom, experts we spoke with say first, get the care that you need. Then go back to your insurance company and file for an exemption or an appeal if you had to seek care from an out-of-network provider. And finally, report that ghost network to your state's Department of Insurance so they can investigate. Tom?
All right, Vicky went first tonight. Vicky, we thank you for that. In 90 seconds, why some of the worst air in the world was in the Midwest today. Plus, new clues into Luigi Mangioni's state of mind, what we're learning from his alleged diary entries. The details next. We're back now with stunning new details in the Luigi Mangioni case. In court documents, prosecutors unveiling alleged handwritten diary entries made by Mangioni in the months leading up to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Sam Brock has the details.
Tonight, the shock of last winter's Midtown murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson gaining new context as state prosecutors unveil writings and a letter to the FBI they say were composed by the man accused of killing him, Luigi Mangioni. To save you a lengthy investigation, I wasn't working with anyone, he allegedly writes to the feds. I do apologize for any strife or trauma, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. In an entry dated a month and a half before the killing, according to the filing, Mangioni allegedly writes, "So say you want to rebel against the deadly greed-fueled health insurance cartel. Do you bomb the HQ? No. Bombs equal terrorism. Instead, he writes that one should whack the CEO, adding, it's targeted, precise, and doesn't risk innocence. Most importantly, the point is self-evident. The point is made in the news headline. Insurance CEO killed at annual investors conference."
How much influence do you think these latest revelations will have on the outcome of this case?
It's absolutely a win for the prosecution. They were handed something that will give an avenue that they will be able to pursue to secure potentially a top count conviction for terrorism on that murder charge.
In another motion earlier this week, the defense claiming that authorities have already prejudiced Mr. Mangioni in the media more than virtually any defendant in recent memory. No comment tonight from United Healthcare and Mangioni's legal team. Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, up next, the warning about weight loss drugs like Ozempic and how they could impact pregnant women. That's next. We are back now with code red air alerts in the Midwest. Look at this. That's Chicago with extremely hazy skies after wildfire smoke blew in from Canada. Get this, today both Chicago and Detroit ranked in top 5 cities with the worst air quality on the planet. And take a look at this huge fire at a bus facility in Philadelphia. The flames spread to about 40 buses, sending thick black smoke into the air. It's still unclear how that fire started. And overseas, a terrifying moment for tourists in Bali. Look at this, when the boat sank. Local police say this boat sank after it dropped off and picked up some passengers when suddenly a large wave hit it after it released the anchor. The community quickly jumped in to help to get everyone off. Thankfully, all of the passengers were rescued. And finally, a new warning about weight loss drugs and how they may impact pregnant women. The UK's Medicine Regulatory Office is now saying that it's unclear if drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy might harm an unborn baby during pregnancy. The office is also warning women that some of these drugs could potentially make birth control pills less effective, leading to unexpected pregnancies. Okay, when we come back, we'll tell you what it means to live like Braun, how an 18-year-old from Southern California is inspiring a movement. Finally tonight, a story of hope after a tragic loss. If you've heard someone say, live like Braun, this is the story behind that mantra. As the fires tore through the Pacific Palisades,
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
The Levy family rushed to their home to find it engulfed in flames. Everything they owned would burn to the ground. The family's 18-year-old son, Braun, jumping into action, starting a support group for classmates that lost their homes.
He never felt sadness or bad for himself. He went into action, and that was living like Braun, action.
You see, for Braun, giving was living, traveling to countries in Africa and South America with his family, working with kids who had barely enough to survive.
Kids gravitated toward him, and he had a way of making everybody happy in any situation.
Then just a month ago, Braun was walking home when an alleged drunk driver crashed right into him, taking his young, beautiful soul from his family and friends.
I don't know if you pray or if you talk to your son, but if you do, if there's anything you can share about what you tell him or what you want him to know.
I talk to him all the time. I just tell him how much I love him. And I tell him how much I love him and miss him.
love you forever, Braun.
Somehow, the Levies have carried on, urging loved ones to keep their son's memory alive by encouraging them to, quote, live like Braun. Since his passing, the Live Like Braun movement has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in just weeks, already creating scholarships and other opportunities for students who have lived a life of giving.
Braun had such a full life and that he had such a big impact on so many people makes me feel like it wasn't a life totally not worth living.
Live like Braun. That's Nightly News for this Thursday. Remember, tonight and always, we're here for you. I'm Tom Yamas. Have a good night.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, burning up. The U.S. is in for another massive heat wave. Millions of Americans are expected to face triple-digit highs over the next few days. We're tracking where the sweltering heat is going and when people could catch a break from the high temps. Pressure campaign, the January 6th committee focusing on former President Trump's efforts to get state officials to overturn election results. The key testimony today coming from Georgia's Secretary of State, the questions he'll likely face about that now infamous phone call with the former president asking him to find thousands of votes. Plus, a Georgia election worker plans to tell the committee how she became the target of a smear campaign, why the committee is deciding to make her testimony public. We'll take a look ahead at what we can expect today. Cutting costs. Americans are looking for new ways to save as inflation soars. How everyday services are adapting to the adjusting economy. Plus, how one savvy shopper spent less than $5 on more than $100 worth of groceries. She'll share her tips on how you can save too. And royal milestone. Prince William turns 40. How the future heir to the throne is using his birthday to channel his late mother, Princess Diana, and the new royal roles he is taking on. Hard to believe he's 40 years old.
I can't believe that. Yeah, absolutely.
And
There's just always something going on with
and
him.
his grandmother celebrating 70 years
I
on the
know,
throne.
look at
Unreal.
that, which you were there for.
Which I was there for. It was
Very
very fun. Good party. All right. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on that massive heat wave stretching across the Midwest.
Millions of Americans are under heat advisories today, with temperatures in some cities expected to hit more than 100 degrees. It comes on the heels of record-breaking temperatures last week, and if the heat wasn't enough, the scorching conditions are also complicating people's travel plans. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Chicago with that bundle of good news. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, summer is here and so are those record temperatures. I'm sure you see some of the runners behind me getting in that workout before things get too hot here in Chicago. But across the country, about 70% of Americans are expected to see temperatures above 90 degrees. 55 million folks expected to see temperatures above 100 degrees. Those temperatures not just potentially dangerous, but could add to those travel issues.
This morning, triple-digit temperatures have Americans sweating from coast to coast as a heat dome spanning from the Midwest to the deep South moves east. More than 100 heat records are expected to be broken this week. The Century Club extending from Minnesota and Nebraska to Texas and Florida. The heat turning deadly in Houston, where a 5-year-old boy died after being left inside a vehicle for several hours. Around the country, communities are looking for ways to stay safe. In Nashville, Lisa McCready leads a program focused on providing air conditioning units to the elderly and people in need.
All of last summer, which was fairly mild, we gave out 48 units. As of right now, today, just a little over a month into the program, we've given out 39.
And in Chicago, a typical source of summer heat relief delayed. The city's 49 outdoor pools not opening until July 5th because of a lifeguard shortage. And if you're thinking of getting away for July 4th, experts say be flexible.
I'm stuck here trying to figure out how to get home.
The airlines are still recovering from a Juneteenth and Father's Day weekend that saw some 3,500 flights canceled.
They simply don't have enough crews
operate all these flights.
And the extreme heat may complicate air travel further. If it's too hot, planes might require longer runways or be forced to restrict the amount of weight they carry.
There are always going to be weather cancellations. There are always going to be cancellations due to air traffic control. That's not the big picture here right now. This is an industry in crisis.
Now, this past holiday weekend was the busiest one of the year, with the July 4th holiday coming up in less than 2 weeks. And this extreme heat is going to be a continuing problem. According to the EPA, in the 1960s, we averaged about 2 heat waves a year. Now that number is 6. Guys?
All right, Shaquille Brewster, stay cool. Thank you so much.
And let's get a check now on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us to tell us what else is going on across the country. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we have a couple stories. We have that heat, of course, on this first day of summer. We're also watching monsoon moisture, which is a good thing in the long run, but the short term, we're looking at the potential for some flash flooding. So this is the overall picture for Tuesday here. We have strong storms this morning. They're going to move out. Then we have the chance for some storms from the Great Lakes into parts of the Central Plains. Mild Rockies, we're drying out there. That's a good news. Flood watch in the Southwest, especially in New Mexico. That's where we're seeing that monsoon moisture. And of course, the big story remains on this first day of summer, those record highs stretching from the Great Lakes through the Central Plains, the South Central states into the Southeast. 33 million Americans impacted by a heat alert, but that means many more impacted by the heat as we go throughout today. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s and also 100s in some spots. You factor in the humidity. That's part of the story, too. We're going to feel like 110 in some spots. It's all due to this area of high pressure. It's like a heat pump pumping that heat and humidity in, and that's what we're going to continue to see over the next several days. We're stuck in a stubborn pattern where this high pressure doesn't want to budge. It's sort of a roadblock, and it's keeping this hot air in place. So record heat for June. We're looking at temperatures really hot once again today, 90s, 100s. Shaq talked about those, the Century Club. And we're looking at record-breaking temperatures once again today. We've broken a lot of records over the past 2 weeks, and we're going to continue to do so this week. Look at some of these temperatures. Near 100 degrees in Topeka, Chicago, Little Rock, 98 degrees in Houston, pretty close to the record highs. So most likely we're going to break some records here. Same story as we go throughout tomorrow. Lots of red and pink on the map indicating where that hot air is in place. San Antonio to Houston, Little Rock, Nashville most likely breaking the record there of 100 degrees, and Atlanta 100, Tallahassee 103. And again, that's going to be a big story because the record of all time for the state of Florida is 109, and we could beat that by Wednesday or Thursday. So we're going to watch that very closely. That heat holds on once again throughout the rest of the week. We could see some storms because of the heat and humidity. Not so much of a threat today. We don't get a slight risk today. That will be the first time since April 23rd. So we're hoping that happens. But we still could see some gusty thunderstorms from the Great Lakes to parts of the Central Plains. Tomorrow, though, we bring back that slight risk in parts of the Northeast, interior Northeast of Pennsylvania, New York, also interior parts of Pennsylvania into the Mid-Atlantic. So Ithaca to State College, D.C., also Harrisburg. We're looking at the chance for some gusty winds gusty over 60 miles per hour, some hail, and also the chance of a few tornadoes.
I bet 109 in Florida is not a dry heat, is
I
it?
No. Oh, can you imagine?
Ooh.
No.
All right.
Just sweating.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Now to the latest on the economy. We're expecting to find out soon whether a gas tax break is in the cards from the White House, as historic inflation impacts both Wall Street and Main Street alike. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Look, there's a couple of things that we're watching for today. One, the stock markets reopen after a 3-day holiday. Existing home sale data, that comes out as well. Key economic indicators, as the president says, recession is not inevitable. But you talk to many businesses, like this barbershop in Miami, they say they are taking a haircut. Customers used to come and sit in these chairs on a weekly basis. It's now bi-weekly or monthly, as so many consumers and businesses right now, guys, are modifying their spending. All eyes this morning fixated on a free-falling Wall Street after the S&P suffered its worst weekly drop since early in the pandemic. And runaway inflation continues to crush consumers. President Biden is trying to project confidence.
There's nothing inevitable about a recession.
But he's also considering asking lawmakers for a temporary pause on the federal gas tax ahead of July 4th. With a record 42 million Americans expected to hit the road for the holiday weekend, and gas still hovering around $5 a gallon. The move, which requires congressional approval, could save drivers about 18 cents a gallon.
Well, I hope I have a decision based on the data I'm looking for by the end of the week.
Soaring prices at the pump and the grocery store and the airways, resulting in changing consumer behavior, like visits to the barbershop or hairstylist. Ahmet Sim owns Salon Simis in Fairfax, Virginia, where he says he pays up to 40% more for shampoos and coloring products. He's trying to keep prices the same.
Instead of coming every 4 weeks, they are now coming in every 7 or every 8 weeks sometimes.
Increasingly, though, people are simply spending less. U.S. flight bookings fell 2.3% in May, even as airports buckled with traffic. People eating out at restaurants dipped 11% through Sunday compared to the same week in 2019, according to data from OpenTable. Car sales dropped 4% in May, and existing home sales have fallen for 3 straight months. Though this Florida real estate agent says this is a healthy correction, adding higher interest rates have cooled frenzied behavior.
Are you seeing less of that? Houses going way above asking?
I do think in some pockets of every market, you are still seeing multiple offers, but you are seeing much less of that than we saw 6 months ago or a year ago.
With the cost of everything on the rise, uncertainty is the only guarantee for families. And it's not just consumers, guys. Businesses, of course, also feeling the pinch. This barber shop, the same owner, has 20 of them, a salon next door as well. They're seeing revenues right now drop about 20%, but they want to keep prices exactly the same because they know if you raise prices, people's budgets are so fragile right now, they risk losing customers.
Right,
Joe, Savannah, back to you.
Sam, thank you so much.
Now, today, the January 6th committee will resume their work with a 4th hearing this afternoon. This time, the committee plans to focus on what they say was the Trump campaign's effort to overturn election results at the state level in the weeks leading up to the attack on the Capitol. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake has been following the investigation for us and joins us live from the Capitol. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. I'm thinking about today's hearing as a prequel to the one we saw last Thursday. The committee backing up about a month and a half, focusing on this effort in the states. By the Trump campaign, they will say to either find votes to overturn the election results or to find fake electors to simply come to Washington and lie about who won. The January 6th committee now widening their probe, focusing on what they say was a Trump White House effort to overturn the election results in 2 key states in the weeks leading up to the attack on the Capitol.
Will show evidence of the president's involvement in this scheme. Will show courageous state officials who stood up and said they wouldn't go along with this plan.
Among those state officials, Georgia's Republican Secretary of State and his deputy on the receiving end of this recorded phone call from President Trump after the state was called for Joe Biden.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
And Arizona's Republican House Speaker will be asked about efforts to send a false slate of pro-Trump electors to be counted in Washington, rather than those rightfully won by Biden.
The system held because a lot of state and local elections officials upheld their oath to their Constitution.
Former President Trump, in a speech Friday, attacking the committee as a sham and mocking former Vice President Pence, the subject of last Thursday's hearing.
Mike Pence had absolutely no choice but to be a human conveyor belt. Here's a human conveyor belt.
Pence making a passing reference to the insurrection late Monday while encouraging Republicans to look to the future.
You know, we've all been through a lot over the past several years. A global pandemic, social unrest, a divisive election, a tragic day at our nation's capital. So now is the time for us to have the courage of our convictions.
Committee members responding that the former president's continued claims of a stolen election validate their work.
He's essentially saying, yeah, I did it and I'll do it again.
Guys, the other piece of this we're continuing to follow is this question of a referral to the Justice Department by the committee. The committee hasn't made any formal decision on that question, but they seem to be leaning away from simply writing up their own version of an indictment and sending it to the DOJ. A, they know it would carry relatively little legal weight, and B, they know that those prosecutors at the federal level and the state level are watching the work they do on hearing days like today. Savannah?
All right, Garrett. Hey, thank you so much. We know you'll be watching later, and you can catch our January 6th hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's not just the January 6th hearings that are taking center stage in Washington this week. Several major decisions from the Supreme Court could come down as soon as today. Of course, one of the biggest and perhaps most consequential decisions facing the nation's highest court is whether to overturn the constitutional right to an abortion, which was established nearly 50 years ago through Roe versus Wade. A leaked draft opinion earlier this year indicated the Supreme Court justices could be prepared to do just that. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the White House for us this morning. Peter, good morning to you. So we all remember when that draft decision came out, it not only rocked the foundation of the court, it sparked a rash of protests around the country. So what can we expect in Washington as they prepare for this final decision to be passed down?
Well, Joe, for starters, as you say, it could come any day. The court expected to overturn Roe v. Wade that would end the constitutional right to an abortion. If it happens, 13 states, Texas notably among them, already have what they call these trigger laws that would immediately ban abortions. Other states, like California, have been preparing to serve as safe havens of sorts for abortion rights, offering support and legal services to women who travel from out of state for an abortion. Abortion rights advocates right now, they want President Biden to take executive actions that would expand reproductive health services on federal lands and to increase access to abortion pills, abortion medications. The president says that he is considering taking action, but I've spoken to White House officials over the weekend and just yesterday. They wouldn't detail his plans. And to be clear, there's only so much that he can do by executive order. Joe?
There's another big case we're still waiting for, and it comes in the wake of the series of recent mass shootings we've seen. The Supreme Court set to decide on the constitutionality of a New York law that limits handguns in public. Remind us some of the details about this case and what could be the broader implications.
Yeah, so this is a century-old law. If the Supreme Court strikes it down, it could make it a lot easier to legally carry a handgun in New York State that officials say may have some violent consequences for cities already struggling to tamp down on the spike in gun crime that began 2 years ago, basically at the start of the pandemic. And if that happens, it could reach beyond New York. A handful of other states, California, Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, among them, they have similar laws that could be struck down. Still, if it happens, it's likely that New York would respond by crafting a new law that would more specifically address the ruling, Joe.
And we're looking at two huge issues here, abortion and guns. Looking at the possibility of judicial losses on both fronts for the president, how's the White House preparing for that?
Well, let's focus on the guns for a moment. The president's been urging Congress to act on gun reform, specifically in the wake of the Uvalde school shooting. A bipartisan group of lawmakers, as we've been reporting out, has been moving in that direction. An announcement on the text of the bill, meaning they agreed on the language, could be as soon as today. Democrats are hoping for a Senate vote by the end of this week. That's significant because they go away for a 2-week break for July 4th at the end of this week. The sticking point so far has been what they call this boyfriend loophole that would extend restrictions to ban weapons purchases from domestic abusers who are not married to or don't live with their partner. They're trying to better target or expand that to focus on boyfriends and other partners that may have been the victims of domestic abuse in the past.
All right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much, Peter.
Let's stay on all this and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, as always, thanks for joining us. So let's start with the Supreme Court. So that leaked draft opinion has been out there for more than a month now, but we still don't have a final ruling from the court. Reading on it each day, we know that opinions are issued. Is it normal for this much time to have passed between a draft, between what looked to be close to complete, and a final opinion? Walk us through that process.
Yes, it is possible because that initial draft just tells us that at some point there was a vote. And the vote went far enough, of course, that Justice Alito was assigned to write the opinion. And that opinion doesn't take a day or two to write. There was a lot of research that went into that. However, it doesn't mean that the final draft can't change. And there is history, and in the abortion context, believe it or not, of votes changing from first draft to final draft. And you have that in the Planned Parenthood v. Casey situation, where 3 justices essentially formed a plurality, and the vote outcome did change. But if you were betting on the outcome, the initial draft, in all likelihood, is what the final draft will look like, but maybe with some additional case law put in to bolster the points made in that initial draft. But of course, anything is possible. And with this outcry and with this backlash, maybe it's more possible that the draft could change, but the opposite is possible too. Maybe it galvanizes those who are firm in their votes.
So, Danny, with what you just said, assuming the final ruling is close to what we saw in that draft, if that's maybe the most likely scenario, essentially that means that Roe is overturned. Multiple states have these so-called trigger laws that would ban abortion right away. Now, there's been a lot of talk about what that ultimately means for women who would be seeking an abortion after that happens, including potentially crossing state lines. What would taking that action mean in light of these laws? Could those states actually stop women from doing that?
Savannah, you've seized on the next battlefront in the war, or whatever you want to call it, the figurative battle for abortion rights, whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. That is the next front for these states, because it goes to extraterritorial jurisdiction of a state to criminalize conduct. And in fact, it just so happens that you were talking about a good example of a state being able to criminalize out-of-state conduct. And that would be, for example, if Georgia were to prosecute President Trump for a phone call that he made from out of state to Brad Raffensperger and some other folks. But that's an example of extraterritorial jurisdiction. That is the next front if Roe is overturned.
Hey, Danny, speaking of that phone call, before I let you go, I do want to ask you a quick question on that. So this pressure campaign on states to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia, we know the Fulton County District's Attorney Office is conducting this own investigation. Based on what we've seen so far, based on what we might see this afternoon, do you think there's a chance we could see a state like Georgia file charges against the former president?
Yes, it's possible, but I think today is another example of there has been a lot of information out there that's been publicly available, but the committee's going to take it and make it in a digestible format. And I think a lot of folks are going to be surprised. Candidly, I think the whole I just need 11,000 votes isn't even the worst thing on that phone call to Brad Raffensperger. I think elsewhere, where he not so subtly, President Trump, seems to suggest that Raffensperger is exposed to criminal liability and his attorney as well. Those suggestions in the phone call to me sound far more, I guess, ripe for potential criminal inquiry than just saying, hey, I would like 11,000 votes, because that could go either way.
Danny Savalos, all eyes on the Supreme Court, which means we will be talking to you a lot. Thanks so much.
We're learning new information about the police response to last month's deadly shooting in Uvalde, Texas.
Yeah, coming up, why a new report says police could have confronted the gunman earlier. After the break.
We're back now with new details in the investigation into the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, which left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. A report by the Austin American-Statesman is shedding light on how officers did not confront the gunman for about an hour, despite being well armed. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
According to that new report, it appears officers at the scene had heavier firepower and more protective gear than previously known, but no clear orders to end the attack. The new revelation set to be presented at a public Texas Senate hearing today.
This is the first look inside Robb Elementary during the Uvalde massacre. The still image comes from surveillance video reviewed by the Austin American-Statesman, but not confirmed by NBC News. It appears to show multiple officers armed with rifles and at least one ballistic shield in a hallway, 19 minutes after the gunman started shooting. That's according to the Stateman's review of materials.
Investigators really believe at this point, based on my understanding, that that was certainly enough firepower to try to take on the gunman.
So why did officers wait nearly another hour to storm the classroom?
Whether you have the equipment or not, you just go in, and that never happened here.
Separately, the Texas Tribune released a detailed timeline overnight based on video footage and investigative materials not confirmed by NBC News. According to that report, the shooter opened fire at officers closest to classrooms 111 and 112. Several minutes later, the Tribune reports School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo phoned into dispatch requesting more firepower. We all have pistols, he said, according to a transcript reviewed by the Tribune, and this guy's got a rifle.
The question of why they were not directed to go in and who should have been giving that direction, I think those are questions that the investigators, state, federal, and local, are going to be focusing on for a long while.
Victims' families demanding accountability last night at a school board meeting in Uvalde, including the daughter of teacher Irma Garcia, who was killed, and Joe Garcia, who died of a heart attack days later.
I need you to know that the horrifying manner in which my mother was murdered and taken from us completely shattered our hearts. but made my dad's stop. The pain of losing the love of his life, his high school sweetheart, was too much for him to bear.
Community members also called for embattled school district police chief Pete Arredondo to resign. Earlier this month, he responded to criticism saying he did not instruct police to avoid a breach and that he never considered himself the scene's incident commander. Arredondo did not respond to our request for comment overnight. The Uvalde City Council is scheduled to consider later today whether to grant him a leave of absence from future council meetings. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Gabe.
Now for the latest on those 2 American veterans who were captured by Russian forces while fighting in Ukraine. Moscow has spoken out for the first time on their fate. The Kremlin spokesman sitting down with NBC's Keir Simmons in an exclusive interview. Keir joins us now from Moscow with more on his interview. And we should note that Russia is cracking down on journalists and limiting what they can say under the threat of imprisonment. Hey, Keir.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This is clearly going to be worrying news for the families of those American veterans held in Ukraine. The Kremlin spokesman telling me that they will not be, in his words, protected by the Geneva Conventions, calling them soldiers of fortune. This morning, 2 American veterans, Alex Druki and Andy Wen, captured in Ukraine, face an investigation and possible prosecution, according to the Kremlin.
They were taking part in the battlefield activities. They will be punished. They should be punished. They have committed crimes.
What crimes, though, Mr. Peskov?
We don't know yet.
But you know very well that this has the potential to escalate tensions with the U.S.
They're treated properly, but you have to understand, those guys on the battlefield were firing at our military guys. They were endangering their lives.
2 British fighters have been sentenced to death by the so-called Donetsk People's Republic. Can you guarantee that these Americans will not face the same fate?
No, I cannot guarantee anything. It depends on the investigation.
There's a 3rd American missing. Do you have any news of that person?
No, I don't have any information about that.
And we asked President Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, about other Americans jailed in Russia. Paul Whelan, sentenced to 16 years for spying, allegations he denies. And WNBA star Brittany Griner, arrested at the airport in February, accused of carrying a vape pen with hashish oil.
Is Brittany Griner a hostage? Is Paul Whelan a hostage? Are these 2 American fighters who have been captured in Ukraine, are they now going to be held as hostages? Is Russia taking hostages?
No, Russia is not taking hostages. And again, I'm strongly opposing the world hostages in this sense.
Vladimir Putin. We pressed him about President Putin's health. He pointed to a more than 3-hour speech and Q&A session on Friday.
You've denied several times that he's terminally ill, as has been suggested. Many reports, you've read them yourself, and yet people have suggested that at times he is seemed as if he is limping, as if he's shaking, as if he's gripping the table.
What I suggest is that you watch his performance and just think, if an unhealthy man can perform like that. Yesterday, I know in the afternoon, actually he played hockey.
And Savannah, this was a wide-ranging interview in which Dmitry Peskov denied that Russia is fueling a food crisis in Africa and the Middle East, or that Russia's actions in Ukraine are fueling inflation there in the US, in Western Europe. Of course, leaders like President Biden would take a different view, Savannah.
All right, Keir, thank you so much for bringing us that interview. And actually, in the last few moments, the State Department has confirmed the death of U.S. citizen Steven Zabielski in Ukraine. The Florida man died on May 15th while fighting over there.
More international headlines now as India and Bangladesh are hit by severe weather.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with that and more. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. A dire situation in India and Bangladesh where heavy monsoon rains and floods have killed more than 100 people and forced hundreds of thousands to evacuate their homes. Communications and roads have been cut off in some areas, landslides as well. The catastrophic rain in India is causing extensive flooding across the border in Bangladesh, where in the last month, UNICEF says more than 4 million people have been made homeless. You might have seen it last week, the iconic Jumbo floating restaurant being towed away from Hong Kong after its owners said they could no longer keep the business afloat. Well, now the company confirms that the iconic restaurant where countless tourists, including I, have dined, sank in the South China Sea. They say the Jumbo, quote, hit adverse conditions, took on water and capsized. It's now 1,000 feet down and can't be recovered. Cue the metaphors. And finally, Russian journalist Dmitry Muratov, who co-won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021 for defending freedom of speech in Russia, has auctioned off his gold Nobel medal so he can donate the proceeds to refugees of the war in Ukraine. It went to an anonymous bidder for a staggering $103.5 million, money that will go to help kids. In a message, Muratov said that we all need to, quote, help the people who are suffering the most. So a real statement of values there. And that's a look at your world today.
Oh, over $100 million. That's incredible.
Janice, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, as COVID cases drop here in the U.S., doctors are watching 2 new strains.
We're going to tell you what they're learning about these new variants, plus the latest on the vaccine rollout for young kids.
And right now, 6 million people in California are facing water restrictions, and the state's mega drought is getting worse. The impact it could have on the food supply across the country. That's next. Welcome back. Children under the age of 5 are now eligible for COVID vaccines, which is a welcome relief for a lot of parents.
That news comes as a pair of Omicron subvariants that appear to evade immunity protections are driving up cases in the UK. Joining us now to answer some of our questions is Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, physician at Harvard Medical School. Good morning to you, Dr. Nerurkar. So let's start with the vaccines. The CDC is now recommending the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines for kids as young as 6 months old. We know for Pfizer there's a difference in dosage for the youngest kids and those for the older children. But for parents who might be thinking of waiting until a 4-year-old turns 5 so they can get the stronger dose of Pfizer, what's your advice?
You know, Joe, in this case, timing really is everything. For children who are going to be 5 years old in June and possibly July, it may make sense to wait. For children whose birthdays are in August or September, you're getting close to the start of the school year. The best thing to do is talk to your pediatrician who has the greatest sense for your child's specific health status, risk factors, and can help counsel the parent and the family to the best of their ability.
Also, we mentioned those new Omicron subvariants. They're called BA4 and BA5. Now, it appears they target the lungs instead of just the upper respiratory tract and aren't as responsive to antibodies as other variants. How much of a concern is this?
You know, Savannah, it's not the time to worry, but it is the time to pay attention and to be prepared. We know that the BA4 and 5 subvariants are outcompeting the other variants, so it's just a matter of time before they become the dominant subvariants. In a recent study, there was we looked at the reinfection rates with these new subvariants with unvaccinated people and vaccinated people. Those who are unvaccinated who are infected with Omicron were more likely to be reinfected with BA4 and 5. So what all of this means for the next coming weeks and months remains to be seen.
And let's talk about the deaths that we've been seeing. For most of the pandemic, a spike in cases would be followed by a wave of deaths. It looks as if that is now changing. COVID deaths are near the lowest rate since the beginning of the pandemic. That's despite that spring surge in infections we've seen from these Omicron variants. So what do you make of that? What does that tell us?
You know, Joe, there's a decoupling of death and cases. So this is good news, but we still know that there's 314 on average deaths a day from COVID. That's 2 times the death rate of suicides and motor vehicle accidents. So we still can't normalize these mass casualties like this. We also have to think about long COVID. People who are under 65 who were infected with COVID, 1 in 5 will develop long COVID. For those over 65, that number is higher, 1 in 4 with long COVID. We know that this has long-term impacts on their quality of life and a burden on the healthcare system.
All important to keep in mind. Dr. Aditi Nerukar, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you. And now to the West, where California's mega drought has been at crisis levels for years. Well, now scientists say it's getting even worse. This is the region's third straight year of drought, and experts say it is the driest on record. 6 million Californians are under some sort of water restriction. And meanwhile, the agriculture industry there is suffering. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson tells us what's at risk and how the industry is coping.
Farm owner Gary Bean has spent his entire life in agriculture, but he's never lived through something like this. Of the more than 1,200 acres that make up his farm, more than 600, half, is left fallow.
Is that heartbreaking?
It's stressful because I know what I can do if I have the water to grow the crops, and I feel like I'm spinning my wheels.
For most of California, the years-long mega drought is a slow-motion disaster. 97% of the state is under some measure of drought emergency, from severe to exceptional. But in the state's Central Valley, where 40% of all the fruits and nuts in the nation are grown, the economy is spiraling.
Have you ever had this much of your farm left fallow?
No, not since we've been on this farm. Since 1972, we haven't, no.
The lack of fields to work means less work to go around. Farm workers are leaving the region in droves to find sustainable jobs. Gustavo Morales grew up on the bean farm. His family lives on the property. His dad is the foreman. But with limited opportunity, he says he has to make the right decision for his children and will soon leave for another job.
Just kind of bad.
Why?
Need water, for it to grow. Been here all my life,
Have you ever seen a drought this bad?
No, like this. Not right here. Other places, like they have workers and they let them go because they don't have work for them, and it's different in other places.
The agriculture industry here in California is the largest in the country. They average about $50 billion worth of annual revenue. But because this drought has been so severe for so long, growers have had to cut back, which has led to a lot of pain, both here on the farm and at the table.
Miles away in Fresno, California, Rosie's, a farm-to-table Mexican restaurant, lives and dies by local agriculture and the availability of fresh produce and livestock.
How is business now?
Now it's a little bit hard because, the prices for the meat, then it's a little bit high.
And because her customers, many of them families or farm workers themselves, are also suffering, she won't raise prices.
What makes you stay?
Because I love the people, I like my job, and I try to stay.
Far beyond the country's breadbasket, in produce aisles from coast to coast, where inflation and gas prices are already forcing everyday Americans to make tough choices, experts say those fallow fields will have a huge impact.
This drought, 2022, is terrible. And everybody should recognize that. It really is disastrous. It's disastrous for farm workers, for farmers, and their communities. The rest of us will notice in our food prices for the kinds of things that are specialty crops in California. Think of asparagus, think of cherries this spring. A little later, think of carrots and other fruits and vegetables. And those prices will be a bit higher.
A painful reminder of resources scarce, poised to pinch all Americans with no relief in sight.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report.
With inflation at its highest in decades, everyone is trying to find ways to save at the grocery store.
Coming up, how one woman paid less than $5 on more than $100 worth of groceries. She's going to share her secrets. That's up next. We're back now with some breaking news from a popular cereal company.
CNBC's Silvana now joins us with that and more business headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Kellogg is breaking up. The food giant was split into 3 separate companies by spinning off its U.S., Canadian, and Caribbean cereal division, which includes its iconic brands and plant-based business, which sells products such as Morningstar Farms. They account for about 20% of sales. The remaining business will be focused on snacks, international cereal, and noodle brands, and North American frozen breakfast. The cereal and plant-based businesses will remain headquartered in Battle Creek, Michigan. The snack company will be based in Battle Creek and Chicago. JetBlue is boosting its offer for Spirit Airlines as it tries to convince the low-cost carrier to accept its bid over from Frontier. Last week, Spirit said it was in talks with JetBlue over its offer and is expected to decide by the end of the month. JetBlue's new offer includes more cash if a proposed deal is rejected by regulators, but doesn't include abandoning JetBlue's Northeast alliance with American. And what's a steak lunch with Warren Buffett worth? Well, $19 million. That's what an anonymous bidder is paying to sit down with the legendary billionaire investor. The individual who made the bid in a charitable auction on eBay will meet with Buffett in New York City in the coming months. This is the final year Buffett will take part in the auction. Since 2000, he has helped raise more than $53 million for the Glide Foundation, which provides services to the homeless and other individuals in San Francisco, guys.
That's an expensive lunch.
No kidding.
It sure is.
For a good cause, I hope.
Yeah.
Steak is good, though.
Absolutely.
All right, Silvana, thank you.
Price tags on just about everything positively skyrocketing as of late. A lot of people across the country are figuring out new ways to try and make ends meet.
Well, one woman we're about to introduce you to recently bought, get this, $117 worth of groceries and other household items for only $4.16. Joining us now is Bree, the coupon queen, and you may have seen her on TikTok. She's no stranger to saving big. Bree, good morning. Thanks for joining us. We're fascinated by this. I mean, what a savings there during a time, especially when we're all digging deeper into our pockets, but you found ways to do the opposite. What motivated you to get into extreme couponing? Was it a way to make ends meet, and how hard is it to do?
It was in the beginning. I didn't want to be paycheck to paycheck anymore, and I really started focusing on it in 2019. Then COVID hit, which obviously brought on its own complications. So I really wanted to be able to save a ton of money and consistently. So I started couponing. It's not hard, but at the end of the day, it is a skill that anyone can learn. So I definitely try to make it as easy and simple as possible for all of my audience and all my viewers. But yeah, anyone can do it.
Let's talk about your audience. You posted all sorts of videos on TikTok explaining how you're able to save from different retailers. But what are you hearing from followers about how tough it is right now in this economy?
A lot of my followers let me know that they're struggling financially to the point where they have to pick and choose. Okay, what can I afford this month? What can I afford next month? What do I have to push off? So, and some of them are on fixed income. Some of them are, retired, and they really need to save. So that's why I want to try to put together as many different kind of deals as possible, because it needs to stock up and purchase different kinds of products.
So for people who are looking to save the next time they've got to go to the grocery store or the drugstore, what advice do you have? How do people do this?
You can do it all digitally. I know a lot of people think that you need all the paper inserts and things like that, but honestly, you don't. You can just use your phone. So just download the app of whatever store you want to coupon at. The only app that does not have digital coupons is Walmart, but they can download the coupons.com app, get some rebates that way, and download the apps of the stores like CVS, Walgreens, Publix, Target. Start clipping and using the digital coupons. The savings will really add up. Then you can add in a couple different rebate apps to get even more cash back. And that's what I share in all of those videos, exactly how to do it, mostly using just your phone.
How time consuming is it?
It doesn't have to be super time consuming. I teach everyone to be able to shop at one store once a week consistently, so you can really start saving and adding to your stockpile for your family. You can coupon in probably 2 hours a week, so it doesn't have to be a lot.
All right, Bree, fascinating stuff. Good tips for people at home. Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a new group of artists on display at New York's iconic Met Museum. They're also the ones who are keeping the place running every day. We're going to introduce you to them.
Plus, a royal birthday. Prince William turns 40 today. How the future British king is marking this special day as he prepares for a more central role in the royal family after the break. We're back with a food collaboration that might divide people. There's a little hint right there. It's a new mashup from ketchup maker French's to help you beat the heat just in time for summer. It's the Frenchsicle. French's describes it as a refreshingly savory and sweet, here's the part, ketchup popsicle made from 100% Canadian tomatoes. The company teamed up with ice pop maker Happy Pops for this cool collaboration, and it'll be available in Canada for a limited time. Joe's shaking his head. Here's the thing. I feel like the issue is that they're calling it a ketchup popsicle because if it was just tomatoes, it's sort of like a tomato juice, which sounds more normal, but ketchup popsicle is going to be a no.
Who's asking for that? Who's like, oh, I'm so hot, I would like nothing more than
frozen ketchup.
Frozen ketchup right now.
Yeah.
If it tastes like a Bloody Mary, maybe. But
seems like something maybe we'll have to try if we can get it here.
You tell me.
Okay. Like when you made me taste that nasty Peeps thing.
Yeah, which I thought was perfectly fine. I thought that was lovely. All right, thank you. Travelers from around the world come to New York to visit the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And for the first time, work from a special group is now on display. NBC's Harry Smith explains.
As an exhibition design manager at the Met, Dan Kershaw has helped display works by Picasso and soon Van Gogh. This, however, is different.
There's something for everyone here, but it's also not off-putting in a way that maybe other art may intimidate people.
No, this art was created by the people who work here, a kind of art kaleidoscope of almost 500 pieces, from curators to security guards. Jerry Payne works in the education department. His own photograph, a wall away from the world's great masterpieces.
People are able to see just the vast amounts of an ability that lives and breathes here within this building.
A perfect example by Elena Carnegie-Laux, who works in textiles. That's her in the photograph, weaving.
Is this the painting you were paying homage to?
Yes, it is. The Lace Maker by Nicolas Mies. We tried to capture the colors and the overall aesthetic in an updated way.
This is so cool.
Millions of people visit the Met each year. The art beyond value.
I oversee the Security Operations Center.
Lambert Fernando has a piece in the staff show too.
We all share a common interest, which is to preserve and protect the art for eternity.
But to have your own work on display?
It's big time stuff.
Art museum types are sometimes labeled as stuffy. On the contrary, check out this piece made, we learned, from a neighbor's garbage. Priceless. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
All right, now Britain's future king, Prince William, is celebrating his 40th birthday today.
The Duke of Cambridge is expected to spend the day with his family, according to Palace. NBC News contributor Wilfred Frost joins us now from London with more on this. Hey, good morning.
Very good morning to you guys. And I'm outside Kensington Palace now, of course, the home at the moment for Prince William and his family, who today woke up and ushered in his 5th decade. The man who'll one day be king today turns 40. His face embossed on a newly minted £5 coin released to commemorate the day. And with an increasingly frail queen, William is already taking on more royal duties. The Cambridges centre stage at the Jubilee celebrations, along with their cheeky children too, who somewhat stole the show. But we're also seeing William at more sober events, like the state opening of Parliament last month, when the Queen could not be there. I was in fact in attendance, William next to his father, Prince Charles, looking stern and serious and ready to serve. Through the last 4 decades, we've watched this prince's progress. From the moment he was introduced to the world, to the charming schoolboy, then student at university where he met his future wife, hotshot helicopter pilot, and now a middle-aged dad of 3, posting this family snap on Father's Day. But today, no doubt, he will also reflect on those not here.
He wants to keep the memory of Mother Princess Diana alive, and he can see ways of doing that, particularly by promoting the issues that she cared for.
His passion for helping the homeless stemmed from Diana.
Homelessness has always stuck with me as a topic and as an issue I want to fight for.
Just last week, he was spotted in central London quietly helping to sell copies of a magazine sold by the homeless. A magazine that this week features him on its cover. His father, too, a great influence. William's passion for saving the environment coming directly from Charles.
Ours is a common mission. It means ensuring the brightest and boldest amongst us in all sectors of society are given the support to find the answers to the most important question we face: how to repair our planet.
But he also wants to make his own mark and modernize the monarchy to ensure its survival in the 21st century and in a changing world there are tremendous challenges ahead. There was that misjudged trip to the Caribbean in March this year. But even then, amidst protests and negative headlines, we did get a glimpse of his modern approach.
I want to say this. We support with pride and respect your decisions about your future. Relationships evolve, friendship endures.
And sadly, the relationship with his brother Harry remains strained. Unthinkable that they wouldn't be celebrating today together when you look at them as kids or consider what they've endured together, from the trauma of their mother's tragic death to the more recent joy of being side by side for their weddings. How things have changed. But those challenges aside, William has slowly but surely improved his public image, seen now as modern and forward-looking, yet delivering on his duty in an understated way. Happy birthday, Your Royal Highness. And Kensington Palace is still their current home, though expected to move this summer to a house in the Windsor Castle grounds. Why? To be closer to his grandmother, the Queen, to keep learning from her, and also closer to Catherine's family. Duty and family are what leads this 40-year-old future king.
All right, Wilfred, thank you so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
We begin this morning, though, with the battle between the Federal Reserve and inflation.
The central bank will decide later today whether to raise interest rates, hoping to cool off demand and ease inflation. Soaring prices for rent, gasoline, and just about everything in between are creating a tremendous amount of pain for Americans trying to make ends meet. Last week's inflation report was supposed to show that prices were starting to moderate. Instead, it highlighted that inflation is still elevated and only going higher. Now, that report triggered a sell-off on Wall Street, officially putting the S&P 500 in a bear market, which is characterized as a decline of 20% from its peak. Now, many are wondering what Fed Chair Jerome Powell will do next to try and tame inflation and get the markets back on track without throwing the economy into a recession. Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now on set. Caleb, good morning to you. So the big question here, is the Federal Reserve going to raise interest rates by more than half a percentage point? And then what comes from there?
Yeah, that's a pretty good bet. A couple of weeks ago, we were not thinking that at all. And the Federal Reserve has been very transparent about what they were going to do this year, raise interest rates a half a percentage point in every meeting until November, until we got to about 2.75% on the Fed funds rate. Because inflation is out of control, you just showed the graphic, 8.6% for consumers, 10.2% for producers. That's a lot. They're probably going to have to raise rates faster, and it shows that they may have miscalculated this all along.
Now, we've obviously seen the stock market take a beating. I mean, we just listed some of those numbers off, bear market now for the S&P. How do you think the market will react if that rate hike is higher than that half a point?
Sometimes investors, all they want to know is what's going on, transparency, information. A lack of information is like kryptonite for investors. When you can't see the future, you don't want any part of it. You stay away from it. So if the Fed commits to that 75 basis point increase today and says this is the plan for the rest of the year and sticks to it, markets are going to react positively to that. But we're in a spin cycle here where nobody wants to own risky assets. You see it in stocks. You're seeing it in cryptocurrencies as well.
In the past, we've seen an interest rate hike could actually trigger a recession. How worried are you about that happening this time? Anything the Fed can do to make sure that doesn't happen while taming inflation?
Yeah, it's between a rock and a hard place. Out of control inflation or raise interest rates to cool the economy down. And it has to choose the latter. You got to raise interest rates to cool inflation because that eats away at people's earning power, at the wealth effect, at everything. Small businesses are really having a tough time right now. So they got to do that, but they probably will put us into a recession, or we were headed that way all along, because you can't raise interest rates this quickly from 0% without impacting the economy. We're feeling it already.
You mentioned crypto. Before the show, we were talking about this pretty wild announcement coming from Coinbase. It's one of the world's top online exchanges for cryptocurrency. They announced they're reducing their force by almost 20% in a Pretty harsh email, I might add. What do you think it says about cryptocurrency? The founder was sort of mentioning this crypto winter. What does that mean? You mentioned those risky assets. I mean, what's that whole sector going to look like?
Yeah, you're putting it politely. There was a notice that went out to employees that said that they're going to eliminate 18% of their workforce, more than 1,000 people. This was a company, like a lot of companies, that grew very aggressively as retail investors piled into cryptocurrency. That is in a deep bear market, down 60 or 70% from all-time highs, down another 10 or so percent today. So crypto winter sounds like something out of Game of Thrones. That just means people aren't trading anymore, and risky assets, and cryptocurrency is the ultimate risky asset. People are backing way away from that right now.
All right, Caleb Silver.
Coming.
Exactly.
Caleb, thank you very much. Always great to have you on set with us. Now to the latest on those hearings about the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The committee postponed today's scheduled hearing due to what they said were technical issues. The next one's now tomorrow afternoon. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us with the latest. Hey, Ali, good morning. So let's start with this postponement and sort of the reasons they said. A member of the committee said staffers are being overwhelmed with the demand to produce videos for their presentation, which is why we're not going to see one today. Tell us more about that, and what will tomorrow's hearing now focus on?
Well, remember, Savannah, committee staffers were cutting those clips of former Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien's pre-recorded testimony really in real time on Monday after his wife went into labor, and last minute he wasn't able to obviously attend that hearing. So the committee is saying that in an effort to not overwhelm and stress out these staffers for future hearings, they're postponing them. And remember, these hearings are thought to be really thought of as each one being a puzzle piece to this larger picture. There's really no order that's necessary in which they present them. So what was supposed to be today's hearing that would express really that pressure campaign on the Justice Department, we were supposed to hear from former Justice Department officials, that is now postponed to one of two hearings we're expecting next week on Tuesday and Thursday, but we're still expecting the original hearing for tomorrow to still focus on the former president's pressure campaign on his own vice president. The committee's top Republican, Liz Cheney, actually offering a sort of teaser in a Twitter video posted last night. She shows a clip of a pre-recorded testimony from a former Trump lawyer who said that he spoke with John Eastman, Trump's personal attorney, who's really thought to be sort of the mastermind or the person who developed really the roadmap for developing the claims to overturn the election. That lawyer telling Eastman the day after January 6th that he should, quote, get the best criminal defense lawyer, saying, quote, you're going to need it, Savannah. A little tease of what we're going to hear tomorrow.
Yeah. And I'm just imagining the amount of stress there must have been for them to make this decision to postpone it, coming from all that staff on the Hill just trying to get this stuff done. Now, I do want to ask you about something people are talking about from Monday's hearing. So we heard testimony from former Trump advisor Jason Miller, and he's who claimed that the former president's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was drunk on election night while giving advice. Of course, advice the president listened to. Giuliani has since responded. What is he saying?
Yeah, Jason Miller and Bill Stepien both accusing Giuliani of being drunk at that event at the White House on election night. Giuliani has since pushed back against those claims in a series of tweets that actually have since been deleted. He said he quote, refused all alcohol that evening. He said he's been disgusted by these claims. Also on his radio show yesterday, he insisted that he was, quote, on Diet Cola all night. He said he, quote, knew that he would have to be called upon for advice. But Savannah, his lawyer is actually telling NBC that during his hearing, his deposition with the committee that he met with for hours, that he wasn't really asked to respond to what they had already heard from Miller and Stepien about those claims of him being intoxicated on election night.
Ali, before I let you go, I do want to switch gears here to the negotiations on the new gun legislation, because we have some news. Senator Mitch McConnell says he supports the framework deal on guns. He's sort of a linchpin here. Is this essentially now a done deal? And when can we expect to see a formal bill introduced?
Yeah, so during a press conference yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that he would support the framework if what is the eventual outcome of this framework resembles what he saw out of this bipartisan deal that came out on Sunday. He would support this. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I've already told you my view of the framework. If it leads to a piece of legislation, I intend to support it. I think it's progress for the country. And I think the bipartisan group has done the best they can to get total support.
And remember, Democrats have said that they intend to get more than those 10 Republicans that have signed on to this already. Obviously, that would require McConnell's backing. And so far, this is really still in flux. The senators are still drafting this up. Originally, Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn had said that he hoped to get this framework drafted for hopefully, a vote next week. That deadline is sort of being pushed now. Senators hoping to get this framework drafted and voted on, hopefully, before they leave for a 2-week recess around the 4th of July.
Some big news there. Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
For more on the January 6th hearing, let's bring in former U.S. Attorney Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, good morning to you. So as we wait one more day for the hearings to continue, I do want to ask you about the committee's decision to not make any criminal referrals, despite leadership previously hinting at possibly making referrals. How might the Justice Department react to a referral if one were to be made, or do you think it's not even really necessary at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question, Joe, and an important one. So 2 thoughts. One, the Department of Justice absolutely does not need a referral from Congress in order to investigate or prosecute a case. Just doesn't need it. It's unnecessary, procedurally, legally meaningless. But more to your question, what would be the efficacy of Congress making a criminal referral to the Department of Justice? Would it cause the Department of Justice to take up the case or to reject the case, or would it have no effect at all? My sense, having served in the Department of Justice in senior positions, is that it could actually be highly counterproductive, meaning that if I were at the Department of Justice and I got a mostly partisan referral from the Congress, and this would be a mostly partisan referral, I don't mean that as an insult, but that's what it is, it would cause me to think twice about actually taking up the case. The Department of Justice prides itself on being independent, apolitical, and keeping politics out of its decision-making. So a political referral can be counterproductive. The Department of Justice has all the authority it needs to open an investigation if it wants to do so. The Attorney General of the United States has said they're monitoring the hearings closely. That's all that needs to happen, Joe.
Chuck, we also heard this week about the post-election fundraising efforts from the Trump campaign. It was described by the committee as the big ripoff. How interested do you think the DOJ should be in that going forward?
Very interested. I'm very interested. You know, Joe, if I told you I was running a charity and I asked you to donate to it through me, or I told you I would invest your money in a certain way, and that caused you to give me your money to invest, and I didn't do either of those things, there was no charity, or I didn't invest your funds, or all the money went to me for my personal use, that's a crime. And it's a relatively easy one to prove, too. If it's actually true that money was solicited from donors for an election fraud fund or whatever the heck they called it, and no such fund existed, and the money was siphoned off into other uses, that could be wire fraud. And so I would think the Department of Justice would be very interested. Now, let me add one caveat. That doesn't mean that President Trump did this or is on the hook criminally for this. We don't know who devised the scheme. We don't know who made the misrepresentations. That's why you do investigations. But this is very interesting to me.
All right, Chuck Rosenberg, thanks so much for your analysis. We always appreciate it. And we're going to have live coverage of tomorrow's hearing on the January 6th committee right here on NBC News Now. Coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Turning now to the Supreme Court and the latest on its monumental decision surrounding the future of abortion rights in America.
Yeah, the court did rule on 4 other cases this week, but not the one the nation is anxiously awaiting with a potential impact to Roe versus Wade. That's Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization. That decision will have to wait until one of the court's last 2 decision days of the term. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us on set to break this down. Danny, always great to have you with us. So I think so many people are just wondering, why are we still waiting? Why is it taking taking a while. Is there a chance that it's taking a while because we're going to see a change from what was leaked? What do you make of the wait here?
It's just torture. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I think the Supreme Court should have released this sooner. I have some concerns about justice safety as soon as this original opinion was leaked. And sure enough, they were borne out when reportedly someone was arrested stalking Justice Kavanaugh. So this is a real safety concern. I thought that the original leak would cause the Supreme Court to release this case right away. They didn't. The other reason they may be holding on to it is exactly what you said. Now they've had to scamper around and maybe rewrite portions of this opinion. But I don't know how they do that either, because we're going to be going over it with a fine-tooth comb for years from now to decide, to figure out, why is this sentence different? How did this person change their take?
And perhaps never really knowing when they made those changes along the way, too. So in addition to this big decision we're waiting for, is there anything else you're keeping an eye out for as we wait for these remaining decisions?
Oh, there's so many. I mean, we have religion cases. We have the case of the coach who prayed at midfield after a football game, whether that him being terminated infringed on his religious liberty. Very interesting case. Factually, not something that's going to apply to a ton of people. Not everybody are coaches, but an interesting First Amendment case. And of course, you have a gun case in New York, whether or not in other words, whether or not giving administrative authority over deciding whether or not you have a permit violates the Second Amendment. In other words, if I have this immutable constitutional right, how dare you, government, decide whether or not I am worthy of carrying a firearm? That's the gun owner's argument.
In other words, we're kind of still waiting on most of these big ones here that are really things that we're talking about a lot here. One thing we did get, though, were these 4 decisions earlier this week. What did we hear from those?
Mostly dealt with Supreme Court, most of these complex administrative type cases. One interesting case to me, of course, that will have almost no practical world reality was a sovereign jurisdiction case. If you're convicted in an Indian court or in a Native American court in the United States, does that cause double jeopardy, preventing your prosecution in a subsequent case? Again, these cases come up virtually never. I've never had a case like this, but there were also some immigration cases. In a pair of cases, the Supreme Court denied essentially review to people who are being detained in cases of bonds and class relief. Very complex cases, which is why they didn't make a huge splash.
Because we would have trouble explaining them as well as you just did.
In the amount of time I have, I need more time.
Very quickly here, I mean, how does the rest of the Supreme Court's workload this term stack up compared with previous terms, and could that affect how things unfold in the next couple of weeks here?
It's hard to assess that because we have so many important cases coming out that cover such a broad spectrum, things that Americans care about: abortion, guns, immigration, religion. I mean, these are all potentially momentous cases. Have there been cases in the past that match up to this? Maybe, but it's really hard to say because it really depends on what issue you tend to watch the Supreme Court for. And that answer is different for Americans nationwide.
Danny Ceballos, don't go far because we're still waiting on all those, and we're going to need you when we get them. Always great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Now, voters are making their voices heard across the country this morning as more results roll in from primary elections from South Carolina to Nevada. The big question: how did candidates endorsed by former President Trump fare? NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is here to help us get some answers and break down the results from these important races. Mark, good morning. You said we got to keep an eye on South Carolina. That's what we're doing here. The first of 2 Republican primaries there. Let's look at. Each race featured candidates endorsed by former President Trump, and one of them, the state's 7th congressional district, we saw Tom Rice, the incumbent who voted to impeach Donald Trump after the Capitol riot, lose to State Representative Russell Fry. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Joe, what stands out about this race was that Tom Rice voted to impeach Donald Trump back in January of 2021, one of the 10 Republicans to do so. And this was the first primary showdown where Donald Trump had endorsed a challenger to someone who voted to impeach him. And we ended up seeing Rice go down. There was the thought that this race could potentially go into a runoff. You needed to get more than 50% to avoid a runoff, but we saw Russell Fry be able to do that. And so that was a victory for Donald Trump last night. But he also ended up losing a race last night as well.
Yeah, and let's talk exactly about that one. It's the first congressional district. We saw Republican incumbent Nancy Mace face off against a Trump-endorsed challenger, Katie Arrington. But Mace came out on top in this one. So what kind of implications does that have now for the GOP as we head into the midterms?
Yeah. So unlike Rice, Nancy Mace did not vote to impeach Donald Trump in 2021. She preferred censure instead. She did criticize Donald Trump. She ended up voting to certify the Electoral College results, but also in the course of this campaign did her very best to basically try to get back in Donald Trump's good graces. She ended up having a video outside of Trump Tower in New York City recounting all of her past support for Donald Trump. And when you end up looking at the lessons of both Tom Rice and Nancy Mace, it does kind of drive home the point that you can criticize Donald Trump. You might be able to break with him on an issue here or there, but you can't be seen as anti-Trump. And that, to me, is the real big difference between what we saw, the outcomes for Rice, who ended up losing, and Mace, who ended up winning.
Let's go to the other end of the country. The Republican Senate race in Nevada featured a frontrunner in Adam Laxalt, who spearheaded Trump's reelection effort in that state. So what can you tell us about that race and how it really sets up this November election against the incumbent? It's going to be one of the closest watch races in the country. The Democrat there, Catherine Cortez Masto.
Yeah, Sam Brown, the challenger to Adam Laxalt, gave this a stronger race than many had thought a few months ago. But this is all about the general election. You're right about that, Joe. This is going to be one of the marquee Senate contests in the country, and an opportunity for Republicans to be able to flip this Senate seat and win back control of the United States Senate in an environment that is really tough for Democrats right now. And I would just pay a lot of attention to Nevada. That has been a very good state for Democrats over the last decade or so. But when the winds are blowing in your face, this is going to be a challenge for the Democrats to hold on to not only the United States Senate seat, but also the governor's mansion in the state.
Mark Murray, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Now, tens of millions of Americans are waking up to another day of intense heat with record highs forecasted from the southwest to the mid-Atlantic. But the extreme weather doesn't stop with the heat wave. This morning, Yellowstone National Park is shut down. Watch this video. Thousands of people have been evacuated after unprecedented flash flooding that was strong enough to push this entire house downriver, swept the area. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the latest.
Weather extremes as destructive as they are contradictory. In the West, fires, historic flooding, and extreme drought all at the same time. The latest epicenter for devastation, Yellowstone National Park, an icon of Mother Nature, parts now underwater with unprecedented flash flooding just as the busy summer tourist season begins. Onlookers watching helplessly as this two-story home was swallowed by the Yellowstone River. The level so high and the current so strong. Holy! This bridge was also swept away by raging waters. The floods stemming from a 1,000-mile-long atmospheric river that pounded Washington, Montana, and Wyoming, dumping massive amounts of rain. That, along with rapidly melting snowpack, making roads completely impassable.
In her basement, and there's about 2 feet covering the entire street in front of her house, just, rolling as fast as the river is.
CNBC's Valerie Castro is in Livingston, Montana.
As you can see, some homes here in Livingston have already flooded. The local hospital, which was evacuated, remains under several feet of water. And now the winds are yet another force to deal with as the cleanup process begins.
But the rain did little for fires threatening communities in California, a situation made even more dangerous by the mega drought stretching across the West. This as record-breaking temperatures span much of the country. More than 100 million are under heat alerts. In several cities, the heat index will top more than 100 degrees. Meanwhile, other parts of the country are bracing for severe storms that tore through the Midwest.
The whole roof fell down.
At Chicago's O'Hare, travelers were told to seek shelter.
They moved us all away from the windows.
As near hurricane-force winds toppled trees and ripped apart homes.
Some tough scenes there, and our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
So what's next? Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Which means it's time for Michelle Grossman to join us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And unfortunately, we're going to see scenes like that today, also through next week, because we expect this heat to stay in place. We're looking at intense heat, record-breaking heat, historic heat and also just some really dangerous heat out there. So let's take a look at what we're expecting today, because we're looking at millions of Americans under a heat alert from the Midwest all the way down to the Southeast. Where you don't see a heat alert, it doesn't mean we're not going to have dangerous heat there. It just means we've already had it. So in parts of the South Central states, we're looking at temperatures also in the 90s. The Southwest, we're looking at 100s as well. So 95 million people impacted today from the Midwest to the Southeast by some sort of heat alert, a excessive heat warning. That's in your hot pink. That's mainly in the Midwest and parts of the Southeast. So those sizzling temperatures do continue. We're looking at upper 90s for many. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots. We're going to continue to break records. So in Chicago, 97 degrees today, the record of 95 most likely to be broken. We're looking at the upper 90s in Detroit, also in St. Louis, near 100 degrees there, 98 degrees in Nashville. That persistent heat hangs on tomorrow. Once again, we're looking at near 100 degrees in Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville, Knoxville, even on Augusta, Georgia, we're looking at 98 degrees. The record there is 100, so certainly could break the record there as we head throughout Thursday afternoon. The heat streak goes on through this weekend. We're looking at temperatures mainly in the 90s, 100 degrees, and a little tease towards next week. We're looking at this heat to stay in place as well. So St. Louis by Sunday, 94 degrees. Nashville, you're into the 90s as well. This weekend, Atlanta, we're looking at 94 on Saturday, 91 on Sunday. This heat is sparking those floods that Gotti just told us about. Also a fire danger in the Southwest. Severe weather threat. That's going to be a big one today. We're already seeing some storms in parts of the upper Midwest, some really torrential, heavy rainfall. That's going to be the story today. Also looking at the chance of some really gusty winds over 75 miles per hour. So this is what radar looks like right now. You can see some lightning. We had that all over the nighttime hours. Also looking at heavy rain with the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That severe weather threat into this evening. We have a few spots. The Southeast today, we could see strong to severe storms. But what we're looking at is the upper Midwest. We have an enhanced risk. That's a high risk. It's 3 out of 5 on the severe prediction scale. So we're looking at Green Bay, La Crosse, into Milwaukee. Could see some pretty strong storms. You want to have your safety plan in place. 33 million people at risk for damaging hail, for large to very large hail. 2 inches up to 2.5 inches. That's tennis ball size hail. Tornadoes likely, and some could be strong. That's why you need your safety plan in place. You need to have your phone nearby or a TV nearby where you get some alerts. And winds gusting over 75 miles per hour. Also in the yellow, we could see some strong to severe storms as well. Tomorrow, we're going to move that risk into the Great Lakes region, into parts of the Northeast. So 19 million at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Large hail, and also the chance of a few tornadoes. So guys, this heat does continue, and we're going to see this extending into the early part of next week. And remember, it's early in the summer season, so we have a long way to go.
Oh, yeah, we certainly do, with so many high temperatures across that whole map. Yeah. All right, Michelle, thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
But we begin this morning with the January 6th hearings and the pressure campaign former President Trump put on his Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the results of the 2020 election. New testimony from Trump's own inner circle and Pence's top advisors now giving the clearest look yet into the efforts the former president made to convince Pence not to certify the election results. The House committee laid out how Pence's decision to choose the country over party and defy Trump in the process nearly cost him his life. We have team coverage this morning, but we begin with a look at some of the major moments from day 3.
Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the vice president.
Could you hear the vice president or only hear the president's end?
Only hear the president's end. But at some point it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp
I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp, you'll be a wimp." Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the president said to the vice president that something to the effect of, "You don't have the courage to make a hard decision."
Words, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah. Being you're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Despite the fact that the vice president consistently told the president that he did not have and would not want the power to decide the outcome of the presidential election, Donald Trump continued to pressure the vice president, both publicly and privately.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states.
Then President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done."
Noise from the rioters became audible. The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs. Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they stayed for the next 4.5 hours, barely missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue.
A lot of detail laid out there. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali. Ali, good morning to you. We heard a lot from Greg Jacob yesterday, who was one of Mike Pence's top advisors in the White House. What did he have to say about that pressure campaign on Pence?
Yeah, good morning. It was a stunning moment of testimony as repeatedly this former top aide to the former vice president detailed the ways that they repeatedly knocked down attempts from Trump's inner circle to effectively overturn the election results. Pence saying that's not a power he believed he had, and it's not one that he would have wanted any vice president to have. Listen to what his top aide testified before the committee yesterday.
The vice president's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election.
And Ali,
to me, you know, they ended up playing this yesterday, apologies, but as they were wrapping up and showing what the former vice president did on the floor at that time, it was really stunning, again, to hear him read his own name, that he lost the election. Of course, he was on the ticket with Trump. You heard Greg Jacob reference that there, the fact that this is not someone who was a disinterested party. Mike Pence would have loved to win the election. Nevertheless, though, he wasn't willing to overturn the results to do so.
And I was just going to ask about this. Jacob was also with the vice president at the Capitol on the day of the insurrection. He gave us a really detailed look behind the scenes of what happened and sort of the level of danger they were in about delaying that. What more did he have to say?
Yeah, we saw stunning new materials yesterday, photos of Vice President Pence as he was in a bunker, and even one point looking at a tweet that then President Trump had sent while Pence was in that bunker as things were unfolding at the Capitol here. That's a moment that everyone in the room, if they had been zoning out at all, they really perked back up, tuned in, eyes glued to the screen behind the dais as these committee members presented that new material. But of course, Greg Jacob, one of those who was, as you said, with the former vice president that day and was really able to bring us inside those moments. Here's more of what he told the committee.
The vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the vice president of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
And look, again, the fact that the former vice president, one of his top aides testifying there, did not want to leave the Capitol. And we now know, the committee estimating, he was only 40 feet away from rioters. That is just such a stunning distance, such a stunning piece of information from yesterday.
Those photos in the bunker, quite stunning to see, Allie. And we saw John Eastman was one of the people the panel focused on yesterday. And Chairman Benny Thompson told yesterday that the committee has reached out to Jenny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, inviting her to talk to them. Can you tell us why she's of interest?
Yeah, this was a pretty big piece of news yesterday. As Chairman Thompson was coming out of the hearing, I caught up with him. We had heard him say earlier in the day that the committee wanted to speak with Ginny Thomas. It's an escalation because she's a name that has really been percolating throughout this entire investigation because of text messages that she may have had with Mark Meadows and others in the Trump White House and orbit around the January 6th insurrection and the push to overturn the election results. Of course, her proximity, being married to a Supreme Court justice, makes this even more of a striking revelation. The fact that the committee wanted to talk to her yesterday morning piqued our attention. But then yesterday, as I caught up with Chairman Thompson, he actually told me that they had already sent Ginny Thomas a letter. He made it sound like it was in the past tense, likely yesterday. But of course, this is something that we're going to be looking out for as we see the committee both laying out this public narrative and then also at the same time still fact gathering and calling people in to talk to them.
A big piece of news coming out yesterday. Allie, thanks so much for that. And for more on the potential legal fallout from yesterday's hearing, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Of course, they're trying to show in the committee pressure that Trump put on Pence leading up to January 6th. Do you think they were successful in showing that?
Sure. If the goal was only to show pressure on Pence and by Eastman and Trump, then they did that. In fact, the whole case against John Eastman could have been as simple as putting up the text of the 12th Amendment, and you can do this at home. You can Google it, find the passage where it says the certificates shall be opened and the votes shall be counted. Beyond that, there is no authority to violate that constitutional provision. So they could have made the case against John Eastman relatively quickly, but they instead laid out all the context. They put the viewers in the place, in the moment, as these arguments were going on, as many people, learned academic types, were explaining to John Eastman, you can't do this. And then from there, they walked the viewing audience through the next steps as Donald Trump essentially provoked this riot that assaulted the Capitol. That part everybody knew. In fact, all of these facts were pretty much out there for digestion if you wanted to go find them. But maybe many folks hadn't seen them put together in this cohesive way. So the case was already out there against John Eastman and President Trump, but the committee in this way put it together in a clean way, heavily produced in a way that the American public can digest. And make no mistake about it, yes, we all are an audience of these hearings, but this really is for an audience of one. And that one is Merrick Garland.
Yeah, very digestible indeed. And a lot of testimony about John Eastman yesterday, who was advising Trump to how to overturn the 2020 election. Here's more from Greg Jacob.
When I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
Did Dr. Eastman admit in front of the president that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
Mr. Eastman acknowledged that that was the case, that even what he viewed as the more politically palatable option would violate several provisions. But he thought that we could do so because, in his view, the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional.
Okay, so we hear there the panel pointing out that Eastman admitted that the plan was unconstitutional to the president and that it wouldn't survive a SCOTUS challenge. What do you make of that?
Yeah, there's your case against Eastman right there. Did he have a good faith basis for believing this theory of the law, or Was he aware that his path was wrong? And that's the kind of evidence, direct testimonial evidence, that any prosecutor would use to show someone's intent, their knowledge that their course of action was wrong. Now, this is where it gets difficult, because can you impute the knowledge of Eastman to Trump's knowledge? Because Trump has done a pretty good job of essentially creating an aura of ignorance. He doesn't know any better, everybody says. Therefore, he can't be charged with knowing the complexities of the 12th Amendment or the Electoral Count Act. But in the law, in criminal law, there comes a point where willful blindness becomes a factor. You can't always prove that somebody knew what they were doing was wrong, but you can prove that they acted like an ostrich. They put their head in the sand and they ignored what was right in front of their face. And that's what the committee knows it has to do. They're never going to get Trump admitting, hey, I knew this was wrong. Instead, they're showing that he proceeded in the face of overwhelming evidence that this was a galactically stupid option.
They hit that point quite hard yesterday. Danny Spalos, thanks so much. Well, we turn now to the pain at the pump. Americans all across the country are dealing with sky-high fuel prices. That is no secret. And it's also taking a toll, though, on the tourism industry. With school out, summer is the perfect time for families to try to take those much-needed vacations. But many Americans are being forced to make alternate plans because they just can't afford it.
School just ended yesterday. We decided let's do something, and with the gas prices, with all that's going on, we felt like let's keep it easy and do a staycation. These two guys were born in Chicago, but they've never really done the touristy things. We're staying on the river. We're doing all the classic Chicago stuff.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from Chicago. And Shaq, for tourism companies who make their living off using transportation like tour boats, how is these rising fuel costs? How is it affecting them?
Well, it's having a big impact on their operations. We spoke to the owner of Shoreline Sightseeing. They operate a river cruise along the Chicago River here, and the owner said that they're seeing a 54% increase in fuel costs since just last year. So what they're doing is they're implementing a fuel surcharge. Now, it's only about $1 on what is about a $45 ticket, but it's the first time they've ever had to do this fuel surcharge, and it's a big impact that they're seeing. Now, you're also seeing some operational impacts as well. They're starting next week. They're going to start reducing the water taxi services that they're doing, saying that they're seeing low ridership there, and they're also doing things like slowing down the speed of their boats. This is something that you're not just seeing here in Chicago, but it's impacting tourism industry folks all across the country. Listen to what we heard from a fishing boat operator, a fishing boat tour company in Maine.
Driving a little slower, for one, not using as much fuel. I'm turning the boat off more often when we get to spots and just kind of drifting with the current.
So it's definitely, you've got to hit the bottom line for everybody. It's probably double what it was last year.
Those costs that they're feeling are being passed on to consumers and to tourists, people who are just trying to have a good time. You're seeing the cost of and the price to do that. You're seeing that number increase.
And Shaq, so many Americans are just itching for a normal summer vacation. What are you hearing from families and how these gas prices have affected their plans?
Well, they're making those modifications. So you heard that family earlier in our segment there say instead of going out of town like they normally do, they're having a staycation, enjoying the city in which they live. You're hearing people, instead of staying at a hotel, maybe they'll crash with family and friends this time around. I want you to listen to a little bit of a conversation I had with a couple that came from Oregon. This is a trip that they've done before. They came for a wedding, and listen to the modifications that they have made for this trip.
A lot of it is on the cost of fuel. Yeah. So choosing to go by train from Milwaukee to Ann Arbor, not renting a car. I was here 2 years ago, rented a car, drove from Portland. I wasn't going to do that this time around.
You're hearing people make those slight modifications, those slight adjustments, doing whatever they can to make up the increased prices that they're facing.
All right, trying to change their plans. Shaq Brewster, Chicago, thanks so much. Well, let's get to Kristen Myers now, editor-in-chief of thebalance.com, with a look at the markets. So, Kristen, thanks for joining us. Markets initially liked the Fed's plan to hike interest rates by 0.75 percentage point. The Dow and S&P 500 Wednesday snapped a 5-day losing streak and ended the session higher, but then Thursday we saw those stocks tumbling again. The S&P 500 fell 123 points. The Dow Industrials dropped 741 points. And the NASDAQ also tumbled 153 points. So what is going on with this?
Yeah, this happens a lot in the market sometimes, Stephen, where investors will react with a sort of celebratory mood once they get either what they wanted or what they thought was going to happen. So in this case, the Fed hiking interest rates by those 75 basis points. And then the next day, you'll see markets almost take an about face and go the opposite direction once investors realize the implications of what they're essentially getting. In this instance, with the interest rates increasing, the recession fears starting to grow ever more loud and ever more frequent in the aftermath. And that's what we're seeing happening in the market. Some of those recession fears really hitting home.
And there's already growing fear around the slowing economic growth. And as you mentioned, fears of the recession. We're starting to see the early effects of the Fed's interest rate hike. So is a recession, do you think that's a real possibility?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of when, honestly. A lot of folks are saying a recession is definitely coming in 2023. When in 2023, of course, remains the big question. And it's not just a matter of when that recession might be coming, but also how long it is going to last. Just because there's going to be a recession, I think a lot of folks have some really bad memories, of course, back in 2008 and how long it took to recover from that recession. But just because there is a recession doesn't have to mean that the economic pain is going to last a very long time. So that's going to be the second biggest question after when that recession hits. How long is it going to last and how painful is it going to get?
Wow, when, not if. Well, the stocks, of course, in bear market territory. Is there anything Americans can do to prepare, like their 401ks, their retirement?
Yeah, so this is not the time to panic. I would never say you should panic at any time, honestly. But just because the markets are very volatile right now does not mean that you should liquidate all of your assets. You really have to start asking yourself about your investment strategy and your financial goals and your retirement goals. And you also have to consider how old you are. So I'm going to start on the younger end here. If you are 30, 20 years away from your retirement, this is a time that you can actually start if you feel comfortable, if you have the emergency savings, of course, in the event of an economic downturn. This is a time that you can actually start perhaps putting a little bit more money. I know that might seem a little bit counterintuitive, but this is a good time for you to take advantage of any stocks that might be essentially right now on a discount, especially if you believe in their long-term potential. Investing is a long-term game here. And if you have a lot of time, then that means you have the ability to recover from some of these losses. If you're a little bit older, let's say you are either in retirement right now or retirement is right around the corner, this is a good time for you to look at your portfolio and say, how much risk am I actually taking in my portfolio? Perhaps you need to move away from some of those stocks that you have in your portfolio and move instead more towards bond, move instead towards those money market funds where you can have a little bit far less risk in your portfolio. And that is really going to help you weather the next couple of months and maybe even years of a downturn in the markets.
Try to mitigate that risk. Kristen Myers, thanks so much for that. All right, we turn now to the tragedy in Alabama, where at least 2 people are dead after a lone gunman started shooting inside a church during a community potluck. Local police say they have a suspect in custody and are working to try to uncover a motive for that attack. Officials are expected to hold a press conference later today with more details on that shooting. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Festiva Hills, Alabama, with the latest. Sam, good morning to you. The country already on edge before this shooting happened. What are you hearing from people on the ground about this attack, and what are things like there right now?
Shocking, as we always find out in situations like this, Stephen. I mean, no matter how many times it happens, no one ever thinks this is going to happen in my community. And I can tell you, just driving out here in Festiva Hills, which is about 10 minutes due south of Birmingham, perfectly manicured streets, beautiful homes. It feels like a safe community. In terms of where we are right now with this investigation, we know, Stephen, the gunman has been detained, is no longer an ongoing threat to this community. It is very quiet here right now. You can see some police tape just over my shoulder. There's a couple of police officers and investigators who are on scene But other than that, very quiet right now. 2 people were killed. Another one was injured, another victim. That person right now in the hospital, their condition is not clear. But there are so many questions at this point about what would have motivated someone to burst into a church and start firing, according to police. This says there was either a potluck dinner, which is what was on the church's website, or some sort of small group church meeting, according to police. It might be the same thing. We're waiting for clarification of that. But the bottom line right now for this community, people are stumped. Here's some reaction from people who live right around the corner.
Shocking and horrible. Like, just, I don't know, quite alarming that something like this would happen. You know, the tragedy a few weeks ago with the children and now churches, and yeah.
I was shocked. I don't go to St. Stephen's, but I'm Episcopalian, and I know quite a few people that go there, and was thinking about them. And I was going to avoid the area because I didn't want to cause any more chaos than there probably already is, but then I just got pulled here.
A local religious figure said, we are going to need a lot of healing after this, not just the people who were inside of the church, but this community right now that, of course, is brokenhearted. And it's worth noting, Stephen, that on the Vestavia Hills Police Department website, it says that this community is consistently rated as one of the safest in Alabama, a wonderful place to work and to raise your family. Stephen?
And Sam, it's been hours, though, since the shooting, and it seems like there's a lot more to learn from police. What questions are we trying to get answered from them today?
Pretty much everything, starting with who did this, right? Who is the suspect that's in police custody right now? How did they obtain a weapon? What was their motivation to burst into this event? Because according to the church's website, it was for a boomer group, boomer defined as basically baby boomers, people who are 55 and older and like to get together on a monthly basis, no questions asked, just to enjoy each other's company for fun and fellowship, was the wording on the website. Who would walk into a situation like that and just start firing? Did the shooter in this case have any sort of pre-established relationship with one of the people inside? Was this an act of random violence? All of these things we're hoping to glean just a little bit of insight from when there's a police update. That's expected in the next couple of hours.
So gut-wrenching, and it's so important not to grow numb to shootings like this. Sam Brock, we know you'll learn more today. We'll hear from you then. Thanks so much. Now to extreme weather wreaking havoc across several parts of the country, including tornadoes, heat, and devastating flooding we've been telling you about in Yellowstone National Park. Conditions are brutal in several states like Montana, where the president has already approved a disaster declaration. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
With 81 million Americans broiling in record and deadly heat, states like Kansas and Ohio feel like an oven. In the Midwest, a double threat: excessive heat and damaging tornadoes carving through Wisconsin.
Hey boys, we got a tornado, let's go!
While extreme weather has moved out of Montana, the disaster here is still far from over. There are literally bridges to nowhere and a multi-million, if not billion-dollar cleanup.
New video of flooded roads into a washed-out Yellowstone show mass devastation.
This is a historic event, a 1,000-year event.
Because some entrances into America's oldest national park could be impassable for months. Today, the only way we could reach the park's superintendent was by Zoom.
There are a lot of things to do, not only in Yellowstone, but also outside of Yellowstone, our gateway communities. But it is going to look a little different when it comes to figuring out how to manage visitation in only half of the park.
Hoping to reopen Yellowstone's south entrance within weeks, a limited number of visitors could be allowed in to see Old Faithful, the stunning majestic meadows, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the free-roaming bison, all unimpacted by the floods.
You should receive an email pretty quickly confirming that cancellation.
But for businesses like Paradise Adventure Company, dependent on the nearly 1 million summer tourists who visit Yellowstone every month, the floods could sink their bottom line.
I love our town and I love my staff, and I don't have jobs for them right now. It's really hard.
One disaster has passed, but another, perhaps even more devastating, could lie ahead.
When Yellowstone reopens, access will be limited to smaller crowds. The flooding here just before summer couldn't have happened at a worse time.
Miguel, thanks so much for that. And let's get a check now of the weather this morning. Michelle Grossman joins us with a look. A lot going on in the country. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Stephen. Great to see you. And yeah, we are seeing extreme weather once again today. It's all fueled by this heat that we're seeing. So we're seeing triple digits once again into the plains. We'll go over those temperatures, but we're also seeing severe weather. And that will be the threat as we go throughout this Friday. Right now, looking at radar, we could see some stronger storms throughout the Midwest, even some spotty storms throughout the Southeast. But as we go throughout this afternoon, 29 million Americans at risk for severe weather. That means we could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, some damaging hail. Also, the chance of a tornado is lower today, but the risk is not zero. So as we're looking from New England all the way down to the southeast, the bullseye, though, for severe weather, we think, will be from Virginia to Georgia. So Richmond, Raleigh, Columbia, and also Savannah, you could see some severe weather today. Now, the storms could impact the U.S. Open. That's in Brookline, Massachusetts today. We could see some gusty thunderstorms this afternoon with some hail and also some gusty winds. It's going to be warm, too, 88 degrees. So that's a hot day out on the links. But by tomorrow, that cold front comes through. That's going to bring more comfortable temperatures, 66. That feels pretty good. And then by Sunday with cloudy skies, 62. So no complaints Saturday or Sunday. Looking again at the dangerous heat alerts all the way from the plains into the southeast. We're looking at an excessive heat watch in the central plains. And we're going to see that heat building as we go throughout the next couple of days. Unrelenting heat, triple digits in Wichita, Dallas, also Tallahassee. You factor in the humidity, Stephen, it's going to feel like 109 in Tallahassee. So this heat is not giving up.
Ooh, Michelle, the heat is on, man. A lot of people at risk of that severe weather as well. Thanks for that update.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
And good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, in a Vice, in an eye-opening hearing, the January 6th committee laid out new testimony and evidence of Donald Trump's pressure campaign against Mike Pence to overturn the 2020 election.
Conversation was pretty heated.
I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp."
Like me, you're not tough enough to make the call.
Some stunning, never-before-seen pictures showing the former vice president during the attack and the big name the committee is now looking to speak with. Church chaos. A gunman opens fire inside a church dinner this morning. 2 people are dead and another community is left to pick up the pieces. We're in Alabama with the big questions parishioners now want answered. Travel trouble. It's almost the 4th of July and Americans are gearing up for some Independence Day travel. But after a rocky start to the summer travel season, there are even new concerns this morning about another holiday headache. What you need to know if you're hoping to get away and the steps being taken to make sure airlines can keep up with the surge. And Renaissance woman. The beehive is buzzing this morning, and the only thing that can mean Beyonce is back. The Queen Bee is set to drop new music for the first time in more than 6 years. From the release date to the concept, we're breaking down everything we know about this long-awaited album. A lot going on today. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. And we begin with more bad news on Wall Street. Stocks are tumbling after the Fed's bold interest rate hike this week as recession fears among Americans just continue to grow. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us from the New York Stock Exchange trading floor with the latest on this.
The markets are bracing for the end of a volatile week, one that's rattled both Wall Street and Main Street, shaking the confidence of investors and consumers alike, acknowledged this morning by President Biden.
This morning, President Joe Biden says a recession is not inevitable. In a new interview, Biden acknowledging the pain Americans have felt from the economy and other crises, telling the Associated Press people are really, really down, and that the need for mental health in this country has skyrocketed. But Biden's saying there's zero evidence that his own policies, including early COVID relief packages, added to inflation. Biden instead saying the U.S. will overcome inflation, but fears remain. It has been a brutal week on Wall Street. The Dow losing some 740 points Thursday. The Nasdaq and the S&P dropping further into bear territory after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates 0.75 of a point to try and stem inflation.
And there's a concern that the Fed is going to step too far and slow the economy too much to the point of recession.
This morning, there are signs the economy is slowing. Housing starts fell 14.4% in May, the lowest level in more than a year. And we spent a little less at restaurants, stores, and online. Retail spending down for the first time this year, off 0.3% last month. Kroger, the nation's largest grocery store chain, says its shoppers are aggressively buying store over name brands.
We're seeing customers in a pretty significant way be more aggressive, engaging in promotions, using our brands, and really managing how to balance their own budget.
And why not? The cost of groceries alone up nearly 12%. For the first time, Brandy Wallert is in line at a Fort Worth, Texas food bank.
Everything's gone up.
And in corporate America, Revlon filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy, the first big consumer company to do so since 2020. The cosmetics giant saying supply chain issues and inflation are to blame.
And if you're in the market for a new home, well, we don't have good news there either. Mortgage rates jumped more than 0.5% this week, the biggest one-week increase in more than 30 years. And since the start of the year, mortgage rates have more than doubled. I'm Ann Thompson on Wall Street. Now back to you.
More bad news for homebuyers. Ann, thanks so much. Well, turning now to the latest January 6th hearing, it was an eventful day 3 of testimony as the committee tried to make the case about pressure former President Trump put on his own former vice president that day. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake has more from Capitol Hill.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, this hearing yesterday really was the centerpiece of the committee's case that this was a far-ranging conspiracy that started at the White House and aimed to overturn the election results. Yesterday, we heard from multiple witnesses who testified to a public and private pressure campaign in which the only thing that stood between Donald Trump and a constitutional crisis was his own vice president, Mike Pence. In its most explosive hearing yet, the January 6th committee zeroed in on former President Trump's extraordinary pressure campaign against his own vice president to overturn the 2020 election.
What the president wanted the vice president to do was not just wrong, it was illegal and unconstitutional.
In newly revealed testimony, close aides and advisors detailing a private phone call between the president and vice president the morning of the 6th.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp."
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Do you remember what she said? Her father called him
the P word.
But Vice President Pence, relying on advice from his legal team and on his faith, stayed firm, even after coming within feet of the rioters.
Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob.
The committee says members of the Proud Boys were targeting Pence.
Confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance.
Pence evacuated to a safe location deep beneath the Capitol. These never-before-seen pictures show the vice president working through the attack and refusing to leave the Capitol. And looking at a video President Trump released that day saying he knew protesters' pain, but telling them to go home. The committee says the pressure campaign against Pence originated with conservative lawyer John Eastman, who, according to a Pence aide, knew he was asking Pence to violate the law, and after January 6th, asked Rudy Giuliani for a presidential pardon.
Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, "I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works."
I said, "Good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it."
Former President Trump responding to this hearing in real time on his social media platform, calling it a highly partisan witch hunt. Mr. Trump, who has blocked many of his top aides from testifying in the probe, asked for equal time to discuss what he called massive voter fraud.
More to come on that. Garrett, thanks so much. And let's bring in Daniel Lippman. He's the White House and Washington reporter for Politico. Daniel, thanks so much for joining us today. And the panel, they laid out a pretty comprehensive case yesterday. What are your thoughts on the hearing?
It seems to be breaking through to the American people. You have very clear testimony. You have a clear narrative. And so unlike lots of congressional hearings where it's hard to follow, there isn't that much Republican pushback. Even though this is a mostly Democratic panel, this seems to be kind of hitting at the core of Democrats' case that democracy was at stake, and that they were grateful to Vice President Pence for holding the line and for making sure that democracy didn't crumble because Trump was pressuring him. And I think the newest part is that Trump knew and was told that this was illegal and that they admitted that in Oval Office meetings.
Some of those shocking photos we saw also yesterday of Pence in that bunker. And Daniel, we know former President Trump appears to be getting ready to run for president again. But what about Mike Pence? After what we saw yesterday, what do you think the political effects will be on him? And do you think he could still have a role in the GOP?
Well, obviously, he'll still have a role. He's the former vice president, but it definitely makes it harder for him to get that core Trump base vote, which he was not really counting on that much after he turned against Trump and wanted to keep his constitutional role and was not going to do something that was going to get thrown out by the Supreme Court anyway. As John Eastman said, that they would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. And so this was a way for Pence to continue to do his job, but it also hurts his case for the 2024 nomination, where a significant part of the Republican Party believes the big lie. But it doesn't seem like Pence has the greatest charisma compared to someone like Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who is kind of capturing the hearts of many Republican voters who are not pro-Trump right now.
Charisma, an important factor. So, Daniel, what are you going to be looking for in the upcoming hearings?
Well, there's still a few left. Other hearings are expected to focus on how Trump and his allies, how they were pressuring state election and government officials to overturn the election. They had created these slates of pro-Trump electors in states that President Biden won, and how President Trump never did anything to stop the violence for hours on end on January 6th. And so there is tons of new stuff that they can keep rolling out. And so a lot of people were wondering, have they leaked everything out before the hearings? But it turns out that there is tons more new material that keeps the American attention focused on this.
Yeah, we've learned so much already, and there's more to come. Daniel Lippman with Politico, thank you so much. All right, turning now to a tragic shooting outside of Birmingham, Alabama, which left at least 2 people killed, another injured. The suspected shooter is now in custody after firing inside a church where a group of parishioners were likely attending a monthly potluck dinner. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Alabama with the latest on this attack. Sam, good morning to you. It's so disappointing to be talking about yet another shooting.
Stephen, good morning. Tragedy again. We are nestled right now in a small community of fewer than 40,000 people, about 10 minutes just south of Birmingham, where there is shock and apoplexy this morning as to how this could have happened. Vestavia Hills Police Department stated on its website, this is one of the safest communities in all of Alabama. Now, this town right now is just trying to heal after absorbing horror at a house of worship.
A small group meeting that might have been a monthly potluck dinner at this Episcopal church turned from fun to fatal in a matter of seconds.
Multiple people down.
Thursday evening, gunfire tearing through St. Stephen's, leaving 2 dead, 1 injured, and this quiet community shaken.
We are getting a report of a possible active shooter.
Police say the gunman entered the church and started firing. So far, authorities have not revealed a motive for the attack, but say first responders were able to end it quickly.
The suspect is in custody. I would like to reiterate that there is no threat to the community at this time.
Officials have not publicly identified the shooter or said what kind of weapon was used.
Considered probably one of the safest neighborhoods in the area.
Quite alarming that something like this would happen.
Overnight, Alabama's governor reacting to the incident, calling it a shocking and tragic loss of life. The violent attack coming on the heels of ongoing negotiations on Capitol Hill as a bipartisan group of senators tries to hammer out the most significant gun legislation in a generation following horrific mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. The final hurdle, closing the so-called boyfriend loophole that still allows dating partners convicted of domestic abuse to own guns. Back in Alabama, parishioners relying on their faith to get through.
This is something we're going to need a lot of love and take care of each other.
One person this morning remains in the hospital. Their condition right now is unclear, and we are expecting an update from the police department here at 10:30 local time. So pretty soon, hopefully being able to clarify who would have committed this deadly act of violence and why. Stephen, back to you.
So many questions. Sam Brock, thanks so much. All right, now to new concerns surrounding the national power grid and a recent report that warns much of the West and Midwest could face potential for blackouts as summer approaches and we head into peak AC season. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
Yeah, we all know it is no secret that a cold winter or a hot summer can absolutely put a strain on a power grid. But experts say that the type of heat we're seeing, combined with what's to come, could leave cities and states that we once thought were previously safe in the dark. This morning, the nation's power grid facing questions and a serious test. Blazing heat with more right behind it, pushing demand like never before.
The risk that we're seeing across the system is higher than we've seen before.
This map showing a risk for summer blackouts, covering nearly 2/3 of the entire country, with the highest potential running from Minnesota to Louisiana. The warning comes as more cities in the Southwest are already on track to see their warmest June on record. Some providers double-checking transmission lines, making sure equipment can handle the demand, plus Mother Nature.
I would say this year alone, we have experienced 3 times the number of minor storms that we experienced in 2021. So climate change is real. We're feeling it, and we're seeing the impacts of severe weather swings.
Tamla Olivier is the COO of Pepco, which serves the Mid-Atlantic region. She says the power company is prepped for a summer surge by upgrading its infrastructure.
We want people, when they turn on their light switch, we want the lights to come on.
In Indiana, severe storms creating a summer nightmare. Power outages as temperatures pushed into the 90s.
No way of keeping cool. No way.
We're closing. It's just too hot. Frontline responders feeling the heat too, with calls for heat stroke and exhaustion coming in before summer's even officially started. When you saw the number of heat calls triple this year compared to last, what goes through your head?
It's just going to put a weight on all the systems. All the systems I play between the fire department, police, and then, of course, the electric companies. They're going to have a hard time keeping up.
Outside Austin, concerns over electricity, bringing Bill Caffarata serious flashbacks.
We don't trust that the power is going to stay on.
He welcomed quadruplets just days before the 2021 freeze knocked out power to millions. Even worse, the ice left the new parents stranded at home, unable to see their newborns, all in neonatal care. He says his family plans to buy a generator, but worries about others who don't have the means.
Think about the family with a newborn baby. They just came home from the hospital, and now they might not have air conditioning. And, I have friends that lost elderly family members in the last freeze, and I don't want to see that if we were to lose power when it's hot.
And experts say when it comes to reducing energy, it really is a team effort that starts with unplugging some of your appliances if you're not using them during parts of the day. Also consider adding weather stripping or insulation to your home. That'll keep your home cooler when it's hot, hotter when it's cool. And of course, worst case scenario, if you do lose power, not a bad idea to invest in a generator to at least keep some important appliances like an electric stove or a refrigerator running when you lose power. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thanks so much. Well, let's get a check with your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman joins us with a look at the heat, which is on, Michelle.
It is on. Hi there, Stephen. So good to see you. And yeah, we're going to see it being on not only today through the weekend, and it looks like it's here to stay for quite a bit. So the dangerous heat does continue, especially through the plains and northern, central, and southern plains, and also throughout the southwest to the southeast. We're looking at temperatures in the triple digits. It's going to feel like 110 in some spots. That's one of the big weather stories today. That heat is going to fuel some storms, some severe weather. We're going to have the trigger of a cold front that's going to move through parts of the eastern half of the nation, especially through Virginia to Georgia. We're going to see the chance for severe weather. Also looking at fire danger in the southwest. And then on top of that, we haven't talked about this much. We're looking at early season monsoonal rain in parts of the southwest as well. So that dangerous heat continues at least until Monday. These are the alerts until Monday, but we're going to look at this heat well beyond that. So where you see that maroon color, that is your excessive heat watch through the central plains. But these heat alerts extend into the southeast as well. And that's because when you combine in that humidity, what it feels like on your body, it's going to feel like 109 in some spots. These are the temperatures today, triple digits in Wichita, Dallas, also Tallahassee, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee, even though the temperature will read 100 degrees. By tomorrow, look what happens. This is interesting. So we've had the jet stream so far to the north, that's allowing all this hot air to come in. It dips in the northeast tomorrow. So we actually get really refreshing air, a big change in the northeast. New York City, 68 degrees. That's 12 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. It sort of opens the door to that cooler air from Canada. 66 in Buffalo, 73 in Chicago, but back behind that, we're still sweltering. Rapid City, 97, 96 in Wichita, in the upper 90s in Dallas, and also Little Rock. Unfortunately, no relief in sight. This heat is here to stay. We have a big area of high pressure sort of just anchored in place. It's a heat pump bringing in this hot air. So Houston, you're in the triple digits Sunday and Monday, upper 90s on Tuesday. Tallahassee, same story. We're going to keep you warm. In St. Louis, 102 by Tuesday. Again, this is going to fuel some storms. 29 million people at risk along the East Coast, especially where you see that yellow shading from Virginia to Georgia. We could see the chance of some damaging winds with winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, also some hail and the chance of a tornado or two. This is what we're looking at in the southwest. In addition to that fire risk, we're looking at early season monsoonal moisture. So we could see quite a bit of rain in some spots, especially in Colorado and also New Mexico. Then it expands to Arizona tomorrow. So your weekend outlook, a Saturday stunner in the Great Lakes, Midwest, and Northeast. Unwavering heat continues in the south. And then Father's Day, it's a nice day for Dad along the Great Lakes once again. The Midwest looking really good too, and the Northeast temperature is really below normal still on Father's Day, with temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Stephen?
All right, a lot going on, including that heat. Michelle, thanks for that update.
Yeah.
We're back with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Fears are mounting over 2 missing U.S. military veterans who volunteered to fight in the country. Their fate is still unknown this morning as their families hold out hope for any information. And now a third American may be missing too. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. That's right. There are now unconfirmed reports of a third American missing in action. Reportedly, another U.S. veteran who came over here to Ukraine to take up arms to fight alongside the Ukrainians. But the State Department saying this morning they can't confirm their whereabouts.
This morning, there may now be 3 Americans missing in Ukraine as families wait desperately for answers. The families of 39-year-old Alabama native Alex Drueke, a former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant, and 27-year-old Andy Wynn, a former Marine, say both men went missing last Thursday. The State Department not confirming their names, only saying they now have unconfirmed reports of 3 Americans who came to fight now missing in action. Citing his wife, the Washington Post reports the third American is former Marine Corps officer Grady Kirkpassy. Wynn's fiance, Joy Black, says she felt there was something wrong last weekend.
At what point did something feel off to you?
I kind of got this little inkling in my head on Friday, but I was like, it's only been today.
Black says a friend of Wynn's in Ukraine called her on Monday.
He told me how during an operation they got separated and that Andy and Alex did not make their rendezvous point.
What did you do then?
My mom has this big pillow on her bed, and I just kind of like fell on it and cried into it a lot.
While some Americans fighting near the city of Kharkiv are part of the Foreign Legion, others, like Florida native 22-year-old Zach Harrison, who moved to Kyiv a few years ago, says he joined the Ukrainian military directly.
There's a force of evil attacking my home, to put it plainly. I don't know what their actual status was. I'm sure that the Russians are going to call them mercenaries. So I'm certainly worried for them. I'm not so worried about being captured because I have Ukrainian tattoo, a trizo tattoo on my chest.
A tattoo he got done before enlisting, knowing what it meant.
From what I've heard, anybody who's captured that has a Ukrainian, what they would call a nationalist tattoo, they just execute them on the spot.
And for now, Black believes her fiance is still alive.
We're all looking for you. We really miss you and love you. And I know you're doing your best to stay safe and come home to us.
Now, the State Department also says they have not reached out to Russia about these unconfirmed reports. They say at this time there is no indication, no suggestion that Russia is holding these Americans. I'll send it back to you.
Just so much heartbreak there, Molly. Thanks so much. Now to South America, where Brazilian authorities have confirmed the bodies of a missing British journalist and his guide have been found. Police say the two were murdered. It comes after an exhaustive 10-day search across a remote region of the Amazon. NBC's George Solis has more on their story.
Heartbreak on two continents. Hopes of a rescue lost, with the murder investigation underway. Brazilian authorities have recovered the bodies of British journalist Dom Phillips and his expert guide, Bruno Pereira.
When you see it, everything becomes real.
Journalist Jan Bouchat was a close friend. We spoke with him today from Brazil.
It's just unbelievable that he was is gone.
According to Brazilian federal police, it was a confession by fisherman Amarillo de Costa de Oliveira that led them to the men's bodies. The man, nicknamed Polaro, telling police he shot and killed the pair. He is one of two men arrested in connection with their murder. Investigators say the Oliveira's brother is also under arrest. The confirmation of the men's death closes a suspenseful 10-day search, one that saw protests across the remote Javari Valley region. The duo's extensive knowledge had earned them the respect of the indigenous groups they dedicated years defending. Tributes flooded social media and publications both in Brazil and the UK. It weighs heavy on our hearts, this nurse says. He used his life in defense of our people and territories.
Unfortunately, they were killed because they were trying to help these people to protect this area.
Phillips' family says they aren't ready to speak, but in a statement say they are heartbroken, highlighting the men's passion, writing, Dom and Bruno both love the Amazon. They heroically put their lives on the line for years to stop criminal loggers, miners, and gangsters from irreparably destroying it for future generations. The pair were in the region researching for a book. Initial search efforts by the Brazilian government and President Jair Bolsonaro drew heavy criticism. Bolsonaro suggesting the men were to blame for their own fate, saying they were on an adventure that was not recommended. Phillips is seen here in 2019 questioning the Brazilian president about the preservation of the Amazon. Jan tells me the men's death makes him feel threatened as well, but he and other journalists will not be deterred.
How do you personally, as their friend, honor their legacy?
Being a reporter, doing what Don will do. Don was a reporter, a very good reporter. He was the kind of reporter that would never, ever be at home. He was the kind of guy that would go inside the jungle. He would come here to feel it, to smell it, to understand the reality.
Our thanks to George Solis for that report. Well, international headlines now, starting with the approval of Julian Assange's extradition to the United States by the British government. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on that. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, Stephen. Yes, Julian Assange has been wanted by the United States since he published a trove of leaked classified documents on the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan back in 2010 and 2011. He's lived for many years in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. And then he was arrested in 2019 by British police after Ecuador withdrew his asylum status. He has now 14 days to appeal the decision. And let's move to India, where protesters set train coaches and vehicles on fire, blocked highways, and attacked police with rocks. I'm sorry about that. There were mostly young people angry at the government's plan to recruit tens of thousands of men and women aged 17 to 21 in the armed forces, but only for 4 years, and most of them without pension benefits. And let's end this short tour of the world in the Galapagos Island, more precisely on Fernandina Island, where researchers say they found evidence that the only tortoise living there is the last living fantastic fantastic giant tortoise, a species that was declared extinct 100 years ago. Now she was named Fernanda. The researchers believe that she's 50 years old. That's quite young, considering that tortoise there can live up to 100 years old. Stephen?
All right, quite young indeed. Thanks so much, Claudio. Welcome back. Airlines are under pressure ahead of the big 4th of July weekend after weeks of heavy delays and cancellations from coast to coast. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is now calling on airlines to fly reliably this summer. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello tells us how airlines are trying to turn things around.
Good day. You know, we have reported on this for weeks now. The shortage of pilots that virtually every airline is reporting. They simply don't have enough, with pilots taking early retirement during the pandemic, and now they're trying to staff up. It's going to take some time. That's not going away anytime soon. In the meantime, sources tell us the FAA is surging 30 air traffic controllers into Jacksonville in Florida, a critical choke point right now as we are thick in the summer travel season. For Americans hoping to get away this summer, the 4th of July is the next big opportunity. But it's also traditionally one of the busiest times of the year to fly. And already the season is off to a rough start. Just yesterday, 1,700 flight cancellations nationwide. At New York's LaGuardia Airport, 40% of outgoing flights canceled due to weather. It follows a very turbulent start to the summer travel season.
At the end of the day, they've got to deliver.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg met with top airline executives late Thursday, telling them to avoid a repeat of the chaos on Memorial Day, when airlines canceled 2,700 flights, and to ensure smooth sailing for next month and beyond. The airlines got a lot of aid during the pandemic. You believe now they need to improve their performance.
Look, a lot of taxpayer funding went to the aviation sector to keep these airlines up and running. Now the demand is coming back. It's no small challenge to get up and running, but I have high expectations that the airlines will be able to meet that challenge.
The airlines say they always strive to provide a safe and seamless journey. Nationally, passenger levels have rebounded this month to nearly 90% of pre-pandemic travel. And in Florida, an even bigger surge. All of the state's major airports surpassing 2019 figures. Meanwhile, airlines have struggled to meet demand with a severe pilot shortage, forcing many to trim their schedules and even ground planes.
I sat on the floor and cried for a good 10 minutes because there is no answer.
Polly Gupta says she feels defeated after her flight to bring her teenage son from New York to Florida for an international geography competition was canceled. No explanation from the airline.
He's a brilliant student. He deserved to be there.
If you're already at the airport and run into cancellations or delays, experts advise getting in line for a gate agent, while at the same time trying to call the airline. And check self-service tools in your airline's app to see if you've already been rebooked or if you should rebook yourself.
You kind of have to be an octopus when you're dealing with these flight situations and you're at the airport.
Well, if you've been flying, you know firsthand ticket prices are not what they were in 2019. We are up 30%. Domestically for ticket prices in the United States from 2019, up 6% just since April. In the meantime, Secretary Buttigieg told the airline CEOs he wants accountability. If they publish a schedule of people buy airline tickets based on that schedule, they need to meet the schedule. And if there's a problem, they need to take care of the customers. Back to you.
All right, stern words. Thanks, Tom. Well, nearly every state is preparing for the rollout of the highly anticipated COVID vaccine for kids as young as 6 months old. 49 of the 50 states have pre-ordered doses for distribution. And if you're wondering which state hasn't, that would be Florida. The deadline to place that order was Tuesday. It's unclear just how much that decision will affect the state's ability to distribute those pediatric doses. The CDC's advisory committee is expected to give their recommendation on doses for young children later today. The FDA committee unanimously gave their recommendation earlier this week. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on this. Good morning to you, Doctor. How quickly do you expect the vaccine will be able to roll out for our youngest population?
Yeah, Stephen, literally, I bet you the trucks are ready and waiting. They just need that official nod language from the FDA. And then, as you mentioned, the CDC is going to be meeting today and actually in an unprecedented manner tomorrow, Saturday, when they expect to take a vote. That means trucks could go out, come to clinics like mine, even as early as Monday. Monday's a holiday, so maybe Tuesday. We're preparing to be ready to put shots in arms next week, which is great relief for families around the country.
They're going to be working the weekend on this one. We also wanted to ask you about this new study, though, from the UK, suggesting the Omicron variant is less likely to cause long COVID than the Delta variant. What were your biggest takeaways from that news? And is it possible to still get long COVID from Omicron?
Yeah, Stephen, so this has been invaluable research coming out of the UK, where they actually followed patients who had Omicron and Delta, compared them for symptoms of long COVID. Short story is that they found that patients who had Omicron were half as likely to get long COVID as people who were infected during the Delta period. Now, that on the surface seems like great news. It is, but just given the sheer numbers of people that got Omicron, especially in the United States, including children, we know there are still going to be lots of people that have long COVID. The other interesting finding, though, is that vaccines help, but they don't necessarily eliminate your risk of long COVID, but they do help. So it's a reinforcement. Get vaccinated if eligible, boosted, and making sure that you can wear a mask if you're concerned about getting infected because you're around people who might have symptoms. You don't know if they're sick. It just reminds us of all the things we've been talking about.
An interesting study there. And while we have you, Doctor, we wanted to ask you about monkeypox. Health experts say the U.S. is not testing enough people to determine how widespread that virus actually is. Is it too early to be launching a widespread testing initiative? And if someone's concerned, where might they go to get tested?
Yeah, look, the first place that anybody should go to get tested, I would call and then just kind of evaluate where you're going. So a doctor's office like mine, we would still have to send people most likely to an academic center. In terms of your original question, should we be doing more testing? The short answer is yes. The question is not, though, kind of when and how, it's who we should be testing on. And I think that brings up people who have symptoms or have known contact with somebody who has symptoms that might be under suspicion of monkeypox. Stephen, that's a lot of ifs and ands. So it would be nice to start getting tests to doctors' offices or at least to academic centers. That's the first step. And then the next step would be having a way for you to come in so that I can easily order that test. Right now, that infrastructure doesn't exist. I hope that changes over the coming week.
Yeah, hopefully we can all get on top of that one. Dr. Kavita Patel, Thank you so much. Welcome back. This year, a restaurant in Chicago made history, becoming the first Filipino restaurant in the world to earn a star in the prestigious Michelin Guide. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch paid a visit to hear the important representation that offers and also to eat his way through their menu.
I'm ready for the breakfast. I'm excited for it.
Putting us on the map.
Yeah.
Not even 10 o'clock on a Thursday, and there's a line. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Look how pretty that is.
It is so pretty. You don't even want to drink from it, actually.
My favorite place in the neighborhood.
This place is one of a kind. The first Filipino restaurant in the world to get the coveted Michelin star, but for its fans, Kasama is much more than fine dining.
It transports me back to my childhood. I've been yearning for a better, elevated food, Filipino cuisine. And here it is. And I'm so proud.
That's something that for decades they weren't getting.
For sure. I mean, I would never think about bringing rice and chicken adobo to lunch at school because I was embarrassed that, bring rice or get made fun of at school. And now it's people are coming to eat Filipino food and it's pretty cool,
Remarkably, power couple co-owners Jeannie Kwan and Tim Flores almost never opened Kasama, but now it's a cultural haven, showcasing Flores' family roots.
I always just thought I would open a restaurant, not a Filipino restaurant. And then when it came down to it, I was like, why wouldn't I?
The items that we have with Filipino ingredients are the most popular selling items that we have in the bakery.
When they told me that it got a Michelin star, I was in heaven.
Mila De Paz loves seeing the flavors of home on full display, but Kasama also won her heart because it feels like a neighborhood spot.
It is very non-pretentious, so it's very casual.
Casual, but still offering a 13-course tasting menu. People wait more than a month for dinner reservations, and now I know why.
Here we're doing a black maitake mushroom, seared scallops, and a mussel adobo emulsion. Cheers. Cheers.
I mean, we talked about adobo, vinegar, and that punches right through. For this, what's the Filipino thread?
The tamarind for sure, bringing the acid. So this is Japanese A5 Wagyu. We just grill it. This is beef shyt seasoned with calamansi juice.
It's amazing.
This is actually my mother-in-law, her leche flan recipe. Honeydew granita, just a little bit of toasted genmai rice, freeze-dried mandarin oranges. The ice cream is pandan.
There's a slushy, there's something crunchy. Get the citrus pop from the orange at the end, and 2 different kinds of creaminess.
It's much easier to get in during the day, but you'll probably still need patience.
It's crazy, the fact that people wait in line and they want to get in so that they can get something that it doesn't sell out. We're still trying to wrap our brain around it. But
Filipino breakfast, sandwiches, coffees, and Kwan's eclectic pastries.
We want what we want.
When we ask customers about Kasama, they're not just interested in talking about the good food. The good people are just as important.
It got me through 3 months of hell. And when I was going through chemo, literally there were many weeks where the only thing I could eat was like the blueberry muffin.
While she was trapped at home battling breast cancer, Bo Zander's husband, Stephen, would pick up Kasama treats. She calls them life-saving.
When you were finally able to come here, what was that like?
Oh my God, I think I cried.
They're just really being wonderful human beings.
everybody asks us like what our favorite thing to make is, and I don't think it's ever been about that for us. You know, you want to learn something about a person so that you know what you can make them to make them happy.
Make delicious food, make it a nice place for people to come and have a good time.
Kasama filling bellies and hearts with something special. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Chicago.
Love that so much, Jesse. Thanks. Well, the Golden State Warriors are on top of the NBA world once again. They beat the Boston Celtics last night in Game 6 of the NBA Finals to win their 4th title in the last 8 seasons. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the champion highlights.
It was an epic night for the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. Just 3 years ago, these guys had the worst record in the league. Now, they're NBA champs.
The Golden State Warriors return to a familiar place. They're on top of the NBA world.
For the Golden State Warriors and superstar Steph Curry, a comeback for the ages and a legacy cemented. An emotional Curry finally and unanimously crowned Finals MVP, taking in the win. The team fighting back from years of adversity, setback, and catastrophic injuries to beat the Boston Celtics on their home floor, 103-90. Clinching their 4th title in 8 seasons and their first since 2018.
The Dubs dynasty is still very much alive.
After a slow start, the Warriors taking control behind their sharpshooting superstar.
It's good. Steph Curry from downtown.
Curry draining 3-pointers at the end of the 3rd quarter and finishing with 34 points to help earn that first Finals MVP. After the win, bear hugging his father Dell, who also played in the NBA before falling to the court and weeping tears of joy.
It means we took advantage of the opportunity getting back here, and at the end of the day, it's about what we do on the floor. Ain't got to talk about it, just got to go do it, and that's what this is about.
After 5 consecutive trips to the finals for the Dubs and 3 titles in 2015, 2017, and 2018, this win seen by many as redemption for a team that suffered a series of setbacks since then.
We had the worst record in the league 2 years ago, decimated by injury and departures, and for this group to make it back here, it's a pretty amazing feeling.
Back at their home arena in San Francisco, Golden State fans at a watch party celebrating the win.
This is unreal.
They can't believe it. They doubted the Warriors. Not only did they come back, but they got their chance. That's what it's all about.
For the Warriors, this is their first championship since crossing the Bay, moving from Oakland to San Francisco. But for the Bay Area, they are no strangers to victory parades. They'll celebrate their next one on Monday.
Welcome back. Beyonce is creating a buzz in typical Queen Bee fashion. The superstar performer broke the internet after announcing the release of her 7th album, Renaissance. It's Beyonce's first solo album since Lemonade in 2016. While the singer has been busy with other projects, including her iconic Coachella performance in 2018 and her work on Lion King, this new album is set to usher in a new era for Beyonce. NBC News youth and culture and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on the return of the Queen. Good morning to you, Callan, and fans of Beyonce, also known as the Beehive. They suspected this announcement when her profile pictures went dark. She deleted all of them across social media, but this news still broke the internet.
Absolutely. I mean, the Queen is coming back. All hail Beyonce. We are so ready for this. Fans kind of had a clue that this was coming. As you mentioned, Beyonce deleted profile picture about a week ago from all of her accounts. So that was a big sign something was coming. So now we know that Beyonce is going to be releasing this album Renaissance, called Renaissance Part 1, that is coming July 29th. We know that it is going to have both dance tracks and country tracks. So if you're a fan of songs like Daddy Lessons, this is going to be the album for you. And we also know it's a little bit inspired by club kid culture. So it's going to be a whole combination of things. We hear that it's got soaring vocals, which you would expect nothing less from Beyonce. I think the internet, the world is so ready for her return. We're ready for another solo album from Beyonce, so it cannot come soon enough.
Yes, it is time. And the rollout here, it includes a collectible box set on her website. Walk us through what that means and how this is different from the previous albums.
So it wouldn't be Beyonce if there wasn't some kind of surprise involved, right? Beyonce is known for dropping these surprise albums. We're actually getting a little warning this time, but on her website, we see this collectible. It appears to be a t-shirt, an album, and a mystery box. We don't know what any of that looks like. I've seen people online saying Beyonce's the only person who could sell merch that we don't know what it is or what it looks like. We also know that it comes in 4 parts, so you could pick pose 1 through 4. We don't know what that means. So that kind of has the mystery that Beyonce is known for, while also kind of telling us, hey, like, be prepared, this is coming, next month. But we don't really know too much. We just have this, sort of metallic image on her website. So if you're, if you want to be surprised by Beyonce, I think this is for you. If not, other people are going to be waiting to see what this is when it's actually revealed.
I can't wait to see. I love that mystery. And this week, we also got a preview of Beyonce's British Vogue cover that hits stands next week. Does that give us any indication of what we can expect, the direction of this?
Yeah, again, these images are really inspired by club kid culture. We saw in the preview of this article talking about, this sort of wave of sound that is soaring vocals with these rollicking beats, and just sort of this club atmosphere. So I think it's going to be very dancey. And again, we're going to have that mix of country that we're expecting. I'm sort of personally hoping that we're going to get Telephone Part 2, which we've been waiting like a decade for. Which would match with those dance tracks. So that is sort of what we're expecting here. We're expecting a sort of dance meets country meets club kid culture. These photos have completely broken the internet. Everyone is obsessed with them. I cannot wait to watch how this album actually breaks the internet once it's released.
Now I've got telephone stuck in my head. Thanks for that, Callan. Appreciate it. And we'll look forward to that second one. Well, so right now we're going to get our popcorn ready, though, or your coffee. It's pretty early on this Friday morning because it is our can't miss list time. All the movies, TV, and music you should check out this weekend. Joining us now with some of his top picks is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Thanks for joining us, Brian. And we start off with movie theaters because it seems like this past few weeks they have been up and running again. What's open in theaters this week?
Hey there. So the big one right now this weekend is called Lightyear. Now, we know Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story, right? Well, this is kind of his origin story. Andy loved his Buzz Lightyear toy. Well, this is what inspired him. This is basically the movie with Lightyear as the character that then spawned the toy. So that's why, the voice of this character is voiced by Chris Evans as opposed to Tim Allen, which caused a little bit of a drama in Hollywood. But that's the explanation they're saying. This is actually the character that inspired the toy. Pixar always knows how to do a movie right. Incredible graphics, incredible storytelling. So I'm excited to see that. Then, a complete change, we have Brian and Charles. This is an independent film. It's about a guy who's a kind of a quirky inventor. His name is Brian. He's a little isolated and depressed. No, it's not a movie about me. He decides to make a robot, okay? And it's not your average robot. He actually makes it, you can see he's using a mannequin head and a dishwasher, and it ends up, looking like this, a little quirky. It's a really warm, it's a film festival, as you can see, selection. So it's got a lot of heart, a lot of character, and some adversity and redemption at the end, but it's a really funny story there.
A wide range of movies going on right there. And if you don't feel like leaving the house, are there any great streaming options we have?
Always. The first one is Cha-Cha Real Smooth, and this is really interesting. This is about a 22-year-old kid who comes home from college and really can't find a job, so he ends up being a bar mitzvah party host. So he then, that's Cooper Raiff as the star, he then befriends a woman who's a mother of an autistic child and becomes kind of embroiled in their family, and that's where the storytelling starts. So, that sounds like a kind of unique plot, right? But what's really even more interesting is Cooper Raiff, the guy on the left there, he's 25 years old. He wrote it and directed and starred in this film. So it's really, it does Dakota Johnson also co-stars. But I think the story behind the movie is as interesting as the film itself. Then we have Rutherford Falls, which is premiering season 2 on Peacock. Ed Helms, we love him from The Office. He's fantastic in this. This centers on a small town which borders upon a Native American reservation. And it really kind of focuses on the delicacies of the relationships of the indigenous people and the people who surround it. And that sounds like a pretty heavy topic, but this is from the creator of Parks and Rec. So it's got a lot of heart, a lot of character, and a lot of quirky characters. That on Peacock Plus. Then we have Father of the Bride on HBO Max. Back in 1950, who would have thought we'd still be telling this story? But this is a really unique take surrounding a Cuban-American family starring Andy Garcia and Gloria Estefan. This is interesting because as they grapple with their daughter getting married, they're also grappling with their own marriage, which is on the rocks and in trouble. And Andy Garcia really steals the movie in this one.
All right, Brian, we don't have a lot of time left, but I have to ask you about this surprise album drop from Drake overnight.
Right, Drake released a new album at midnight. It's probably going to break records on Spotify as his last one did. There's a song called Sticky. It's already #1 on the iTunes charts. It's definitely worth checking out. It's going to be big today and this weekend.
A great surprise as we head into the weekend. Brian, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Well, as we head into the weekend, we want to make sure and wish you a happy Father's Day to all your dads out there. You still got a little time left to go grab a present for him. And that does it for our hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
And good evening. Is America barreling towards a recession? That seems to be the concern on Wall Street. The Dow Jones sinking 700 points, dropping back below 30,000, its lowest level since January of 2021. The S&P and NASDAQ also slipping, both now in bear market territory, weighing heavily on investors. The country's rampant inflation, of course. Today's slump coming one day after the Federal Reserve announced its largest rate increase in decades in an effort to get rising prices somehow under control. President Biden also attempting to ease fears today, telling the AP in a new interview that a recession is, quote, not inevitable. So do experts agree with the president? Tonight, we're going to find out. Joining us right now is senior CNBC analyst Ron Insana. So, Ron, Wall Street rallied after the Fed's announcement yesterday. We always like to remind viewers, Wall Street likes to say they sort of predict the future. But now the NASDAQ and the S&P are in bear market territory. What changed today?
Well, I don't know how much really changed, Tom, in the sense that we've been selling off all year long. We've been down 10 of the last 11 weeks. And I think we're going to be careful what you wish for a moment as far as the Federal Reserve is concerned. We've been pushing, not me, academics, others have been suggesting the Fed needs to be more aggressive in raising interest rates to quell inflation. And today the switch kind of flipped. We saw that jobless claims rose a bit. We saw housing starts down 14%. Last month, went into negative territory. We're starting to see the market shift its worries from inflation to recession. And while I agree with the president that it may not be inevitable that we'll have one, it's becoming increasingly likely that we're going to see a slowdown that may well turn in by the end of the year, if not sooner, into a recession.
So Ron, on that point, how bad is it going to be? Right, a lot of people watching this remember the Great Recession. It wasn't that too long ago. I know you and others, I think you and others don't think we're headed that way, but more and more people say a recession is coming, and it could come sooner than people think.
Yeah, so remember the great financial crisis had a wide variety of different of factors that caused it. We had a systemic financial crisis that came from an enormous amount of leverage in the housing market. Housing became a speculative asset in which we had a massive national bubble. And when it crashed, it took the whole economy with it. This is a different set of operating circumstances. A lot of the inflation, and again, I argue with academics about this all the time, is from the restrictions of supply of both raw materials and manufactured goods. China's shutdown, the war in Ukraine, the after effects of the pandemic. Those things are still with us. The Federal Reserve is trying to tamp down inflation, but at the end of the day, the banking system's not in nearly as bad a shape as it was in 2006, 2007, going into 2008. And it's a different set of principles, really, and factors that are affecting the economy. So I don't know exactly what kind of recession we'll have. It may be short and shallow. The Federal Reserve would have to change policy for that to be true, stop raising rates, and maybe even start cutting them if we see real weakness here at home, or, which is also a consideration, if we start to see problems crop up elsewhere in the world as a result of not just Fed policy, but other central bank policies around the globe, that could put a pause in the Fed's rate hiking cycle.
Ron, I want you to remind our viewers, what will a recession bring? Job losses, higher prices? It shouldn't be a word that we throw around loosely,
Yeah, I mean, there's a technical definition for it, Thomas, which is the 2 quarters of negative economic growth, the contraction in GDP. Now, of course, in the first quarter, we saw that the economy did, in fact, contract, but it was somewhat more technical in nature in the way in which the number is calculated. Second quarter expectations are now for really zero growth. But a real recession pushes up the unemployment rate. You see job losses, and you see some real weakness in select industries. We haven't fully seen that yet. There is some risk, for instance, that travel come the fall may drop off, or that we'll see a pullback in manufacturing, not only because input costs are high, but demand starts to slow down. The Federal Reserve, by the way, is trying to engineer something we call in the business demand destruction. They're trying to slow the pace of growth so that prices fall, economic activity goes not necessarily into reverse, but certainly softens up a bit to take those price pressures out of the system. If they go too far raising rates, that could quite easily turn into a recession.
All right, Ron and Sana leading us off tonight. Ron, we thank you for that. We want to move on now to our other big story of the day, the January 6th committee revealing new details about the danger Vice President Pence was in the day of the attack on the Capitol, and the White House's effort to convince Pence to reject the results of the 2020 election. Garrett Hake now with the latest for us.
Tonight, the January 6th committee presenting new evidence of what was happening behind the scenes as the mob surged into the Capitol. What they say is a culmination of a failed pressure campaign by former President Trump designed to force Mike Pence to overturn the election results. In newly revealed testimony, close aides and advisors detailing a private phone call between the president and vice president the morning of the 6th.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp."
Like me, you're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
But Pence, relying on advice from his legal team and on his faith, stayed firm, even after coming within 40 feet of the rioters.
He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe.
Pence was evacuated to a safe location deep beneath the Capitol. These never-before-seen pictures showing the vice president making calls to Pentagon officials and congressional leaders, working through the attack and refusing to leave the Capitol.
The vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the vice president of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day.
The committee says the plan to have Pence reject the election results began with a lawyer named John Eastman, who witnesses say knew the idea was illegal and unconstitutional, and who later requested a presidential pardon.
I said, "Are you out of your effing mind?" I said, "You're completely crazy." He said, "You're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen?" And I said, "They're not going to tolerate that." He said, "You're going to cause riots in the streets."
I assert my Fifth Amendment right.
Eastman repeatedly pled the Fifth when questioned by the committee. Republicans continuing to pan the proceedings as a distraction.
We've got record inflation, soaring gas prices. What are they focused on? What gets their primetime billing? It is their seething hatred for Donald Trump and anybody who's ever supported him.
All right, with that, Garrett Haake joins us now live from Washington. And Garrett, I know you have some new information about Ginny Thomas, of course, the wife of our Supreme Court Justice, and her role in the effort to overturn the 2020 election results.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The committee says they have invited Ginny Thomas, who is a professional conservative activist, in addition to being the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, to come testify. This came after the Washington Post reported that Thomas was corresponding with John Eastman about those election results. Thomas, for her part, gave a comment to the Daily Caller, said she's happy to come in and clear up any misconceptions, but this is not the first time she's been caught up in all of this. Remember, there were text messages released between her and Mark Meadows several months ago. The committee's got a lot of questions for her about, what she knew, what and when about this plot related to January 6th.
Garrett, it may be too early for this question because we don't have all the evidence in front of us yet, but what's the sense on this move? Because we know the January 6th committee has put out a lot of new evidence, a lot of new videos. They've also thrown some red meat out there for headlines and whatnot. We know Ginny Thomas is a citizen. She is married to a very powerful person, a Supreme Court justice. Do we think there were crimes committed here? Could she be in trouble?
I think that's unlikely, Tom. The committee's view had long been that she was not a central figure in all of this, but the reporting that kept pushing this story forward, particularly her correspondence with John Eastman, seems to have forced the committee's hand here a little bit. It's also concerns more about perhaps any firewalls, any internal red lines being crossed ethically between she and her husband's work. Of course, Clarence Thomas has already ruled on some 2020-related cases, could be forced to rule on other election-related cases. What have they discussed about the election? All of those are topics of interest to the committee, but in terms of crimes committed, there's been no evidence presented to suggest that at this point.
Garrett Haake for us tonight. Garrett, we thank you for that. For more on this blockbuster day of evidence and testimony, I want to bring in former U.S. Secret Service special agent and author of Becoming Bulletproof, Evie Poumpouras. Evie, we thank you for joining Top Story tonight. We really do. I want to show the video, and I want you to look at this video from January 6th at the Capitol, some of the riot video. These are some of the images right here, some of the stills. My only question for you, having been a Secret Service agent, after looking at these people, seeing what was in their eyes, if they would have gotten to Mike Pence, do you think they would have hurt him?
I would say yes, because people are caught up in the moment. They are enraged. They are feeling the emotions of it, and people aren't thinking clearly. Clearly, they're not thinking clearly because they invaded the Capitol. So you're getting this rush of momentum. It was way too close of a situation. You are outnumbered. And that's one of the first things you think of. How many assets do I have and resources do I have? And then how many people are out there? And then the other thing is, are you going to start shooting civilians? Because that's what you're dealing with. And where is that green light to say, is this okay to shoot this person or not shoot this person? I think in an environment like this, you have to really look at the whole context and prepare. You have to be proactive and not let something get so close. We're talking about 40 feet. 40 feet is way too close. I understand the principle of it. I don't want to be seen fleeing the Capitol, right? Those were the vice president's words. But if we're looking at it from a purely security perspective, he is not the person to listen to.
Were there enough agents? Could they have held off the mob if the mob came after Vice President Pence?
You would have needed a lot more, not just agents, but Capitol Police. And Capitol Police were dealing with the mob. You were extremely outnumbered.
So you have that situation. And again, I just want to make sure we're clear here. You do think the mob, if they would have gotten to Mike Pence, it would have gotten very ugly.
Absolutely.
You also have this case in the parking lot where we saw those images of Mike Pence on the phone, and we learned that he was in communications with his agents, but saying, I don't want to go. And to you, that is strange, right? Because when the Secret Service says we need to go, the protectee has to go.
So here's the thing. Every detail has a detail leader, and that detail leader has a certain relationship with their protectee. And sometimes there are subjective decisions that are made depending on your relationship. So I would argue, though, at this point, you're the specialist. You're the one with the security background. You know what you can and can't handle. And yes, this is a scenario where you would absolutely say, sir, I'm in charge in this moment. It is not safe. We cannot shield you and protect you. Here's the other thing. If the vice president is staying, guess what everybody else around him is doing? Well, if Secret Service is staying and he's staying, then I should stay. So think about all the other lives that it echoes into or kind of ripples into that are staying behind because they think it's a safe environment.
Finally, and I think this might have been a first ever for the Secret Service, if everything that is being put out is completely true, there's a situation where you have Mark Short, who works with the vice president, and he contacts the lead Secret Service agent prior to people invading the Capitol saying, we think the president is going to publicly bash the vice president, right?
Yeah.
So you have two groups that are protecting each other. Have you ever known of a situation like that in history where the Secret Service is protecting a vice president and their own staff is worried that the actions of the president are going to endanger that person's life?
No, in my experience, I can say I've never dealt or seen or know of a situation like that.
What is the move there?
The move there is to make sure, I'll tell you this, I don't think they foresaw this. Nobody foresaw this. They're thinking, okay, it's a verbal dialogue. They're not thinking that it's going to lead to all this stuff. That's the scenario you're dealing with. But again, I think what his staff did, and that's really not that uncommon because staff always communicates with the security team and always says, we're vulnerable here, we're worried about this. That's not off. I think what's off is where the concern's coming from, which was the president of the United States.
If you could have been with Vice President Mike Pence on that day, what would you have told him?
We're going. We're going, sir, this is not a decision. You also have to think about the other people that are here that are staying as a result of you staying behind as well, right? We're not just worried about his life, but the other lives in danger. And it does put other people at risk.
All right. Former U.S. Secret Service agent Evie Pomporis, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. All right, we want to turn to another big story. We're following the severe weather impacting much of the country. Millions of Americans still under alert for dangerous heat, and several states now bracing for more summer storms. Flooding also halting production at an Abbott baby formula plant in Michigan. The facility reopening just over a week ago after a months-long closure that fueled that formula shortage, you'll remember. And all of the entrances to Yellowstone National Park remain closed after historic rainfall. Miguel Almaguer is there.
Tonight, with 81 million Americans broiling in record and deadly heat, states like Kansas and Ohio feel like an oven. In the Midwest, a double threat: excessive heat and damaging tornadoes carving through Wisconsin.
Hey boys, we got a tornado, let's go!
While extreme weather has moved out of Montana, the disaster here is still far from over. There are literally bridges to nowhere and a multi-million, if not billion-dollar cleanup.
New video of flooded roads into a washed-out Yellowstone show mass devastation.
This is a historic event, a 1,000-year event.
Because some entrances into America's oldest national park could be impassable for months. Today, the only way we could reach the park's superintendent was by Zoom.
There are a lot of things to do, not only in Yellowstone, but also outside of Yellowstone, our gateway communities. But it is going to look a little different when it comes to figuring out how to manage visitation in only half of the park.
Hoping to reopen Yellowstone's south entrance within weeks, a limited number of visitors could be allowed in to see Old Faithful, the stunning majestic meadows, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the free-roaming bison, all unimpacted by the floods.
You should receive an email pretty quickly confirming that cancellation.
But for businesses like Paradise Adventure Company, dependent on the nearly 1 million summer tourists who visit Yellowstone every month, the floods could sink their bottom line.
I love our town and I love my staff, and I don't have jobs for them right now. It's really hard.
Tonight, one disaster has passed, but another, perhaps even more devastating, could lie ahead.
When Yellowstone reopens, access will be limited to smaller crowds. The flooding here just before summer couldn't have happened at a worse time. Tom.
All right, Miguel, we thank you for that. A lot of weather headlines tonight, so let's get right to our guy, meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, walk us through what's happening across the country.
Yeah, we're still dealing with an impressive heat and this heat wave that's relentless, and it's actually going to get worse next week. And then, of course, we have severe weather that we've been dealing with all afternoon and evening. So it feels like 108 in Kansas City. So the heat was in the south. It still is, actually. It still feels like 101 in Atlanta, 106 Tallahassee. But now the heat is going to start building towards the middle of the country as we head towards the weekend. We still have millions of people. Right now, the current number is 72 million people under heat advisories or heat warnings. And these heat watches are already up here in the central portions of the plain. So the heat dome is building to the west. This is not the heat index. This is the actual temperature tomorrow. Everyone in the southeast, mid to upper 90s. Dallas hits 100 tomorrow. Even Denver gets the 96. And of course, we've been following the Yellowstone story. They were really cold and chilly. They're jumping up to 96 degrees in Billings. So it's going to be very warm there for that repair effort. And then the relief throughout the Midwest, a little bit here, especially Chicago, Cincinnati. You get a cool Saturday. Enjoy it while you can. Same with the Northeast, but the heat continues in the heartland and it builds. And this is not a misprint. This is Fargo, North Dakota, 103 on Sunday. That is impressive by Fargo standards. And 2 days in a row could be over the 100 mark. All areas from Wichita to Tulsa to Dallas should easily be near 100 degrees. And as I've been mentioning, this doesn't end. This is all through the last week of June. It is hot. It is dry. We're quickly watching the drought get worse in those areas. And I want to show you a hail story in areas of central New York. Yes, this is like the hail you see, Tom, in like Oklahoma or Texas. This was just outside of Syracuse near the Finger Lakes. So severe weather is also on our mind this evening.
All right, Bill, we thank you for that. I want to turn now to politics and an update to a story we first brought you last night. Georgia Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker now acknowledging he has 2 more children that he has not spoken about publicly. Walker has repeatedly stressed the problems of fatherless households. NBC's Maura Barrett has more.
Tonight, another bombshell for Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker. After initially admitting to having a child that was unknown to the public, it turns out Walker has 2 more children, according to the Daily Beast. The Republican speaks often on the issue of fatherless households, especially in the African-American community.
If you have a child with a woman, even if you have to leave that woman, you don't leave the child.
Right. The son that Walker publicly recognizes has joined him on the campaign trail. The bond they have is one Walker says he treasures.
I love this kid to death. Yeah.
Just one day after acknowledging having a second son, Walker released a new statement today about his additional kids, telling NBC News, "I have 4 children, 3 sons and a daughter. They're not undisclosed, they're my kids. I support them all and love them all. I've never denied my children. I confirmed this when I was appointed to the Presidential Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. I just chose not to use them as props to win a political campaign. What parent would want their child involved in garbage gutter politics like this?" While he does support all children financially, Walker has reportedly had no contact with his youngest son, age 10. It is not known how much contact he has had with the 2 others, one 13-year-old and the other, a daughter he had while in college. The former football star has been endorsed by former President Trump and is in a hotly contested battle to unseat Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock.
If Herschel Walker had come out and admitted to this or acknowledged that he had multiple children even before he got in the race or months ago, this wouldn't be the story it is now. But because we're in the general election cycle, because there is so much attention on this race, and because, frankly, it could once again decide to control the Senate, there is a lot of attention. There is a lot of negative scrutiny.
All right, Maura Barrett joins us now live from Washington. Maura, a second day of acknowledgments from Walker, but this isn't the only storyline that he's gotten ahead of. What else is plaguing his campaign right now?
Well, Tom, Walker insists that while he did not lie about his 4 children, he did make other false claims that have come up during this campaign. He falsely claimed that he had graduated from college and also worked in law enforcement in Georgia and for the FBI, all things that have not happened. And this was reported by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The reporter there you heard from, Greg Bluestein, that we spoke with, said that this really hasn't dampened his campaign yet or affected his popularity, saying that this is still going to be, despite all of this drama, a very tight race for the Senate seat, Tom.
All right, we are back now with Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey making his first court appearance in London today over the 4 counts of sexual assault he stands accused of. NBC's Matt Bradley has more on the drama inside the courtroom.
Tonight, Kevin Spacey arriving to a swarm of cameras outside a UK court where he's charged with sexual abuse.
Keep moving.
Spacey smiling as he voluntarily made his first court appearance to fight charges formally brought against him Monday. Spacey made no comment, only speaking to confirm his name and London address. His lawyer telling the court Mr. Spacey strenuously denies any and all criminality in this case.
Step back. Step back.
A magistrate granting Spacey unconditional bail.
He will stand free until his trial.
The actor is facing 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men in the United Kingdom after years of alleged sexual misconduct claims spanning from 2005 to 2013.
In the United Kingdom, there is no statute of limitations for criminal offenses. The prosecution or the Crown can actually bring these charges from the date of the incident until Mr. Spacey passes.
Prosecutors allege Spacey sexually assaulted a man twice in London in 2005. A third sexual assault charge comes from a 2008 incident, also in London, but with a more serious offense attached, causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. And the last count of sexual assault from 2013 in Gloucestershire. These claims are the latest to be criminally prosecuted in a cascade of allegations against Spacey. His career hit a wall starting in 2017 when Star Trek Discovery actor Anthony Rapp accused Spacey of making sexual advances in the 80s when Rapp was just 14. Spacey apologized and said he didn't remember the alleged incident, but Netflix cut ties with him despite his starring role in their hit show House of Cards.
I want to know who lied.
Last year, an arbitrator ordered Spacey to pay more than $30 million to the production company of the show for breach of contract. In 2018, Spacey was also charged for an alleged incident involving the teenage son of a former TV news anchor. The charge was withdrawn after the alleged victim dropped a civil lawsuit. Rapp's civil suit against Spacey is ongoing. A judge ruling last week that Spacey must stand trial in a New York federal court.
Keep in mind, civil cases, the penalty is always compensation. And so he will not see any jail time if he loses on that case.
I know what you want. You want me back.
Amid all this, Spacey has been trying to rehabilitate his career, starring in a new movie that premiered at the Cannes Film Festival, but mostly posting YouTube videos in lieu of major films.
So we're not done, no matter what anyone says.
Yeah, Tom, legal experts say this trial could last more than a year, but the next time you'll see Kevin Spacey won't be here in front of the Westminster Magistrates Court. The next time that he's in court will be at the Southern Crown Court. Now, that's not far from where I'm standing now, but it's a higher court. It's the kind that normally deals with cases like rapes and murders. Tom?
All right, we are back now with Top Stories newsfeed and the dramatic end to a police chase in Rochester, New York. Take a look at this video. It's home security cam footage. It captures the moment the vehicle goes airborne, rolling over several times before coming to a crash and stop. 2 people inside, smashing through the front windshield and climbing out in an attempt to flee. Authorities say the chase started after the driver refused to pull over. A loaded rifle was found inside that car. Nearly a dozen people rescued off the coast of Tampa thanks to a group of Good Samaritans. Aerial footage shows several people, including children, swimming near a capsized boat. Another boat rushing to the scene and began lifting the victims to safety. A Sheriff's Marine unit then helping 2 other people clinging to the boat. At least 1 person was taken to the hospital. And a consumer alert tonight. Ford is recalling nearly 3 million vehicles over risks they can roll away when parked. The recall covers several vehicles, including the Escape, the Fusion, and the Edge. The company says there's an issue with one of the parts that can stop the vehicles from shifting into the intended gear. At least 4 injuries have been reported so far. Affected owners will be notified by letter starting June 27th. And FIFA announced that 16 North American cities will host the 2026 World Cup. The games played across the U.S., Mexico, and Canada will have 11 U.S. cities hosting from around the country, including New York, Miami, Los Angeles. Mexico will have 3 host cities, including Mexico City, Guadalajara, and Monterrey. And Canada will have 2 host cities, Toronto and Vancouver. All right, we want to turn now back to the economy and the turmoil in the housing market. Interest rates are skyrocketing. And with the Fed's major rate hike yesterday, they will only be going up more. NBC News is taking an in-depth look at the difficulties in buying a home in our series Priced Out. We have two reports, beginning with senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen, who is answering that dilemma. Should you rent or buy?
From Wall Street to Main Street, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve.
Just about everything we buy on credit will get more expensive.
As promised, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates to tame inflation, but that's only inflaming the hearts of would-be homebuyers. Average 30-year mortgage interest rates now top 5%. That's up from less than 3% a year ago. Meanwhile, home prices continue their meteoric rise, with the median home price nearly $430,000 last quarter.
I was actually considering just getting a cute little single-family starter home.
Delilah Epps is a 24-year-old nurse in Atlanta who has been looking to buy a home.
I kind of put myself into a situation where, do I want to buy a house or do I want to just continue renting?
That decision made even tougher because the cost of rent is also going up. Nationwide, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments up more than 25% from a year ago. Delilah's rent for her 1-bedroom apartment in Atlanta increased from $1,475 a month to $2,055.
A $600 increase, I just couldn't do that. That's why I put myself into, okay, let me just think about getting a house.
She saved up enough for a 3.5% down payment, about $15,000, but she says she kept getting outbid. So Delilah put a pause on her home search.
So Delilah, I want to bring in Winnie Sun. She's a financial advisor who's been listening in with us as you've explained your situation. Hey, Winnie.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So Winnie, what's Delilah doing right?
The first foremost, I love the fact that Delilah is comfortable talking about her finances. The other thing is she's really focused on what she can afford and not going beyond her budget.
She says Delilah was smart to pause her home search, and you should only buy if you have a 20% down payment plus an additional 6% for closing costs. You plan on staying in the same home for at least 5 years, and you have about 6 months' pay in savings for emergency repairs. Those are steep entries for ownership, but she says you can save money while renting. To do so, spend no more than 30% of your income on rent. Negotiate a longer lease, maybe 2 years instead of 1, to lock in your rental rate. Get a roommate to offset increasing rents. And if you have a parking spot or space in a garage, rent it out for extra income. And reduce other major expenses like gas by carpooling, biking, using public transit, or downsizing your vehicle.
You don't need that fancy car right now because our number one financial goal is to get you into the home that you really want.
If you can afford the house of your dreams, don't let the rising rates scare you away.
Right now, the interest rate, although a little bit higher than it was a few years ago, but it's still significantly lower than historical mortgage rates.
Now, because housing is typically our highest monthly expense, financial experts say buying can help you control one of the biggest costs in your budget without being at the whim of a landlord. But renting does give you flexibility, and remember, you generally do not have to pay for your repairs. Back to you.
Okay, Vicki, some good tips here. Now we want to take you to a small town in Indiana where home buyers are losing their dream homes to corporations buying them up just to rent them out. Antonia Hilton has a story of people getting squeezed out.
You're checking out the neighborhood.
For years, John and Angie Collier saved.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah. Eager to buy a first home in Fishers, Indiana, attracted by the good schools and proximity to work. But pursuing the American dream has proved daunting.
Oh, sorry, outbid.
Fishers, named by Money Magazine one of the best places to live, is part of a national trend as real estate investment groups buy up houses in cash and rent them out, in some cases, to the very families who dreamed of owning them. In January, 33% of all homes purchased in the U.S. were bought by investors, often Wall Street-backed companies with multi-billion-dollar funds. The Colliers currently rent in a town near Fishers from one of the nation's biggest house rental companies. Their rent recently raised 8%.
Good to see you. Come on in.
4 times in recent weeks, they've been outbid by investors with all cash offers.
It can be, discouraging when you get overbid by, companies.
How do you save when you're spending $2,200 a month just to rent?
So these companies have you on both ends.
Yeah, it's definitely a conundrum.
In some Fishers neighborhoods, investors own more than half of the homes, according to realtor Laura Turner.
This is one of the neighborhoods that investors have really targeted. They're coming in, they're buying it at cash, and then they're going to hold them as rentals.
Fishers Mayor Scott Fadness is frustrated by the surge of distant, faceless landlords.
Have you been able to talk to any of these companies?
It's very difficult. So take, for instance, if you have a high grass and weed issue, a code enforcement issue, if they own 4,000 homes, who is the individual that you can go talk to? about a specific problem.
In a statement, the National Rental Home Council said NRHC member companies own just a fraction of the homes throughout the state of Indiana, and that its 5 largest member companies maintain an A+ rating by the Better Business Bureau. Builder Steve Lanes argues rental companies aren't taking away possibilities from families, but in many cases, creating them.
There are a segment of people who are no longer able to buy a home because they can't afford that home, but they don't want to be in an apartment. They're looking for those opportunities to rent in those communities.
After getting outbid time and again, the Colliers say they've given up on Fishers.
Is the American dream still accessible?
I think the American dream is changing. Our society may be going in that direction where we are getting further away from ownership, but I don't think it's the right direction.
I love the screened-in porch.
They've put in a bid on a home in a town farther out, their American dream modified, not broken. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Fishers, Indiana.
Okay, we want to turn now to Global Watch and the escalating protests in India. New video shows a train after it was set on fire in the eastern state of Bihar. Thousands of people are protesting across the country over a new short-term military recruitment system. Demonstrations also blocking roads and damaging government buildings. Also, an alarming new report on the ongoing hunger crisis in East Africa. New data from the Save the Children says an estimated 185,000 children in eastern Ethiopia are suffering from severe malnutrition, and the region experiences an unprecedented drought and war. UNICEF says nearly 2 million children across Africa's Horn are now malnourished. The UN also warning 20 million people there could face food insecurity by September. And 3 wildfires are burning in eastern Spain as a record heat wave hits parts of Europe. Take a look. The fires have burned nearly 4,000 acres in the Catalonia region. The flames are threatening farmland. Several homes and a center for children evacuated. So far, there are no reports of any injuries or deaths. Temperatures in the area now reaching 104 degrees. Okay, we want to turn to the Americas and an update on a story we have been following. Brazilian authorities now confirm the bodies of a missing British journalist and his guide have been found. A pair of brothers now accused in their murders. The harrowing news comes after an exhaustive 10-day search across a remote region of the Amazon. NBC's George Solis has been following the story and has more.
Tonight, heartbreak on 2 continents. Hopes of a rescue lost with a murder investigation underway. Brazilian authorities have recovered the bodies of British journalist Dom Phillips and his expert guide, Bruno Pereira.
When you see it, everything becomes real.
Journalist Jan Bouchat was a close friend. We spoke with him today from Brazil.
It's just unbelievable that he was is gone.
According to Brazilian federal police, it was a confession by fisherman Amarillo de Costa de Oliveira that led them to the men's bodies. The man, nicknamed Polaro, telling police he shot and killed the pair. He is one of 2 men arrested in connection with their murder. Investigators say the Oliveira's brother is also under arrest. The confirmation of the men's death closes a suspenseful 10-day search, one that saw protests across the remote Javari Valley region, where the duo's extensive knowledge had earned them the respect of the indigenous groups they dedicated years defending. Tributes flooded social media and publications both in Brazil and the UK. It weighs heavy on our hearts, this nurse says. He used his life in defense of our people and territories.
Unfortunately, they were killed because they were trying to help these people to protect this area.
Phillips' family says they aren't ready to speak, but in a statement say they are heartbroken, highlighting the men's passion, writing, Dom and Bruno both love the Amazon. They heroically put their lives on the line for years to stop criminal loggers, miners, and gangsters from irreparably destroying it for future generations. The pair were in the region researching for a book. Initial search efforts by the Brazilian government and President Jair Bolsonaro drew heavy criticism. Bolsonaro suggesting the men were to blame for their own fate, saying they were on an adventure that was not recommended. Phillips is seen here in 2019 questioning the Brazilian president about the preservation of the Amazon. Jan tells me the men's death makes him feel threatened as well, but he and other journalists will not be deterred.
How do you personally, as their friend, honor their legacy?
Being a reporter, doing what Don will do. Don was a reporter, a very good reporter. He was the kind of reporter that would never, ever be at home. He was the kind of guy that would go inside the jungle. He would come here to feel it, to smell it, to understand the reality here.
All right, George Solis joins us now from Los Angeles. George, now that authorities have made arrests, do they have a motive?
Yeah, no motive as of yet, Tom, but officials do tell us to expect more arrests in the coming days. And we should note that the pair's work really took a look at underscoring some of the illegal fishing and mining and drug trafficking in the area. And an important note that I do want to make, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, there have been 24 journalists murdered in Brazil in the last 10 years, really underscoring some of the dangerous work out there. Tom?
All right, George, we thank you for all that reporting on this really sad story. Coming up, the fake heiress confronted. Our Savannah Sellers interviewing Anna Sorokin from inside an ICE detention facility. Her response when pressed about those she scammed. That's coming up. We're back now with a rare interview with Anna Sorokin, better known by her alias Anna Delvey and popularized by Netflix's Inventing Anna. Savannah Sellers sitting down with the fake German heiress in an ICE detention center where she's awaiting her possible deportation. What she has to say about her alleged scams and the plans she has for her future. Take a look.
Anna Sorokin, better known by her alias Anna Delvey, and have a talent for business, was brought to the mainstream by the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna.
Do you feel that you owe anyone an apology?
You mean for what? I'm not a 12-year-old kid to apologize.
Sorokin was accused of trying to scam financial institutions, businesses, and friends out of more than $22 million, ultimately convicted of grand larceny and theft of services, charges amounting to more than $200,000.
So who would I be apologizing to for that?
The banks that you tried to take the money from.
I don't think they care.
Do you think that that was wrong?
Yeah, that was definitely unethical.
She says there was never any malicious intent.
And I'm not just like this vicious, like, scamming person trying to like take advantage of anybody who's just like stupid enough to fall for it.
Then how do you square the lifestyle aspect of what people see as the scam? The staying at extremely nice hotels, the shopping.
Staying in a hotel made sense for me because I was traveling so much. I was not staying like in the biggest penthouse.
Her new project, giving buyers access to live streams and phone calls with Sorokin.
Why should someone buy something that you're selling?
I don't even know. That's a good question. But I don't know, because I guess I changed so much.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully I'll be given a chance to like focus all my energy into something legal.
She says her supporters admire her resilience.
There's always a way to turn something bad into something good. Obviously there's a line which should be drawn to like to which methods you should resort while trying to achieve what you want.
Do you think you crossed that line?
Well, the government definitely thinks that way, so.
And what do you think?
Well, my case is still in direct appeal, so I guess I'll take that up in court.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News, New York.
All right, coming up next, we're inside one of the most ambitious museum projects in years, and Top Story has a first look. Why it's going to take 10 years to finish and how they hope to raise $500 million. Stay with us. Finally tonight, an ambitious new project underway in Washington, D.C. Something the country needs, millions of Americans will benefit from. So why is it going to take 10 years to get done? Top Story traveled to the Smithsonian to find out.
You're looking at a first-of-its-kind exhibit at the Smithsonian. Not just artifacts. This is an initial victory in a long battle to build a museum celebrating the American Latino. From the cultural contributions of salsa music, to the Mexican-American heroes of the workers' rights movement, to the vivid risks so many took to come to America.
You look at this and you think, how could somebody cross an ocean in this? But then you think, why would someone cross an ocean in this? It's these pieces, they make you stop and just think.
This object really speaks not just to the Cuban-American story, but also to just immigration stories around the world.
And the struggle for Latinos continues, even with this museum.
What does the financial situation look like right now?
It's a little daunting when you take on a task like this, but it's exciting because the opportunities are there.
Cuban-American Jorge Zamanillo is leading the effort they need to raise $500 million, find a prime DC location, and acquire artifacts spanning more than a century.
Do you see any kind of symbolism in trying to get this museum off the ground and sort of the Latino experience in America, essentially coming here, wanting something so bad, starting with nothing?
I do, and that's one of the reasons I took this job.
I felt like it was a calling.
That same calling inspiring artists like Veronica Castillo, known for her Tree of Life pieces, all handcrafted from her studio in San Antonio.
Lo que yo quiero que la gente cuando lo vea y diga, por fin nos están haciendo, nos están reconociendo, nos están dando nuestro lugar en este continente, en este país.
Also recognizing this community, Congress, which after years of back and forth, finally appropriated federal funding.
There has to be appropriations language, like there was for African American history and culture, like there was for the American Indian Museum. Once that language was inserted into the final iteration of the bill that passed Congress in December of 2020, then the Smithsonian could feel comfortable that, yes, the federal government has skin in the game.
Recognition and a new museum that will finally fill a void.
And how did you guys do this? You press this button, and immediately you can start smelling Cuban coffee.
Yeah,
how does that work?
Tapping into a lifetime of memories, I'm sure, and that's the idea here.
A home for so many to share those stories, look back, and create that tide to keep pushing forward.
You have millions and millions of Hispanics out there that are sort of relying on you. And I'm looking at you and I'm thinking, I hope my kids in 10 years, I can bring them to this museum. That's got to be a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, but what you said is exactly why I do it. Because I want to make sure that our future generations, your kids and my grandkids, will be able to come to DC and go to a museum and say, I can't believe my story is being shared here. I can't believe my story is being told. I feel like I'm part of the larger American narrative.
We look forward to that museum breaking ground. Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Hold on. I'm coming out right now. Oh my God, my charger don't work.